Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Naruto. I just activated my Eternal Eye and joined the chat group. Part 1. Haven't you fully mastered it yet? You're taking much longer than I did back then to fuse your eyes. Also, the Fourth Shinobi World War has already begun, and Konoha has transferred all its forces away from the village. The five great villages are all unprecedentedly weak now. In the dark cave, Obito, wearing a white three-tomo Rinnegan mask, spoke to Sasuke, whose eyes were covered with white bandages. I understand, Sasuke replied coldly. Once I've adjusted to these eyes, I'll personally destroy Konoha. Obito looked at Sasuke in silence, and finally said with a half-smile, that's for the best. After a spatial ripple, Obito disappeared before Sasuke's eyes. At this moment, Sasuke only had two white Zetsu and Karen by his side. Hey, you two, get out of here. Sasuke ordered the two white Zetsu. These two white Zetsu were just cheap, mass-produced items, not the real white Zetsu from the Uzumaki clan, so they didn't disobey Sasuke's orders and left the cave on their own. At this point, only Sasuke and Karen remained in the cave. Upon seeing this, Karen's face instantly turned bright red. Even though it's not the first time, I'm still so shy. Karen screamed in her heart. Sensing the change in Karen's breathing, Sasuke instantly knew what the little girl was thinking, so he smiled helplessly and said, let's skip it today. I'm still fusing my eyes, and besides, I'll feel a bit regretful if I can't see them. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Karen became even more ashamed, like an ostrich, lowering her head, blushing, and sitting silently beside Sasuke. Sasuke reached out and grasped Karen's right hand, and the latter felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. Feeling the warmth in his palm, Sasuke's thoughts gradually drifted back to the past, to a few years ago, when he had just transmigrated. At that time, the Uchiha clan had just been massacred by Itachi Uchiha, a filial son, leaving only Sasuke as the sole survivor. It was at this time that the current transmigrator Sasuke arrived and took over the weakened body of Sasuke. The last thing Sasuke left him was, you must kill Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke didn't resist and agreed to his request, taking control of the body. Over the years, Sasuke has been diligently and steadily progressing according to the original storyline. There's no other way, he doesn't have a cheat system like that. Following the storyline is the safest method. Besides, Sasuke's ending isn't bad either. As long as he doesn't fight Naruto in the final battle and exhaust all his six paths power, he will still be six paths Sasuke, the pinnacle of the ninja world. Over the years, Sasuke has been training hard, striving to become even stronger than the Sasuke in the original story. He has mastered both the development of Chidori and the immortal techniques of Ruchi Cave. However, he didn't go looking for Jugo and Suigetsu, because there was absolutely no need. Not long ago, Sasuke killed Itachi Uchiha, which shook him to his core. His last remaining obsession was resolved, and he successfully awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Following the original storyline, he captured Killer Bee, disrupted the Five-Cage Summit, and then, with Obito's help, began fusing Itachi Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. Unfortunately, Obito is probably the only one in the world who knows how to fuse the Eternal Eyes. Now, as long as he waits for the eyes to fully merge, he will have the strength of a shadow, and then he will be able to use his abilities without restraint. Although Itachi Uchiha betrayed his younger brother, the power he left for Sasuke was truly invaluable. The Fourth Shinobi World War has officially begun, and it's time for me to leave here and head to Konoha, Sasuke thought to himself. In fact, his eyes had already been fused together. His kaleidoscope was not the Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi from the original work, but gluttony and greed. Greed. It can take from those who are physically weak. Binge eating. It can quickly digest imbalanced energy in the body and perfectly integrate it into one's own body, thus enhancing oneself. Simply put, it means stealing someone else's ability and using it perfectly, but you have to beat the other person half to death first. When Sasuke fought the Eight Tails, he used Susanoo to pin the Eight Tails to the ground and beat Killer Bee to the brink of death. Then he absorbed a lot of chakra to make up for his chakra deficiency, but it also consumed a lot of energy. After that battle, he became severely nearsighted. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the Mangekyo Sharingan's Genjutsu to control the Eight Tails, but Killer Bee and the Eight Tails were perfect Jinchuriki, so there was no question of them being controlled by Genjutsu. With no other option, Sasuke had to use his Gundam to smash things. Karen and I stayed in the cave for 2 days, when we heard the voices of White Zetsu coming from outside. Sasuke, Madara told me to tell you that the Fourth Shinobi World War has fully begun. After you destroy Konoha, you'd better hurry to support him. I see. Sasuke's lips curled up as he raised his hand and slowly tore off the white bandage from his eyes. Inside his eye sockets, a pair of eerie eyes carefully surveyed his surroundings. Sasuke felt a pang of longing for the clear vision he hadn't had in so long. Sasuke-kun. Karen saw Sasuke looking around and knew that his eyes had fully recovered, which made Karen very happy. That way, Sasuke-kun can see me again. Upon hearing this, Sasuke laughed and said, "Idiot, your image is already imprinted in my heart. Whether I can see it or not, I will always remember you." Karen, holding Sasuke's hand, became shy after hearing his sweet words. Seeing Karen's girlish appearance made Sasuke feel much better. Karen was taken in by Sasuke shortly after Orochimaru brought her back. She has a gentle personality, unlike the carefree personality in the original work. Let's go to Konoha and sever all ties. Sasuke stood up, ready to leave and follow the storyline, defeating Kabuto and then taking Orochimaru to use the impure world reincarnation technique to resurrect the past Hokage. You are invited to join the Multiverse chat group. Do you agree? A screen of light appeared in Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke was startled by the sudden light and turned to look at Karen, only to find that the light screen in his eyes was moving along with his gaze. Huh. Karen looked at Sasuke in confusion, not understanding why he had stopped and was looking at her. Do you want a kiss? Karen's face turned slightly red again. Seeing Karen's reaction, Sasuke knew that only he could see this light screen. Seriously, this cheat system came a little late. Sasuke complained, then a thought struck him. Join. The next moment, the light screen in Sasuke's eyes changed, transforming into a chat interface for a certain penguin. With Sasuke joining the group, the members started welcoming the newcomer. Zoro. Welcome, newcomer. By the way, I'm the third person to join the group. Chow. Hey. You just joined the group, right? Why are you acting like you've been here for ages? Zoro joined the group only 2 hours earlier than Sasuke, yet he acted like an even longer timer than the veteran member. Ishida Ryu. Hello newbie, I suggest you change your name before joining the group. Empty town. Ishida Ryu, who was in class at school, immediately reminded the newcomer upon seeing his name. He will never forget the initial username he gave himself in the chat group. They actually named me, Introverted Flirt. This chat group is truly idiotic. Upon seeing this, Sasuke quickly looked at his group name. He remembered that the chat group would give each person a nickname based on their personality. He looked over and saw the words, Urzuzi, written next to his own portrait. Sasuke. Looking at his group name, Sasuke felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. Urzuzi. That title doesn't seem to fit him at all, does it? The one who's acting like a Chunobu is Sasuke from the original work, what does that have to do with him? He's not Chunobu at all, okay. Immediately, Sasuke skillfully yet unfamiliarly took control of the chat group and changed his online name. The chat group was somewhat ethical, they didn't charge a fee for the first time the username was changed. Uchiha Sasuke. Thank you all for letting me know. This chat group is slandering me. I'll settle the score with them sooner or later. Zoro. I'm with you. Ryu Ishida. Count me in. Joe. Actually, I'm still a little curious, why does this chat group call me Joe? My family has been gentlemen for generations. Sasuke didn't even bother to comment on Joseph Joestar's remarks. Looking at the group member list, besides the 4 of them, there was also a person with an icy face and ramen noodle hair. Needless to say, this person is naturally Bu Jingyan, one of the main characters in Feng Yun. There are even people from the martial arts world in this group, but why isn't Iron Man here? After making a brief complaint, Sasuke shifted his attention away from the group members and looked at the other functions of the chat group. Based on his experience, the golden touch of chat groups is that you can check in and earn points, which can then be used to buy items in the store. Sasuke looked up at the 3 dots at the top of the chat group, and with a thought, he clicked on them and saw those important interfaces. Daily check-in, shop, tasks, upgrades. In addition to these, there are also group file and live streaming functions, which are very basic chat group functions. After taking a look, Sasuke focused his attention on the 4 main functions. Just as I expected, Sasuke's lips curled up, and a faint air of charisma emanated from him. He pulled Karen back onto the bed, and under the girl's questioning gaze, Sasuke closed his eyes. Clicking the sign in option immediately triggered a response in the chat group. I've checked in today and earned 7 points. 7, that's a bit few. Sasuke opened the shop, which contained all sorts of items. He ignored them and directly searched for Sage Body and Sage Mode. He didn't directly seek out the 6 Paths mode, which is a top-tier power in the Naruto world, something he couldn't afford right now. As for Sage Mode, Sasuke wasn't actually very proficient in the sage techniques of Ruchi Cave. When he used it, horns would grow on his head and scales would appear on his body. In the past, Sasuke could tolerate enduring power, but now, he absolutely doesn't want to become like that again. Moreover, according to the plot, he will soon obtain the power of the six paths, so there is no need to buy it in the store. Immortal Body, 10,000 points. Sage Mode, 5,000 points. 15,000. That's acceptable. Then he opened the task template, which was completely blank. Sasuke clicked on the rules to see the standards for posting tasks in the chat group. One was posted by a group member, and the fee was also paid by the group member. The second type is tasks that are posted independently by the chat group. These tasks are usually only posted when a member encounters a major life event. Tasks posted in chat groups often offer richer rewards, including but not limited to points, and there's a chance to win a mystery gift pack containing helpful items. I wonder if I can directly unleash the power of the six paths from within. Finally, open the enhancement panel. This is much simpler, just spend points to strengthen your own power. If Sasuke wants to become stronger, he needs to spend 60,000 points. Afterwards, Sasuke chatted with his group members and learned about their current timeline. Zoro and Uryu are both at the very beginning of the story. One is still at a sea restaurant in the East Blue, and the other has just started high school. Ichigo hasn't even become a Shinigami yet. The timeline of the two Joestars is quite confusing. He has already sent away the Joe-level creature, is now married to his wife, and lives a decadent capitalist life every day. Bu Jingyan remained silent. According to Chao, he and Bu Jingyan had been in the chat group for a year, and the other party had only said a few words. He moved away from the chat group and pulled Karen out of the cave with him. But just then, another notification appeared in front of him. Ding! Super upgrade system successfully bound. System user manual issued. Newbie gift pack distributed. Service ended. Enjoy your service. Another light screen appeared in front of Sasuke, visible only to him. Name: Uchiha Sasuke. Age: 17. Special: Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan upgradable, Sage Mode upgradable Chidori. Realm: Super Shadow 5000 10,000ths. Freedom Experience: 0. This is a second cheat code. Sasuke was completely dumbfounded. There weren't any in the past few years, but now two have appeared. It's outrageous. Through the system operation manual, Sasuke already knew how to use the system. It's a very simple monster fighting and leveling up system. Moreover, the system doesn't have any intelligence. The voice he just heard was just a delivery person. Hee hee. If we're talking about strange things, isn't there a huge one on the battlefield? After exiting the cave, it was already evening. Looking at the boundless night, Sasuke felt that there was hope for everything. Finally, I don't have to hide myself anymore. Sasuke laughed loudly. Purple Susanoo rose from the ground around his body, instantly growing into a purple giant nearly 100 meters tall. His wings spread out behind him, instantly covering hundreds of miles. Above the head of the perfect Susanoo, Sasuke embraced Karen, soaring through the sky in the perfect Susanoo. Once they reached the sky, Sasuke and the others had arrived at Kabuto Yakushi's location. He ignored Itachi and Kabuto's fight, believing Itachi would win because Itachi's techniques were too effective against Kabuto. As for the location, Sasuke found it using Sage Mode from Ruchi Cave. Upon entering, they found only a dead ninja and Kabuto standing there dumbfounded. Here we go. Sasuke went to Kabuto's side, took a piece of flesh from him, and then went to Anko's side, pressing the white body tissue onto the red curse mark on the back of her neck. Come out, Orochimaru. After forming the hand seals, his body tissues transformed into a white snake, from which Orochimaru was spat out. Hee. Long time no see, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke and said with a sinister smile, "You resurrected me, there must be something you want to discuss, right? Come with me to resurrect the Hokage of the past using the impure world reincarnation technique. I'm going to the battlefield." Oh, who does Sasuke intend to help? Orochimaru asked with interest. You'll find out when the time comes, won't you? Sasuke chuckled. Seeing Sasuke's smile, Orochimaru was somewhat dazed. It seems Sasuke-kun is in a good mood. In the past, Sasuke always trained with a cold expression, only showing a smile when he was with Karen. But now, Orochimaru sensed that Sasuke had truly relaxed. It felt like a huge weight had finally been lifted from my heart, and I had let go of all my burdens. On a mountain near Konoha, after releasing his Susanoo, Sasuke recalled the time when he had just transmigrated. Move out. Move everything out. Our clan took a liking to it first. Enough talk. Strike first. You're too late, so the stuff is ours. Sasuke, who had just arrived from another world, saw this scene and immediately unleashed a powerful fireball. The bandits were caught off guard by Sasuke's attack and were momentarily stunned. Two of them were even burned by Sasuke's fireball jutsu. This infuriated the bandits, but the third Hokage quickly intervened and taught those who wanted to plunder the Uchiha clan a lesson. With the third Hokage's help, Sasuke managed to protect his own family's property, but he was truly helpless against the other family's assets, and could only watch as Hiruzen Sarutobi took those things to strengthen the Sarutobi clan. Actually, Sasuke initially thought that Hiruzen Sarutobi had confiscated the Uchiha clan's property, since the old man was a positive character in Naruto. In the following years, he discovered that most of the businesses belonging to the Uchiha clan on the streets had been taken over by the Sarutobi clan, and the rest were taken over by the families behind the elders. As for the other major clans, it seems they don't dare to even take a sip of this soup. From then on, Sasuke completely lost faith in Konoha and no longer harbored any unrealistic fantasies. So when Orochimaru said he was lusting after Sasuke's body, Sasuke steadily followed the original plot and went to Orochimaru's place. Before leaving, he calmed Sakura down and also annoyed Naruto. By the way, he and Naruto have a pretty good relationship. After all, Naruto is the chosen one of this world, so there's no need for him to become enemies. Besides, although Naruto is a bit stupid, he's not unlikable. As for why he wanted to anger Naruto, that's to fit the development of the original work, of course. After all, he didn't have a system after he transmigrated, so he didn't dare to go out and do anything reckless. But now things are different. Not only does he have the eternal kaleidoscope and the means to connect all worlds, but he also has a super upgrade system. Even without the Sage of Six Paths, he can surpass everyone. Sasuke. Karen, having recovered her senses, looked at Sasuke and asked, "Are you really going to destroy this place?" The village in the distance was brightly lit, and children were playing happily in the streets, creating a harmonious scene that made Karen a little envious. No. Sasuke shook his head. In reality, destroying Konoha was just an excuse for him. Sasuke's plan was to follow the plot until he finally obtained the Rinnegan. He wouldn't be like Sasuke in the original story, transferring all of the Sage of Six Paths, chakra to one eye to create the Rinnegan with 6 tomo in order to preserve Itachi's eyes. Old Madara once taught us that the Sharingan, a type of eye technique, requires the use of both eyes to unleash its full power, and this remains true even after evolving into the Rinnegan. Sasuke firmly believed that Madara wouldn't lie. Huh, what are we doing here? Karen asked, looking puzzled. Are there other older sisters in the village? No, not at all. Sasuke shook his head, looked at Orochimaru, and said, "Shall we release the souls of the past Hokage from the Shinigami's belly first?" It seems Sasuke-kun has already planned out the steps. Orochimaru chuckled. That's right. All the Hokage in the past were eaten by the Shinigami. If you want to resurrect them with the Impure World Reincarnation technique, you have to rescue them from the Shinigami's belly first before you can use the Impure World Reincarnation technique. Upon arriving in Konoha, the group successfully obtained the masks to undo the Reaper Death Seal. Orochimaru didn't hesitate. After Sasuke prepared the White Zetsu, Orochimaru immediately summoned the Shinigami and released the souls of the 4 Hokage. Then, he used the Impure World Reincarnation technique on White Zetsu, but it wasn't activated. Instead, he placed it in a coffin. Once Orochimaru completed his reincarnation, Sasuke activated his Susanoo to envelop them and headed to the battlefield. Kamui. I'm here. That's Kamui. He's been eyeing it for ages. After taking one last look at the peaceful and tranquil Konoha village, Sasuke left with Karen, knowing he would never return. At this moment, on the battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi World War, Obito's mask was shattered by Naruto, and the two began a pointless verbal battle. Edo Tensei Madara Uchiha defeated the 5 Kage and has arrived at Obito's side, where he and Obito control the 10 tails. It's only at times like this that those ninjas unite, isn't it? Madara said disdainfully. At this moment, the 10 tails is trapped in a deep pit, and the ninjas above are pouring cement into the pit, trying to restrict the 10 tails movements with this childish method. Boring. With a simple turn of the 10 tails, all of the allied shinobi Foss's techniques were shattered. As Sasuke and Karen flew to the battlefield, they saw the 10 tails gathering a tailed beast ball. Without the 4 Hokage, it seems I can only rely on my own power to stop this tailed beast ball. Sasuke thought to himself. This is also one of the reasons why he did not use the Edo Tensei technique on the former Hokage. If rescuing people were too easy, why would he make a grand entrance like this? Is he going to act awkwardly, just like in the original story, saying he wants to become Hokage? Stopping it is impossible, but missing it is still possible. Sasuke said. Karen looked on with a puzzled expression. Sasuke-kun. You're not thinking of swatting that thing away, are you? Karen is a sensory ninja, and the energy in that tailed beast ball terrified her. Sasuke actually wanted to knock that thing away. As expected of Sasuke-kun. Okay, this guy is an idiot. Sasuke's lips curled into a smile, and his Susanoo spread its wings, accelerating instantly. At the critical moment, Sasuke arrived in front of Naruto and the others, his Susanoo wielding a greatsword. He unleashed a full-force attack on the tailed beast ball. Wake me up! Sasuke roared, unleashing the power of his eyes with reckless abandon. Boom! After a gust of wind, the giant-tailed beast ball was sent flying by Sasuke. After flying several kilometers in the sky, it exploded. Boom! A dazzling light burst forth from the sky, blinding everyone. Sasuke was slightly out of breath. Trying to deflect a tailed beast ball, especially one from the 10 tails, was no easy task. Even though Sasuke's eye power was now on par with Madara's, he was already feeling tired. Sasuke deactivated his Susanoo and landed in front of Naruto and the others, smiling. Long time no see, Naruto. Sakura. Sasuke. Naruto grinned. I knew you'd come. Sasuke looked at Naruto and asked, how's your chakra recovery? Naruto laughed and said, we're ready to fight anytime. Upon hearing this, Sasuke laughed and said, don't be stubborn. Now is not the time for you to be stubborn. Without the help of the 4 Hokage, Naruto's role is simply irreplaceable. I wasn't being reckless. Naruto stood up, instantly donning a golden battle suit. Sasuke's eyes were a little strange, he hadn't expected Naruto to still have so much chakra. This is a tailed beast cloak. It's not the golden body Naruto from the original story. To transform into the golden body mode, Kurama's chakra would need to be restored by at least half. In other words, Naruto was actually acting the whole time. Why? Sasuke had a question in his mind. As if sensing Sasuke's confusion, Naruto explained, because I knew you were coming, Sasuke, I've been accumulating energy since the beginning. I see. Sasuke nodded, ignoring the other members of the allied shinobi forces, and turned to look at the massive 10 tails. He said to Naruto, let these people leave. The battle that follows is no longer something they can interfere with. Naruto was somewhat surprised. He didn't want his friends to leave, so he directly refused Sasuke's offer. Sasuke could only shake his head helplessly and say, you have no idea what we're facing. You'll regret this. No. With us here, we will never let our comrades get hurt. Naruto said confidently. At the same time, someone's Rinnegan faintly appeared behind him. But no one noticed this. Sasuke shook his head and looked at the person on top of the 10 tails. Boring fools, let me end your clown-like lives. Above the 10 tails head, Madara Uchiha also saw Sasuke. He was shocked by Sasuke's action of knocking away the 10 tails tailed beast ball with a single blow. It seems that not everyone in this new era is just a bunch of dust. The next second, Madara Uchiha turned his head to look at the forest, and finally a hint of excitement appeared on his face. This chakra. There's no mistake. Madara Uchiha relinquished control of the 10 tails, leapt up, and disappeared above the 10 tails head. Anyway, he can't become the 10 tails Jinchuriki now, so staying here is pointless. He might as well go find Hashirama and fulfill his last wish. At this moment, in the woods. Reincarnation from the dirty soil. Kwang. Powder appeared on the 4 white Zetsu, enveloping them, and then the 4 Hokage appeared in front of Orochimaru. The 4 of them opened their eyes at the same time. After a moment of confusion, the second and third Hokage looked at Orochimaru simultaneously. It's you again. The second generation said in a deep voice. Trying to destroy the village again this time. The first Hokage also complained, it's all Tobirama's fault for developing such a heinous ninjutsu. Shut up, big brother. The second generation leader scolded. First generation. Drawing circles tilde tilde. Orochimaru looked at them and laughed, you're disappointed. I'm not here to destroy Konoha this time. That's no longer important to me. They're not far away. With the second Hokage's senses, he should be able to easily sense that person's chakra, right? Okay. Upon hearing this, the second Hokage released his senses and instantly detected the 2 extreme chakras beside him. It's Madara. And what's this other one? It even has more chakra than my elder brother. The second Hokage's expression changed drastically. The first generation also returned to normal and solemnly said, it seems we're in big trouble. Whoosh. Boom. Hashirama. The blue Susanoo attacked instantly, its massive sword, dozens of meters long, slashing down at Hashirama Senju. The art of the wooden man. Boom. Giant hands emerged from the earth, clasped together, and caught the long sword. Spot. The two stared at each other from afar. Madara Uchiha looked excited, while Hashirama wore a conflicted expression. Long time no see, Madara. Stop talking nonsense. I didn't come here to catch up with you. Madara Uchiha roared, and his perfect Susanoo appeared instantly. The giant Susanoo, hundreds of meters long, slashed out again, and the terrifying blade light instantly destroyed everything around it. When Madara Uchiha arrived, Orochimaru had already fled. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and Orochimaru did not want to be killed by the aftermath of their battle for no reason. The second and third generations used teleportation to dodge, while the fourth generation is already rushing towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, Sasuke also noticed Madara Uchiha's actions, and saw him using his perfect Susanoo to fight the first Hokage. What impressive power! Sasuke narrowed his eyes, secretly craving Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan. However, let's deal with the Ten Tails first. Kakashi has just taken Obito to the lover's space, and now their only target is the uncontrolled Ten Tails. He turned his gaze away and looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared. I'm sorry. I'm too late, Minato Namikaze said gently. No. It's perfect, Dad. Naruto laughed heartily. Seeing Naruto's smile, Minato felt a little less burdened. He then looked at Sasuke and smiled. Are you Naruto's friend? Thank you for taking care of Naruto. HMPH, this is what I should do, brother. Sasuke laughed. Ha! When did you become the big brother? I should be the big brother. Naruto retorted. I'm a few months older than you. Sasuke replied coldly. Naruto. I'm petrified. Haha. I'm relieved to see that Naruto has a friend like you. The fourth Hokage turned around and looked at the Ten Tails, which was once again condensing a tailed beast ball, with golden chakra surging from his body. Enter Nine Tails chakra, perfect Jinchuriki mode. We're about to go, the fourth generation said to the two behind him. His senses were sharp, and he understood that in this war, only Naruto and Sasuke were truly useful, the others were just slackers. Okay. Naruto exclaimed enthusiastically. Sasuke remained expressionless, but he had already activated the live chat function. Zoro. Oh. A newbie has already started streaming. Chow. The world on the newbies side looks terrible. Especially that big guy, he's a complete monster. Ryu Ishida. Yes, can humans really defeat those monsters? Uchiha Sasuke. Don't underestimate me. That Ten Tails, if I were in a good mood, I could wipe him out completely. Zoro. Are the newbies this strong? Ryu Ishida. Are you a monster? Chow. Let's not talk about that now, the chat group has posted a task. Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately opened the task list in the chat group, and sure enough, it was no longer blank. Group task. The world of Uchiha Sasuke, a member of the group, is facing a crisis of destruction, which is also the biggest choice in Uchiha Sasuke's life. Please help Sasuke overcome this difficulty. Rewards. 100,000 points, 1 mystery gift box. Limited to 2 people, including Sasuke himself. In the group, Zoro. It seems only one of us can go to Sasuke's place. There are even restrictions on the mission, the chat group is so stingy. Uchiha Sasuke. Anyone want to come over? Let's treat it as a vacation. We can handle this big guy ourselves anyway. Jojo. I'm not going. I've given up on Ripple these past few months, let alone fighting a monster like this. Ryu Ishida. I'd like to help you, but my strength is simply insufficient to fight against that kind of monster. Zoro. Anyway, I have nothing to do on the high seas. Uchiha Sasuke. Alright, Zoro, let's go. I'm not turning off the live stream, let you all see how I take down this giant. Zoro, who was waiting for Luffy to do the dishes at the sea restaurant, made an excuse to leave and disappeared after arriving at a deserted place. Ninja World. A bright light suddenly flashed beside Sasuke, and a green-haired man appeared in front of everyone. Who goes there? Minato instantly became alert. Sasuke said, don't panic, they are the helpers I found. Yo. Hello everyone. Zoro greeted the group, his gaze immediately landing on the Ten Tails. This guy is even more terrifying than I imagined. When Naruto tried to ask another question, Sasuke interrupted him, saying, don't waste time. The tailed beast ball is coming. Just as he said, the Ten Tails tailed beast ball had been fully formed and was heading straight for them. Does this guy have unlimited chakra? Naruto muttered, but his entire body tensed up. This is the Ten Tails tailed beast ball, he can't withstand it head on. Seeing Naruto's reaction, Sasuke scoffed, are you scared? You coward. What? Naruto couldn't accept Sasuke's sarcasm the most. Just as they were about to start arguing, Sasuke continued, "You don't know the fourth Hokage's techniques, do you? The tailed beast ball is no threat to the fourth Hokage at all." The fourth Hokage assumed a fighting stance, but upon hearing Sasuke's words, he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. "I bet even my own son has never heard of the Flying Thunder God technique. How sad. Base. The fourth generation's figure vanished instantly, leaving only a wisp of red flame in its place. Disappeared. Zoro exclaimed in shock. A golden light shot straight towards the tailed beast ball. The tailed beast ball, which had just been formed, vanished without a trace the moment it touched the golden light. This shocked Zoro to no end. What exactly is that ability? When Minato returned, he awkwardly scratched his head, unsure how to answer Zoro. Alright, Zoro. It might be a bit discouraging, but your current strength is simply not enough to play a role in this battle. Just sit back and relax. Sasuke said. Zoro nodded with a wry smile. It seems that's indeed the case. Right now, the 10 Tails, which is uncontrolled, is the easiest to defeat. He can only act on instinct. If Sasuke and the others cooperate well, they can quickly control the 10 Tails. Sasuke looked into the woods, where the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha were already fighting. The two sides, piloting Gundams, exchanged fire, and for a time neither could gain the upper hand. It seems we have no choice but to rely on ourselves. Sasuke said to the fourth Hokage. Can we find a way to activate the 4 Red Yang formation? We can't let this guy keep launching tailed beast balls. Protecting those people is a waste of his energy. The fourth Hokage looked in the direction of the first Hokage, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. But the next second, he seemed to remember something and asked Sasuke, by the way, who is the fifth Hokage? Where is he now? Dead, Sasuke replied curtly. Naruto's face also showed some sadness as he said, the fifth Hokage was Tsunade. She was already. Needless to say, Minato already knew the ending. Now is not the time to be sad. The second Hokage's voice came from behind Minato, with the third Hokage beside him. Yes, the most urgent thing is to deal with this big guy first. The third Hokage said. Upon seeing the third Hokage's face, Sasuke unhesitatingly destroyed the third Hokage's upper body with a single Chidori spear. Sasuke. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Sasuke looked coldly at the second Hokage and asked, where's Orochimaru? Who knows, they're probably dead. The second Hokage had no liking for these inherently evil Uchiha brats, and coldly said to Sasuke, did you let that brat summon us? That's right. Sasuke said coldly, whether it's the 4 Red Yang formation or Madara Uchiha, they all need you to restrain them. Unfortunately. Sasuke looked at the two people who had started fighting in the distance, feeling somewhat helpless. Hashirama was entangled by Madara from the very beginning, and it seemed unlikely that he could escape in the short term. Therefore, the 4 Red Yang formation cannot be used. He. Sasuke-kun, don't be disappointed. With Minato here, the tailed beast ball is no threat at all. Orochimaru appeared out of nowhere and chuckled at Sasuke. Sasuke nodded. With the Flying Thunder God technique, the 10 tailed beast ball was indeed not a threat. Second Hokage, your main responsibility is to transfer the 10 tailed beast ball. Fourth Hokage and Naruto will work together to provide him with large-scale teleportation and chakra replenishment. Naruto, create several shadow clones to gather natural energy and try to get yourself into, no. Just have the 9 tails inside you gather natural energy for him. He can definitely do it. Naruto looked at Sasuke, a little confused, and laughed it off, saying, that's impossible. Kurama's chakra and natural energy are incompatible. Just as Naruto was speaking, Kurama's voice appeared in Naruto's mind. Naruto, I will help you gather natural energy. You must defeat this giant. Huh. Naruto looked completely bewildered. Sasuke ignored Naruto, letting him communicate with Kurama on his own, and then looked at the fourth Hokage, saying, Fourth Hokage, connect your chakra with Naruto and let the two Kurama gather natural energy together. Without saying a word, the fourth Hokage walked straight up to Naruto and raised his fist. Dad. Their fists collided, and a massive amount of chakra erupted from their bodies. In the spiritual space, the two 9-tailed foxes also met. What a sorry sight. Half of my body. Hey. You're no different. Half body. After the two 9-tails greeted each other, they bumped fists and connected their memories. Because the young Kurama, 9-tails, had already connected with Naruto's mind and learned Sage Mode, after they bumped fists and connected their memories, the Yin Kurama, 9-tails, also learned Sage Mode. Naruto and Minato exchanged a smile, and instantly their faces appeared with the sage eyeshadow of Mount Myoboku. It's coming. Oh. The two transformed into two golden lights and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Sasuke also used Susanoo, enveloping Karen inside, and rushed out instantly. Orochimaru glanced at the second and third Hokage, then turned and left. He was going to check if Tsunade was still alive. If she was, Orochimaru felt he could still try to save her. It's a pity we can't see Sasuke's wind direction now. After they left, Sakura realized what was happening and clenched her fists as she watched Naruto and Sasuke's retreating figures. I really can't keep up with them at all. Seeing Sakura's expression, Zoro chuckled and said, if you're not satisfied, then try your best to catch up. Huh. Sakura looked at the other person in confusion. How will you know you can't do it if you don't try? Don't leave yourself with regrets. Zoro said, and instantly sprang up, running towards the 10 tails. Standing at the back is not my style. Only by wielding my sword and slaying the stronger can I become stronger. Over here, Sasuke activated his Susanoo with wings, and with his twin swords falling, he directly severed a portion of the 10 tails body tissue. Roar. Feeling discomfort in his body, the 10 tails roared and released its chakra wildly, its three large hands grabbing directly at Sasuke. Hey! Chakra coming from right here. Sasuke's eyes flashed, and the weapon in his Susanoo changed. A huge shield appeared in his hand, blocking the three arms of the 10 tails. Then, the purple greatsword was swung, instantly severing the three arms of the 10 tails. Greedy. The eye technique was activated, and the three giant hands disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sasuke felt a violent aura enter his chakra, trying to devour his will. The will of the 10 tails. No, it's Kagaya's will. Sasuke sneered disdainfully, gluttony. Another eye technique was activated, rapidly absorbing the 10 tails chakra. At the same time, Sasuke's body was forced back, leaving the battlefield to Minato and his son. Immortal magic. Super. Dayama Rasengan. Naruto's energetic voice descended from the sky as he churned a giant Rasengan that was 60 or 70 meters long. Boom. The Rasengan struck the 10 tails, causing part of its body to cave in. Roar. The 10 tails was in a state of impotent rage, and since no one was controlling it, the 10 tails, driven only by instinct, could only passively take the beating. Well done, Naruto. Minato praised without reservation. Hee hee. Naruto chuckled shyly. However, he enjoyed being praised by his father. On Sasuke's side, after absorbing a portion of the 10 tails power, he felt a strange power within his body. The power of the 6 paths. It's that simple. Sasuke was shocked. Did I just obtain the power of the 6 paths that I had longed for? When Sasuke looked at the 10 tails again, his eyes were filled with greed. I was worried that I couldn't become the 10 tails Jinchuriki without the Rinnegan, but I never expected my eye technique to be this powerful. At this moment, Sasuke's gaze toward the 10 tails had completely changed. If he only intended to act at first, now he has decided to go all out and absorb as much of the 10 tails chakra as possible. Sasuke-kun. Karen noticed Sasuke's change and spoke up, do you want me to control the 10 tails? When Sasuke disrupted the 5-cage summit, he was severely injured by the raikage, and Karen, in a fit of anger, awakened the adamantine sealing technique. At this moment, Karen intends to use the adamantine lock to restrict the 10 tails movements. No need, the 10 tails is just a sitting duck, there's no need to seal it off at all. Sasuke laughed, just watch how I digest this big guy bit by bit. Karen's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Sasuke's confident expression. It's coming. An endless supply of chakra erupted from Sasuke. The battle had not only not depleted his strength, but had actually made him even stronger. Even Susanoo seems to have grown bigger. We need to eat as much as possible before Obito gets back. Boom. The Susanoo wielded 4 large swords, constantly creating holes in the 10 tails body. At the same time, Sasuke was also devouring chakra far exceeding his current level by continuously destroying the 10 tails body tissues. Awesome. They're so strong. Behind them, the allied shinobi forces could only sigh. Their attacks were completely useless against the 10 tails. However, they were in good spirits. Knowing that they could not intervene in this battle, they simply stopped going up to their deaths and began to count their numbers, waiting for the 5-cage to return. Sasuke, Naruto, and Minato kept unleashing their powerful attacks on the 10 tails. Naruto and the others were using Sage mode, so the damage to the 10 tails was real, causing it to howl in pain. Sasuke used Susanoo to sever the 10 tails body parts and continuously absorb the 10 tails chakra. At this time, Sasuke felt that he had a little yin-yang release power in his body, but it was undoubtedly a pipe dream to rely on such power to open the Rinnegan. If I want to awaken the Rinnegan on my own, I still need to find a way to get Naruto's chakra. Sasuke thought to himself. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared above the Ten-Tails' head, and a person with a large hole in his chest appeared there. Sensing the familiar Flying Thunder God mark, Minato didn't hesitate at all, and with a Flying Thunder God slash, he directly slit Obito's neck. Above the Ten-Tails' head, Minato stared in shock at the familiar face before him. Obito, why you? Obito did not answer. His throat had been severed by Minato, and he could not speak. Minato, being incredibly intelligent, instantly realized that Obito had instigated this war. He looked at Obito with regret and said, if possible, I hope you can become Hokage. After saying that, Minato wanted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave with Obito. But the next second, the ground beneath Obito began to collapse. He had started absorbing the Ten-Tails. What's going on? Minato exclaimed in shock, immediately using the Flying Thunder God technique to leave and return to Naruto's side. Naruto was still a little confused and asked, Dad, what happened over there? Minato shook his head slightly. He wasn't entirely sure himself, but he had a feeling it wasn't a good thing. In the sky, Sasuke also stopped what he was doing, covering his eyes above the Susanoo's head, the throbbing pain making him very uncomfortable. It's still too much of a stretch. After all, it's the power of the six paths and Kagaya's will. Sasuke murmured. Karen, I won't be able to protect you in the next battle. You have to take care of yourself. No matter what happens to me, don't panic, because I will never die. And I don't want to see anything happen to you. Karen nodded repeatedly, indicating that she would definitely take good care of herself. I've tried disobeying before, and the consequences were terrible. Although I like it very much, Karen thinks it's still important to have good lifestyle habits. Sasuke-kun, I'll definitely take good care of myself. But please, you mustn't get into any trouble. Don't worry. Besides, when have I ever lied to you? Sasuke laughed. With that, he dispelled Susanoo, landed on the ground, and looked up at the white sphere that had solidified in the sky. Sasuke. What's that? Naruto exclaimed as he approached Sasuke. Minato looked at the white sphere in the sky, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, it's not a Jinchuriki, is it? That's right. Sasuke nodded in affirmation of Minato's words, and he's the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. When he reappears, he and we will no longer be on the same level of life. Naruto still didn't quite understand, but fortunately Sasuke didn't intend to let this idiot understand. He said to Naruto, don't blame me for not warning you, a lot of people will die in the upcoming battle. If you don't let those people leave, you'll only harm them. Naruto hesitated. He understood that his teammates behind him were actually not very useful, but he still didn't want them to leave. Naruto believed that his comrades could definitely help him. Seeing this, Sasuke knew that Naruto was completely beyond persuasion. As you wish. Sasuke looked at the sphere in the sky, and the enormous amount of chakra inside it made him feel terrified. Click tilde. A cracking sound came from the sky. Bang tilde. The white sphere exploded instantly, and countless feather-like crystals flew out from it. Obito, his entire body deathly pale, appeared before everyone's eyes. He casually ripped off the white crystals from his face and looked down at the crowd without a trace of joy or sorrow. Obito. Minato looked at Obito with a worried expression on his face. Obito landed slowly on the ground without attacking, like a soulless walking corpse. Obito stopped moving, but the allied shinobi forces weren't going to give him time to develop. The second Hokage immediately understood that Obito was in trouble and decided to attack him. Fourth Hokage. Let's attack together. Tobirama said. Minato nodded. Now was indeed the best time to attack. The two figures flashed and instantly arrived beside Obito. Obito looked at the two indifferently, and in an instant, he swung his staff, destroying the second Hokage's upper body. Even the legendary fastest ninja couldn't keep up with Obito, this walking corpse. Spiral pills. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Minato instantly unleashed the Sage Art, Rasengan, striking Obito. Boom. The Rasengan exploded on Obito's body, and the Sage Mode chakra left marks on Obito's body where the Rasengan had torn him apart. At the same time, several explosive tags landed on the second generation's body. Multi-explosive tags. Boom boom boom. The dazzling flames illuminated the entire sky. Minato and the second Hokage were blasted away by the shockwaves from the explosion of the endless explosive tags. Fortunately, they were both resurrected through the impure world reincarnation technique and were not seriously injured. At this moment, everyone looked at the huge explosion in the sky with hope. Shouldn't it be resolved by now? Even the most monstrous creature couldn't survive such an explosion, right? However, the scene the ninja wanted to see did not appear. When the explosion subsided, Obito was still standing in the same spot, completely unharmed. The third Hokage's face darkened. Such a terrifying explosion couldn't even cause him the slightest harm. Upon hearing this, Sasuke scoffed. You think you can break through a six paths level defense with that little bit of attack? Ignorance is truly terrifying. Sasuke was serious about mocking the third Hokage. The third Hokage frowned and said, Sasuke, are you aware of Obito's current condition? Sasuke glanced at the third Hokage indifferently, ignoring him. At this moment, Obito was fighting with the Ten Tails for control of the body, and Sasuke took the opportunity to check his upgrade system. Name: Uchiha Sasuke. Age: 17. Special features: Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan upgradable, Sage Mode upgradable, Chidori, etc. Realm: Super Shadow 5510 thousandths. Freedom experience: 0. New player gift pack awaits. After absorbing the Ten Tails chakra, Sasuke's power level increased. Oh right, I almost forgot about the newbie gift pack. Sasuke opened the beginner's gift pack on a whim. You have gained 100 free experience points. You have received one special upgrade card. Special upgrade card upgrades one of the special upgrade items. Cannot be used at max level. Sasuke became excited upon seeing this. He now has two things that can be upgraded, his eyes and his Sage Mode. Both of these, once upgraded, can greatly enhance one's strength, especially the Eternal Eye. Once upgraded, it becomes the Rinnegan, directly pushing Sasuke to the strongest level below the six paths. If he has the opportunity to absorb the Ten Tails, he will be able to awaken the three eyes. Sage Mode is also an extremely powerful aid. If it were upgraded, Sasuke couldn't even imagine what level it would reach. I'll keep it for now and see if I can get some of the six paths power later. If I can, well, I don't think the chances are high. After closing the system panel, Sasuke looked at Obito in the distance. This kid went through a rigorous internal struggle and successfully overcame the Ten Tails will, avoiding being devoured. Having regained his true self, Obito's strength has reached a new level. At this point, he can perfectly use all his power. After using the power of the six paths, he can even shatter the body of the impure world reincarnation, making it impossible for it to recover. His gaze fell on Minato, and he chuckled, sorry, teacher, I've kept you waiting. Obito's words left everyone puzzled, but they could definitely feel the pressure emanating from him. It wasn't the same violent power they had before, but a power they couldn't comprehend. Sasuke. Naruto shouted, wanting to fight Obito together with Sasuke. Sasuke didn't speak, but Susanoo appeared on his body, emanating a trace of Sage Mode chakra. I didn't absorb much because it would drastically change my appearance, making me look too ugly. Naruto was clearly taken aback, not expecting Sasuke to also know Sage Mode. Are you surprised? Sasuke laughed. The three great holy lands all have sage techniques. I learned the improved version of sage techniques from Ruchi Cave. Huh, what is Ruchi Cave? Naruto asked, looking puzzled. Sasuke rolled his eyes, too lazy to bother with this guy. He's invincible in the ninja world, yet he doesn't know about the three sacred lands. In Naruto's eyes, Mount Myoboku is probably just an ordinary summoning beast settlement. At this moment, the fourth generation made its move. His body instantly transformed into a golden flash as he charged towards Obito. Swish! In an instant, he appeared in front of Obito, his kunai already poised to strike. Too slow. Obito's gaze remained fixed on Minato. Seeing him approach, he casually used his truth-seeking ball staff to block, shattering the special kunai in Minato's hand. At the same time, his other hand swung down instantly, about to strike Minato. Whoosh! Minato's body vanished instantly and reappeared beside Naruto. That was close. Minato said with lingering fear, that guy was incredibly fast. If I hadn't possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, I probably would have been hit by him just now. Minato's words caused everyone's gazes to darken. They all knew how outrageous his reaction speed was. Even so, Minato still said that he might have been hit by Obito just now. The second and third Hokage remained silent. Sasuke also became serious. Although Obito is said to be the weakest of the Six Paths level, he is still a Six Paths level cultivator, and his strength is definitely above that of the others. If we want to win, we still need Naruto. Sasuke thought to himself. In the original story, Naruto used Talk no Jutsu to persuade Obito, and there will be no exception now. Naruto, the key to victory now rests on your shoulders. Sasuke said. I'll take care of it. Although he didn't know what Sasuke meant, Naruto felt that Sasuke made sense. Behind her, Karen felt a little uncomfortable. What the hell? Sasuke is clearly the main force. Karen muttered to herself. At that moment, Obito suddenly made his move. Since none of you are coming, I'll go first. Obito's figure vanished instantly, and one hand pinched the third Hokage's face. What? The third Hokage was completely unable to react to the opponent's speed and his body was directly blasted apart by the truth-seeking ball. Boom. The black truth-seeking ball passed through, and the third Hokage's body instantly turned into a pile of dust. First, Obito turned away indifferently and fixed his gaze on the second Hokage. Monkey. The second generation roared angrily, and the next second, he disappeared from the spot. A truth-seeking ball landed steadily where the second Hokage had been. Had he been even slightly slower, he would have followed in the third Hokage's footsteps and turned into ashes. Be careful not to get hit by him. Even with an Edo Tensei body, you can't recover from injuries. The second Hokage appeared beside the fourth Hokage and said with a grave expression. Where the third Hokage had just stood, all that remained was a pile of ashes and a white zetsu without its upper body. Without the upper body, there is no thought, and the soul naturally dissipates, making it impossible to continue the impure world reincarnation technique. Seeing this scene, Naruto felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Grandpa. Naruto growled. Sasuke glanced at Naruto indifferently, silently thinking, how naive. Didn't you see that Minato hasn't paid any attention to the third Hokage? Yes, Minato has been here for so long, but he has never even given the third Hokage a proper look. Naturally, he must harbor some resentment. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't realize this and still thought of the third Hokage as his good grandfather and the first person in Konoha to acknowledge him. Obito turned away indifferently and fixed his gaze on Sasuke. So, why are you standing there? Sasuke scoffed, a false world has no meaning. No matter how beautiful a false beauty may be, it is still false. Reality may be cruel, but that is what makes it beautiful. Beautiful. Obito frowned. Yes, beautiful. Sasuke's eyes widened, and black flames instantly ignited on Obito's body. This is the power he gained after absorbing Itachi's eye technique, Amaterasu, which can burn all matter in reality, and Tsukuyomi, which can create a beautiful illusory world. Obito ignored the black flames on his body, they couldn't possibly harm him. At this moment, Obito was once again lost. In fact, Obito was already confused when he saw Naruto and the allied shinobi forces behind him. Although he himself did not realize it, Kakashi had already learned from his fight with Obito that Obito had not given up on this world. He saw hope in Naruto, and he longed to see success through Naruto. This is also why Obito kept dawdling. Otherwise, Obito, at the Six Paths level, would have been perfectly capable of wiping out everyone present in an instant. Don't underestimate Obito, who possesses the power of the 10 tails. His current strength is probably similar to, or even surpasses, Momoshiki after eating the devil fruit. Just as Obito was questioning his existence, Sasuke suddenly asked, Obito, why don't you use the basic abilities of the Rinnegan? He had wanted to ask Obito this question for a long time. If he used the basic abilities of the Rinnegan, everyone present combined wouldn't be a match for Obito. Obito snapped out of his daze, looked at Sasuke, and said, it's just a boring little trick. I don't need that kind of thing anymore. Sasuke was speechless. Meanwhile, Sasuke's live stream was also quite lively. Although there were only Ishida Ryu and Chao in the live stream, there were still comments floating by. To be precise, it was the unreliable Chao who kept talking. Joseph Joestar. Oh my god. What are those black flames? They look so cool. Is it Sasuke's technique? Can you teach me? Joseph Joestar. By the way, where did Zoro go? I told him not to get close to the battlefield, but surely he shouldn't be denied even the chance to leave the area. Chao. At Bu Jingyan, kid. Come out and see the gods fighting. Didn't you want revenge? Find this guy. I don't think there's anyone in your world who can fight him. The two Joseon brothers saw Sasuke use the complete Susanoo, which is why he said that. Unfortunately, Bu Jingyan remained silent as he practiced his martial arts, completely ignoring the two Chaos. Yu Long was also intently watching the spectacle and didn't reply. In the end, it was Zoro who finally paid attention to Joseph Joestar. Zoro. I said, even though I'm a bit far away, I can still see Sasuke's actions through the live stream. Also, there's no point in me going there now, I'd just be throwing my life away, I can't see anyone's movement speed at all. Zoro felt a little powerless, but the thought that he was there to get the rewards made him feel excited again. I think I've got at least 500 points from this match. Zoro laughed. He can also upgrade himself through the enhancement system in the chat group. To become stronger, he needs 3000 points. Zoro just checked in and got 50 points. If he gets another 500 points, he will be very close to his goal. Far away. After Obito answered Sasuke's question, his gaze became somewhat dangerous. So, how will you cope with such a terrifying reality? As soon as he finished speaking, Obito threw out the truth-seeking ball in his hand, which was heading straight for Sasuke. Sasuke naturally wouldn't stand still and let him hit him. His Mangekyo Sharingan was fixed on Obito. As soon as Obito made a move, Sasuke vanished from his spot in a flash. Boom! A violent explosion flashed, and a crater hundreds of meters deep appeared where Sasuke had been standing. Naruto had just been pulled away by the fourth Hokage, and the second Hokage also escaped with the help of the Flying Thunder God technique. Seeing the commotion from afar, Hashirama immediately sensed something was wrong. He shouted at Madara Uchiha, "Stop, Madara. I need to stop that guy first. It doesn't matter what happens over there." Madara Uchiha roared, "Because no matter how much trouble that kid causes, I will be the one who ultimately casts infinite Tsukuyomi." What? Hashirama did not understand Madara's meaning. What are you talking about? Madara, what exactly is going on? Hey, even if I tell you the whole truth now, what difference will it make? Madara Uchiha laughed. Do you still remember the ancestral stone tablet of our Uchiha clan? You mean that one? While the two were learning about history together, Sasuke and his group were. When Obito made his move, Sasuke already guessed what he was planning to do next, so he told Zoro to abandon the mission and go back, and to take Karen with him. To this, Zoro said somewhat apologetically, "I'll be stronger next time." "Don't worry about it, you'll get stronger soon." Sasuke laughed. Zoro disappeared from the spot and returned to his own world. At the floating restaurant, Zoro received his mission reward as soon as he landed, exactly 500. Well, it's better than nothing. Naruto World. Naruto. I will now equip the 9 tails with Susanoo. You just need to focus on channeling the power of Sage Mode. As for controlling the 9 tails, let the 4th Hokage handle that for now. Ah. Oh. Naruto nodded. Although he didn't know why Sasuke did this, he chose to believe in Sasuke. The 4th generation, seeing this, also smiled. I never expected Naruto to trust Sasuke so much. Minato naturally knew Sasuke. After all, Sasuke was 3 months older than Naruto. However, Minato never expected that Sasuke and Naruto would have such a good relationship. Ready. Naruto clasped his hands together, and golden chakra erupted instantly, forming a giant golden fox. Sasuke's eyes flashed red, and purple armor instantly appeared on Kurama's body. Boom. In the hands of the 9 tails, a great purple sword took shape. Naruto's sage mark appeared on his face. The 4th Hokage stood between the two and looked at Obito, saying, "I am also sorry for what happened to you, but as Sasuke said, the real world is cruel, but it is precisely because of this cruelty that its beauty is revealed. I don't need you lecturing me." Obito still harbored resentment towards Minato because Minato hadn't saved Rin in time. To be honest, Sasuke despised the resentment in Obito's heart. It's normal for people to die on the battlefield, especially since Rin was a Chunin who was on a mission with Jonin Kakashi. Why did Minato care about them? Is the yellow flash of Konoha your three's personal babysitter? Minato himself has lost count of how many teammates he's lost, yet he hasn't turned evil. Ultimately, it was just that Obito was born that made him who he was. 4th Hokage. Sasuke said, "I'll leave the rest to you and Naruto. I have other things to do." What is Sasuke going to do? Slack off, of course. In the battle against Obito, Naruto was always the main force, and he didn't want to change anything. He would touch him if he could, and lie down if he could. That was Sasuke's current thought. Minato was somewhat puzzled, but he nodded nonetheless. Naruto will unconditionally believe in those he believes in. Leave it to me. The 9 tails, clad in purple armor, charged out instantly and slashed down at Obito with its sword. It's useless. Obito swung his truth-seeking ball staff, steadily blocking the 9 tails longsword. However, there was no joy on Obito's face. How is this possible? Why wasn't it completely crushed? According to Obito's thinking, the longsword should have been completely shattered the moment it came into contact with the truth-seeking ball. But now it seems that not only has the longsword not shattered, but the truth-seeking ball in his hand is showing signs of shattering. I can't use my divine power right now. If the truth-seeking balls can't completely block their attacks, the situation will be very unfavorable for me. It seems I need to put the plan into action as soon as possible. Obito was anxious. Without Kamui, his strength had been greatly weakened. If the truth-seeking balls were to be used again, he couldn't think of any way to deal with his opponent. Boom. Obito was struck by the giant sword, his body instantly injured. He was sent flying backward. However, given that it is a 6 paths level body and contains a divine tree within it, it can recover quickly even if it is injured. Obito steadied himself in midair, his gaze sharpening. 6 black rods shot out from behind him in an instant. 6 Crimson Sun formation. A crimson barrier rose up, enveloping the entire allied shinobi forces. The 6 Red Sun formation. Minato's pupils contracted, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Sure enough, the next moment, Obito landed on the ground, clapped his hands, and a huge tree rose from the ground. As soon as the giant tree appeared, countless roots shot out rapidly. Any ninja who was entangled by the roots had their chakra drained in an instant, turning them into dried corpses. The Nine Tails, adorned with majestic armor, spread out a pair of purple wings on its back, carrying the 4 of them into the sky. Besides Sasuke and his son Minato, Karen was also there. When Sasuke was dodging the truth-seeking balls, he realized that Obito would use this technique, so he specifically brought Karen with him. However, the ninjas on the ground were not so lucky. Seeing the people around them being ripped out of their bodies, the ninjas all fled in terror, their faces filled with fear, as if they were about to wet themselves. When Naruto saw this, especially when he saw his comrades who had been sucked dry, his eyes were filled with rage. Stop it right now. Naruto instantly took control of Kurama, unleashing a barrage of tailed beast bombs to destroy the divine tree. However, his speed of destroying the divine tree could not keep up with its growth rate at all. In just a short while, the allied shinobi forces suffered heavy casualties. Before long, the divine tree had drained the chakra of the allied shinobi forces in front of it and had stopped its instinctive chakra recovery. However, the divine tree's actions did not end there. On its trunk, 4 biological flower stamens opened, and 4 enormous tailed beast bullets instantly took shape. What should we do? If it's just you, the 4th Hokage's flying thunder god technique is enough to carry you away, but all the allied shinobi forces here will die. Naruto's expression darkened, and his mind raced as he tried to think of a way to break the deadlock. Sasuke remained calm. He didn't care about the lives of those ninjas, the only person he cared about was right beside him, so he wasn't flustered at all. Just as the tailed beast ball was about to launch, and the second Hokage was about to use shadow clones to teleport it away, Naruto suddenly shouted, "Dad! Let's teleport everyone out of the barrier together. Transfer out of the barrier." The 4th Hokage didn't quite understand Naruto's meaning. Although he has no shortage of chakra, it's impossible for him to transfer everyone in the barrier in a short time. Leave it to me. Naruto smiled confidently and channeled the chakra he had previously transferred to everyone. In an instant, the red demon fox chakra armor reappeared on the still living group. This is Naruto's. Sakura exclaimed in shock upon sensing the chakra within her. Everyone present felt the same way as her. The next moment, the tailed beast ball was launched, and the terrifying explosion deformed the 6 red yang formation, but fortunately it did not break through. Outside the barrier, a group of ninjas wearing red chakra cloaks were still completely bewildered. What happened just now? We're outside the barrier. Saved. Everyone was stunned at first, and then felt relieved to have survived the ordeal. At this moment, in the distant barrier, the explosion had subsided, revealing the somewhat deformed divine tree inside. Seeing this, the allied shinobi forces began to mock Obito, saying he was reaping what he sowed. Inside the barrier, Obito was quite surprised to see that the allied shinobi forces had actually escaped. Well, whatever, let's begin the plan. As soon as he finished speaking, the dilapidated divine tree was instantly restored and grew larger and larger until it became a divine tree that seemed to connect heaven and earth. A flower at the top of the tree is quietly blooming. Seeing this, Sasuke knew that their time was running out. Hurry, Naruto. We have to defeat Obito before that flower blooms, or we'll lose completely. Sasuke said. That flower. Sasuke, do you know what it is? Naruto asked. Sasuke was about to answer when Obito appeared in front of them and said to Naruto, when the flowers are in full bloom, that's when the infinite Tsukuyomi will be activated. You have 15 minutes left. Because the 8 tails and 9 tails were not retrieved, the divine tree could not bloom immediately. However, even if the divine tree were to fully bloom, Obito would still be unable to activate infinite Tsukuyomi, because the medium for this technique is not the flower of the divine tree at all, but the Rinne Sharingan of the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Therefore, everything Obito is doing now is destined to fail. Madara said that he would be the one to finally unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi, which means that Madara knew this from the beginning. Even if Obito becomes the 10 tails Jinchuriki, Madara is not worried at all. If Sasuke guesses correctly, when the flowers of the god tree bloom in full, it will be the time when Obito's power is wasted and becomes a wedding dress for Madara. At that time, Black Zetsu will probably open his heart to Obito. In other words, even if I do nothing right now, I won't be affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi, Sasuke thought to himself. However, he didn't say it out loud, since Obito wouldn't believe him anyway. What happened next was no different from the original story. After a verbal battle between Naruto and Obito, Obito immediately regretted it and was pulled out of his body by Naruto and the others. Should we make a move now? Sasuke looked at Obito falling from the sky, hesitated for less than a fraction of a second, and then instantly rushed out, rushing to Obito's side and grabbing him. As expected, I'm your target, Obito said weakly. Without a word, Sasuke's eyes flashed red as he began to steal Obito's Kamui. With the power of the Eternal Eye fully activated, Obito clearly felt that something had been taken away from him by Sasuke. However, Obito did not resist and let Sasuke do as he pleased. At this point, Obito had already resolved to die. After obtaining Obito's Kamui, Sasuke wanted to extract the power of the Rinnegan, but the throbbing pain in his eyes told him that it was best not to do so. As expected, it can't be absorbed. After all, it's one of the world's top powers. Sasuke didn't dwell on it too much. His goal for this trip was Kamui. Now that he had Obito's, all that was left was Kakashi's. Sasuke threw Obito to the ground and began to use another eye technique, gluttony, to digest Kamui and completely make it his own. Will it take about 3 minutes? Just as Sasuke was digesting the new eye technique, Kakashi suddenly appeared and rode directly on Obito's back. It's over, Obito. Just as Kakashi was about to kill Obito with a kunai, Minato suddenly rushed out and stopped Kakashi. Then education began again. Sasuke didn't listen, he discovered that Naruto had already gone to find Madara Uchiha. That guy can be this serious sometimes, Sasuke chuckled. It seems that the pressure that Madara Uchiha put on Naruto before was too great, so even though he has already defeated Obito, Naruto has not relaxed at all and is going to find Madara to try to end this war in one go. Sasuke looked at Kakashi, planning to steal Kakashi's Kamui later. Only when both eyes are focused can Kamui unleash its full power. Kakashi and Obito exchanged a few words, and then Obito suddenly started forming hand seals. The man I once used betrayed me with this tactic. I never imagined that I would make the same choice as him now, Obito said with a bitter laugh. At that moment, he suddenly thought of Jiraiya. Whether it's Nagato, Naruto, or even his teacher Minato, they were all Jiraiya's disciples, and they all steadfastly moved forward towards the goal of becoming Hokage. Only I chose a different path. The Samsara rebirth technique. But you'll die too, Kakashi said anxiously. The crimes I committed are unforgivable, and this is the best ending for me. As the two were talking, a black hand shot out from the ground, turning into a black liquid that attached itself to Obito's right side. Wow tilde. A green light shot out, and Obito's life force plummeted instantly. What? Kakashi was still completely bewildered. All of this happened too fast, they didn't even have time to react before Obito's Rinne rebirth technique was already finished. Black Zetsu cackled, and black fluid flowed from Obito's right side to his left, attempting to take the Rinnegan from Obito's body. Just as Black Zetsu left Obito's body, Sasuke made a sudden move, his blue Chidori spear striking and interrupting Black Zetsu's actions. You traitor! Black Zetsu said angrily. Hey, we were never on the same side from the start, Sasuke sneered. If I'm not mistaken, the Rinne rebirth technique was already used on Madara Uchiha, wasn't it? That's right, Madara has been resurrected, and your end is near. Black had complete faith in Madara's strength and didn't believe that Sasuke and the others could resist Madara's power. Hey, you really are arrogant. Sasuke looked into the distance. Naruto had already thrown his giant Rasenshuriken. Kakashi. Sasuke turned to Kakashi and said, give me your Mangekyo Sharingan. Huh. Kakashi was already confused, and now Sasuke was saying something so nonsensical that he was even more puzzled. Don't just stand there, we only have a few minutes left. Sasuke, unwilling to waste any more words, stepped forward and raised his hand to remove the Mangekyo Sharingan from Kakashi's eye socket. Kakashi instinctively dodged, frowning as he asked, what do you want my Mangekyo Sharingan for? For the Rinnegan, right? Obito said breathlessly. Sasuke's eye technique is probably about absorbing other people's eye power. He wants to use our power to make his eye power stronger, and eventually evolve his eyes into the Rinnegan, right? Sasuke looked at Obito, neither admitting nor denying it. Give me your eyes, or we'll never be able to fight Madara. Sasuke urged again. If the fourth Hokage hadn't been there, he would have directly taken Kakashi's eyes. Seeing Kakashi still hesitating, Obito laughed and said, give it to him, Kakashi. I've already given him mine. If he doesn't have a pair, he won't be able to unleash his full power. I never expected you to say something like that, Sasuke said to Obito, somewhat surprised. Ahem. Obito coughed twice and said, yeah, I'm also surprised that I would say something like that. Seeing that Obito had said so, Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then gouged out his own eyes and handed them to Sasuke. Take it, Madara Uchiha is yours now, Kakashi said wearily. Without the Sharingan, Kakashi's strength is greatly reduced, especially in battles of this level, where a Jonin like him is far too passive. Taking the other Kamui, Sasuke endured the stinging pain in his eyes and began to absorb the eye technique within it once more. Compared to Obito's, this one was devoured much faster. Sasuke estimated that it would only take about a minute to completely devour it. 1 minute. Naruto, just hold on a little longer. Sasuke thought to himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, here with Naruto. A spiral shuriken was thrown out, creating a tremendous spectacle. But in reality, it did not cause any harm to Madara Uchiha at all. Moreover, after Madara Uchiha was fully resurrected, he directly broke through Hashirama's Myojin gate and slowly walked towards Hashirama. What's going on? Madara's aura seems to have turned into that of a living person. Hashirama noticed the abnormality in Madara and tried to move, but the black rods on his body had sealed his movements, making him completely unable to move. Madara Uchiha walked over, grabbed Hashirama by the neck, and began absorbing Hashirama's sage chakra. What? Sage mode is nothing special. Madara Uchiha said with great disdain. He turned around and looked at the crowd behind him. Most of the allied shinobi forces were temporarily blocked by a giant wooden golem that could use all 5 elemental attributes and were unable to advance. Standing behind Madara Uchiha at this moment were the 8-tailed beasts and Naruto. You fool, you really came back to life. Naruto's expression was solemn. A technique that could bring someone back to life and was related to the Rinnegan immediately reminded him of Nagato's Rinne rebirth technique. That would sacrifice the caster. Without much talk, Naruto launched the first attack on Madara Uchiha. A golden battle robe appeared on his body, transforming into a golden ray of light that appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. Behind him, a golden claw extended and slammed down towards Uchiha Madara. Madara Uchiha wasn't arrogant enough to try and fight the tailed beast's chakra head-on with his bare body, he dodged Naruto's attack with a leap. Boom! The ground was instantly deformed by the impact, raising a large cloud of dust. Naruto looked up at Madara Uchiha in the air. Everyone! Attack together! Naruto shouted to the other tailed beasts. Learn. It's coming. The tailed beast swarmed forward and unleashed a series of punches on Madara Uchiha. Unfortunately, old Madara was already 100 years old, and he was ambushed by this group of uncivilized young people. He was like a ball, being bounced around by the tailed beasts. Die. Naruto jumped into the sky and instantly transformed into the complete 9 tails, punching Madara Uchiha into the sand on the ground. It's now. Gaara, who had been slacking off, finally made his move, manipulating sand to completely seal Madara Uchiha's body. Orochimaru just found the 5 cage and revived Tsunade in his own way. Then Tsunade treated the other 4 cage. Gaara's injuries were the least serious, so he arrived the fastest. Shukaku also joined Gaara in reinforcing Madara Uchiha's seal. Success. Naruto's face lit up with joy, but less than a second later, 2 large blue swords cleaved through the sand, and a blue Susanoo burst out, leaping a few times to create distance between itself and the tailed beasts. Sasuke's side. A minute is neither fast nor slow. Sasuke had just fused the 2 Kamui, when he saw Naruto's 9-tailed beasts fighting against Madara Uchiha. I have to go save Naruto. Sasuke thought to himself, once Madara Uchiha becomes the 10 tails Jinchuriki, the Sage of 6 Paths won't be able to sit still anymore. Sasuke was waiting for the Sage of 6 Paths, cheat code, the 6 Paths yin power would save him a lot of points. I just don't know if the old man who sells cheat codes will give me the power of the 6 Paths. Sasuke was constantly worried about this. Without the Sage of 6 Paths, help, he would have had to upgrade his Rinnegan on his own. Thinking of this, Sasuke looked at Obito. If he were to kill Obito now, he should be able to level up to the 6 Paths level, right? In an instant, Sasuke felt a murderous intent towards Obito. Sasuke. Kakashi sensed the killing intent emanating from Sasuke and immediately became alert. That guy is already dead, so let's take this opportunity to kill Black Zetsu. Sasuke said. Upon hearing this, Obito also strongly agreed with Sasuke's suggestion. That's right, kill me now. I'm going to die anyway, and if I can take Black Zetsu with me before I die, it'll be a small favor to you. Kakashi, if you don't want to do it, then let Sasuke do it, Obito said. Phew tilde. Sasuke conjured Chidori in his hand, ignoring Kakashi and Minato, and walked directly toward Obito. Now that things have come to this point, Sasuke couldn't hesitate any longer. Just as he was about to finish off Obito, Obito suddenly began to convulse, and then the Geto Mazo was pulled directly from Obito's body. Sasuke quickly stepped forward and kicked Obito into the air to prevent Black Zetsu from escaping underground. Kamiyu Reikiri. Black spatial energy adhered to the lightning blade, instantly severing Obito's body and cutting him and Black Zetsu in half. Sasuke immediately shouted to Minato, "Use sealing techniques to seal Black Zetsu. He's a product of yin-yang release, ordinary attacks can't kill him. The only way is to seal him." Minato immediately understood Sasuke's meaning, formed hand seals, and used the 8 trigram sealing technique to seal Obito's corpse in the sky. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Black Zetsu's body was completely sealed. Then, Sasuke felt a tremor in his eyes. It seems that after killing Obito, his experience points were immediately maxed out, reaching the 6 paths level, thus obtaining the power of the 6 paths. His Sharingan also began to evolve again, developing towards the Rinnegan. He quickly opened his upgrade system to check his attributes. Name: Uchiha Sasuke. Age: 17. Special features: Rinnegan under upgrade, Sage Body upgradable, Chidori, etc. Realm: 6 paths 550 thousandths. Freedom experience: 100. Sasuke frowned slightly upon seeing his attributes. His physique has directly transformed into a sage body. Is this upgrade system a charity? Also, I wonder how long it will take to successfully upgrade the Rinnegan. Looking into the distance, all 9-tailed beasts have been chained up. It won't be long before Madara Uchiha officially becomes a 6 paths level being. I hope I don't awaken any new eye techniques. My 2 are already pretty good. Sasuke prayed inwardly. At the same time, I am also carefully sensing the changes within my body. The 6 paths level is not simply about awakening the Rinnegan, it also involves powerful vitality, an increased lifespan, and the ability to freely unleash the power of various bloodline limits. Sasuke is not the 10 tails Jinchuriki, so he doesn't have the abnormal immortality of Madara Uchiha. However, Sasuke was already satisfied. The system upgrade was quite fast, taking only a dozen seconds. Sasuke's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, and his aura changed as well. It was an evolution at the level of life, which made Sasuke feel very comfortable. Sasuke felt that he could create truth-seeking balls with just a thought. It's a pity that not being the 10 tails Jinchuriki is ultimately a bit lacking. Even the truth-seeking balls have to be made by myself, Sasuke thought to himself. Buzz tilde. His eyes changed, and a pair of Rinnegan appeared in Sasuke's eye sockets. The Rinnegan's abilities haven't changed either. After all, the eye techniques were created according to Sasuke's wishes, and since he wanted to retain them, they naturally wouldn't change. Moreover, because of the upgraded eyes, the upper limit of the 2 pupil techniques is higher. Time to deal with that guy. Sasuke looked into the distance. Madara Uchiha had already extracted Naruto's 9 tails, and the 10 tails, which had been revived, had been completely absorbed by Madara Uchiha. His long white hair was draped behind him, and a few white feathers fell and scattered casually on the ground. Madara Uchiha looked up and saw a giant Susanoo flying towards him in the distant sky. That brat awakened the Rinnegan too. Sensing the power emanating from Sasuke, Madara Uchiha frowned, somewhat puzzled as to why Sasuke had suddenly acquired the power that he had painstakingly awakened. What happened? At the same time, Sasuke flew in from within Susanoo, accompanied by Karen and Minato. Naruto's tailed beast has been extracted, but don't worry, as long as you put the half of the tailed beast here back into Naruto's body, you can revive him, Sasuke said. Minato nodded, his brows furrowing slightly. Do you have a way to deal with Madara Uchiha? Don't worry, Naruto can handle Madara Uchiha on his own, Sasuke said calmly. The Sage of 6 Paths hasn't come looking for him yet, which means he's pinned all his hopes on Naruto. Sasuke was even more grateful that he had just killed Obito, allowing him to level up to 6 Paths level. Otherwise, they won't even have a chance to play. In Naruto's mental world, just like in the original story, Naruto met the Sage of 6 Paths, who told him the entire history of the ninja world and entrusted him with all his power. Naruto, who had obtained all the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, did not feel happy or anything. Instead, he asked with a heavy heart, Suke should have a share of this power, right? The Sage of 6 Paths was taken aback by Naruto's question. Even when he entrusted power to Ashura's reincarnation before, the Sage of 6 Paths had never asked such a question. For a moment, the Sage of 6 Paths was at a loss for words and did not know how to answer Naruto's question. Well, this power is mine now, so I'll decide how to distribute it. Naruto said with a smile. The Sage of 6 Paths was visibly taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, whatever, it's none of my business now. He was very satisfied with Naruto's character and ideas. You should know that even his second son, Ashura, doesn't have Naruto's level of awareness. In the sky, Gaara used sand to drag Naruto's body, flying towards Sasuke's Susanoo. Sasuke also spotted the other party, and the two met inside Susanoo. Without any hesitation, the fourth Hokage formed hand seals and sent the 9 tails from his body to Naruto. The next moment, Naruto opened his eyes, looked at the familiar crowd in front of him, and finally focused his gaze on Sasuke. Sasuke, how did you get the Rinnegan? Naruto was about to share half of the 6 paths power he had obtained with Sasuke when he saw Sasuke's Rinnegan, and he couldn't hold back anymore. How come there are so many Rinnegan all of a sudden? Madara Uchiha's, the sage of 6 paths, and now even Sasuke has awakened the Rinnegan. Naruto suddenly understood why the sage of 6 paths entrusted all his power to him. It turned out Sasuke didn't need it at all. Seeing Naruto's exaggerated expression, Sasuke laughed and said, having just fused with Obito's eye power, the Mangekyo Sharingan has evolved once again. Speaking of this, Sasuke still felt a bit emotional. I never imagined that even as a transmigrator, I couldn't break Sasuke's fate of only having the eternal eye for a few hours. I see. Naruto nodded. He didn't understand how the Rinnegan evolved either, but Sasuke said it was fused with Obito's eyes. So, that must be how the Sharingan evolved, right? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Sasuke, let's bump fists. I have something for you. Sasuke was a little confused. What could Naruto possibly have to give him? However, he still bumped fists with Naruto, believing that Naruto would not harm him. After all, they had been friends for so many years. Their fists collided, their chakra connected, and their consciousnesses appeared in a 7-colored space. At the same time, Sasuke clearly felt the changes in his own body. He looked at Naruto in surprise, his eyes showing an incredulous expression. Naruto. Sasuke was somewhat at a loss. Just now, Naruto passed on a huge amount of 6 paths power to him. If Sasuke were to take a look at the upgrade system panel now, he would find that he already has more than 40,000 experience points in the 6 paths realm section. This is the power that the Sage of 6 Paths gave me when I was on the verge of death. He said that we are all possessed by his son's chakra and that he wanted to see choices in us. He has just given me all his power, but I felt that you should also have a share of this power, so I gave you half of it. You should have felt it by now, right? Naruto said. Sasuke nodded, and when he opened his eyes again, they were now 6 Tomo Rinnegan. This power is stronger than I imagined. Sasuke said in a low voice. By the way, you said we are possessed by the chakra of the Sage of 6 Paths, son. Yes, that's what the Sage of 6 Paths said. Naruto nodded, then added, we can talk about these things later. Let's go out and deal with Madara Uchiha first. He's become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Only by combining our strength can we defeat him. Naruto extended his right hand, revealing a white circular mark on his palm. Sasuke extended his left hand, and there was a black crescent mark on his palm. Is it enough to just press them on Madara Uchiha at the same time? Sasuke asked. That's right. That's too easy. As their consciousness returned, Sasuke's gaze darkened as he looked at Madara Uchiha flying in the distance. Rinnegan. 6 Tomo. Madara Uchiha frowned as he looked at Sasuke's eyes. It was a form he had never seen before. Naruto turned around to face Madara Uchiha. A golden chakra cloak appeared on his body, and 2 black rods made of truth-seeking balls appeared in his hands. 8 black truth-seeking balls also appeared behind him. Naruto. Minato was startled, wondering how Naruto could suddenly become like this. Don't worry, Dad, leave the rest to me and Sasuke. Naruto said confidently with a smile. Naruto, who now possesses the power of the 6 paths, feels invincible. Sasuke didn't say anything, but calmly looked at Madara Uchiha, thinking about how to trick him. Now that I have a pair of 6 Tomo Rinnegan, devouring Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan is definitely not a problem. Sasuke still had his eye on Limbo, Border Jail. Although it was poorly portrayed in the original work, Limbo, Border Jail is actually an extremely powerful eye technique. With both eyes intact, it can summon 4 clones from the Dark World, and these 4 clones possess all the abilities of the original body. The original body can also switch places with the clones at any time, making it a skill that can be described as a bug. With a wave of his hand, Sasuke blocked the eager Naruto and laughed, let me test this guy's strength first. After saying that, Sasuke's body shot out instantly, and the black Chidori in his hand went straight for Madara Uchiha's face. Chidori, black. Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan twitched slightly, noticing an unusual fluctuation in Sasuke's Chidori. However, he couldn't immediately recognize what it was. Wheel graveyard. Although he didn't know what it was, out of caution, Madara Uchiha did not choose to take Sasuke's attack head-on. Instead, he used the eye technique of his Rinnegan to summon shadows to block Sasuke. Sasuke clearly saw the shadow of Madara Uchiha suddenly appear in his Rinnegan, reaching out to grab his neck. Divine power. With a thought, Sasuke activated Kamui, putting his body into a holographic state. Madara Uchiha's shadow passed right through Sasuke's body. The next moment, Sasuke's speed increased dramatically, and he instantly swept past Madara's body. Sizzle tilde. A gaping hole was ripped open in Madara's chest by Kamui Chidori. Sasuke floated behind Madara, mocking, "You don't really think you're invincible just because you're at the Six Paths level, do you?" The ability to fly was like an instinct. Sasuke connected with natural energy slightly and suddenly he could do it. Ban stared at the gaping hole in his chest, his single eye filled with disbelief. How is this possible? That thing actually penetrated my body. Madara was very confident in his defensive capabilities, otherwise he wouldn't have let Sasuke hit him. But now, the gaping hole in his chest tells him that he is seriously injured and his life force is slipping away. Moreover, Madara Uchiha discovered that he was unable to heal his injuries. There was a force of the same level opposing his regenerative abilities, preventing his injuries from healing. There's no mistake, that kid has reached the same level as me. Madara Uchiha said with a gloomy expression, using even more power to heal the large hole in his chest. At the same time, Madara looked at Naruto, whose aura was almost as strong as Sasuke's. Six Paths Sage Mode. Rinnegan with 6 Tomo. What exactly happened to you two? Madara Uchiha asked with a grim face. Hehe, this has nothing to do with you. Naruto laughed. Next, Sasuke and I will take care of you together. Naruto and Sasuke surrounded Madara Uchiha from the front and back. They exchanged a glance and both understood each other's thoughts. Given the chance, they will unleash Six Paths planetary devastation on Madara. Here we go, Naruto. Profound. Call out. The two transformed into 2 streaks of light, intending to seal Uchiha Madara in an instant. Madara had already determined that the two were at the same level as him, so naturally he wouldn't stand still and let them fight him. At the instant the two attacked, Madara used Limbo to switch places with his shadow. Boom. An explosion rang out in the sky. Madara's shadow was powerless against the power of the 2 Six Paths and was instantly killed. Sasuke's expression remained unchanged as he flew towards Madara once more. Naruto quickly adapted to flying and then followed closely behind. He didn't mention anything about Limbo. He knew Sasuke could see those things, just as Sasuke knew Naruto could sense them. You still have 1 shadow left. How many more times can you escape? Sasuke asked. Are you saying I only know how to run away? Madara Uchiha said angrily, you two brats are nothing to me, Madara Uchiha. At this moment, Madara Uchiha was furious. He had been mocked by 2 greenhorn brats. Just a few minutes ago, these 2 guys were completely beneath his notice. As the two drew closer, Madara clapped his hands together, and purple plasma instantly erupted from his body. Immortal technique. Yin release thunder style. Wow. Facing the incoming plasma, Sasuke remained calm, silently chanting in his mind, Shinra Tensai. Buzz tilde. An invisible repulsive force erupted from Sasuke's body, instantly shattering the plasma in front of him. What? Madara was somewhat shocked. Sasuke had only just awakened his Rinnegan, yet he was already able to use its abilities. Where did he get the time to adjust to his eyes? In fact, Sasuke himself did not expect that he could actually use it. He had just thought about using this power, but he did not expect to succeed. It was like an instinct. This is the power of a pair of 6 Tomo Rinnegan, isn't it? It saved me the time of adapting to the basic abilities. That was the only explanation Sasuke could offer. Otherwise, how could he use these abilities with just a thought? After all, even Sasuke in the original work wasn't used to this kind of power. However, he subconsciously overlooked the super upgrade system for doing charity work. Seeing the smile on Sasuke's face, Madara frowned and said, Kid, don't be so arrogant. Planetary devastation. Madara roared and flicked his hand, sending several black spheres flying towards Sasuke. The next moment, Sasuke felt a force of attraction coming from the space, pulling his body toward the black sphere. Rumble. The earth trembled, and powerful gravity tore the land apart and pulled it into the sky. Sasuke and Naruto were instantly pulled by the enormous gravity and were about to be sealed by Chibaku Tensai. Rasenshuriken. Naruto roared, and a Rasenshuriken formed from the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts instantly appeared above his head. Go! Naruto threw the Rasengan, which hit the core of each Chibaku Tensei, the small black ball. Under Naruto's powerful attack, Madara's Chibaku Tensei was instantly destroyed, and the soil, losing its attraction, fell back to the ground. Fortunately, there weren't many people on the ground, otherwise there would have been heavy casualties. Madara Uchiha's expression finally turned ugly. Six-path Sage Mode, Rinnegan, you possess only one, while I have mastered both. You can never be my match. Madara Uchiha formed hand seals, and a wooden dragon instantly flew out from his body, heading straight for Naruto. He knew that wood release was the nemesis of tailed beasts, so he wanted to use the wood release of the divine tree to deal with Naruto, and he wanted to deal with Sasuke himself. Facing the wooden dragon, Naruto threw out two giant Rasengans, creating two small suns in the sky. Boom! After the light faded, Naruto stood unharmed in the same spot, while the wooden dragon had been reduced to wood chips. Naruto sneered, your technique is completely useless. Madara glared at Naruto with murderous intent, about to speak, when Sasuke seized the opportunity to launch an attack. It's the familiar Kamui Chidori. It instantly appeared in front of Madara. Shinra Tenjang. Buzz tilde. A powerful repulsive force emanated from Madara, sending Sasuke flying. This guy is starting to use the Rinnegan. Sasuke thought to himself, not expecting that Madara would be forced by him and Naruto to use the abilities he had previously disdained to use. It's a pity I didn't awaken the heavenly hand power, otherwise I could have ended this battle in an instant. Sasuke felt a little envious of Amenetejikara from the original story. If Sasuke had that power at this moment, he could have forcibly switched places twice in a row and completed the six-path sealing technique with Naruto. However, Kamui should be able to achieve a similar effect, right? Sasuke, who possesses the dual Kamui abilities, believes he can break through space and instantly arrive in front of Madara Uchiha. The problem now is Naruto. He glanced at Naruto, whose face was full of smug smiles. Sage Art. Boiling Release. Unparalleled Strength. White steam erupted from Naruto's body, and then Naruto threw a punch. A fist-shaped object, resembling an air cannon, instantly hurtled towards Madara Uchiha. Madara stretched out one hand and unleashed the same monstrous strength, completely overwhelming Naruto's attack. You only possess a tiny bit of the tailed beast's chakra, while I possess a complete tailed beast. What makes you think you can be my opponent? Madara said coldly. It's time to end this farce and show you what true power is. Madara clasped his hands together, unleashing a powerful chakra storm from his body. Then, the Phantom of the Ten Tails appeared behind Madara, along with an energy ball formed from various elemental chakra. God. Tailed Beast Ball. Madara Uchiha roared, and the colorful energy ball shot directly towards Sasuke and Madara. What is that? Sasuke asked, puzzled. When did Madara Uchiha learn this kind of technique? However, despite his doubts, Sasuke was quick to act, appearing in front of Naruto in an instant, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder, and disappearing the moment the chakra ball exploded. Boom! In the sky, a violent explosion illuminated half the world. In the distance, Minato, accompanied by Karen and Gaara, arrived at the location of the allied shinobi forces. The black rods on the first and second Hokage have been removed by the ninjas, but it's still useless. The first Hokage still can't generate chakra and can only be a spectator. At this moment, the second Hokage asked worriedly, Fourth Hokage, I sense that Madara is completely different from Obito before. Are you confident in dealing with those two kids? I believe in them. Minato said firmly. If even they can't defeat Madara, then we've been completely defeated. The second generation leader frowned upon hearing this and asked, has something happened that we don't know about? I'm not entirely sure either, but Naruto and Sasuke are currently on the same level as Madara. Upon hearing this, the second generation's expression finally improved slightly. Karen stood to the side, watching the explosion in the sky with concern. Sasuke-kun, please be safe. Karen prayed in her heart. At this moment, in the Divine Might space, Sasuke said to Naruto, wait a minute, let's not use ninjutsu to fight Madara Uchiha yet. Let's have a simple taijutsu match. He doesn't know about our six-path sealing technique, so we can take advantage of his information gap. Naruto nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, and then said, then why did you use Chidori to create a hole in Madara's heart right from the start? If we had engaged in close combat from the beginning, we might have succeeded by now. HMPH. Consider this my revenge, Sasuke said. In the original story, Sasuke was pierced through the heart by Madara, so it's reasonable for him to deliver a devastating blow to Madara now, right? Naruto was speechless. What kind of revenge was this? Well, anyway, we'll fight Madara with taijutsu later and seal him away while we're at it. We absolutely can't let Kagaya appear. Sasuke said. Okay. Naruto nodded, then asked, by the way, what about the Rinnegan from Obito? He's still sealed inside. Once we've dealt with Madara, I'm going to take back both of his Rinnegan. Sasuke said. Huh, what do you need that thing for? Naruto asked, puzzled. Besides, your eyes are probably even more advanced than Madara's Rinnegan now, right? Sasuke looked at Naruto with considerable surprise. I didn't expect someone with a brain like yours to have discovered something like this. Naruto nodded smugly, then realized that Sasuke was mocking him for being stupid in the past. Alright, go out now. Without giving Naruto a chance to retort, Sasuke, after discovering that the explosions outside had subsided, immediately took Naruto and left the Kamui dimension. Wow tilde. A spatial ripple appeared, and the two reappeared in front of Uchiha Madara. Madara was completely stunned by the way the two of them appeared. That's Obito's ability, right? Why can you use it? Madara asked. Don't you think you're asking a bit too many questions? Sasuke wasn't going to explain his abilities to Madara, he charged straight at him and unleashed a Susanoo combo. Madara was equally uncompromising, summoning Susanoo in return and engaging Sasuke in a fierce battle. Naruto watched anxiously from the side. I can't get involved at all. Naruto wanted to summon the Nine Tails, but he was worried that it would be absorbed by Madara Uchiha. He wanted to throw away the dumpling, but then he remembered that Madara's Rinnegan could absorb chakra. In terms of taijutsu, he was even more passive. How could Naruto possibly compete with Madara, who possessed the Rinnegan, in taijutsu? Therefore, at this moment, Naruto could only float in the air and watch Sasuke and Madara fight. In the sky, Sasuke transformed into a purple streak of light and clashed with Madara Uchiha. Both of them tacitly refrained from using the Rinnegan's abilities, engaging in a purely basic physical combat contest. Boy, why has your strength increased to this extent? Madara Uchiha asked. I don't want to keep hearing the same questions. Sasuke said, frowning. The two crossed paths again, triggering a series of explosions. Then answer me. Why do you also possess the power of the Sage of Six Paths? Madara Uchiha roared. At this point, Madara was starting to break down. His mentality was crumbling. He absorbed the Ten Tails and gained his current power, but why is Sasuke able to fight him for so long? Is there a second Ten Tails for Sasuke to absorb? Madara doesn't believe it. There are some things you're destined never to understand. Sasuke said calmly. Naruto, prepare to act. Naruto noticed the subtle look Sasuke had given him earlier and immediately understood Sasuke's plan. Yoshi. I'll definitely pull those tailed beasts out of his body. Naruto shouted. For a moment, Madara Uchiha thought that these two guys believed he was as weak-willed as Obito and could defeat him through a tug of war. How ignorant. Madara sneered. Sasuke and Naruto didn't say a word, and started punching and kicking Madara. The two deliberately controlled the intensity of their attacks, making each strike less forceful than the last. A glint flashed in Madara's eyes. I see. Although I don't know where they got their power from, their power is a consumable, it weakens every time it's used. Ban felt that he had finally discovered the truth, and his previously depressed heart suddenly became bright. The opponent's power is limited, but Madara Uchiha's power will not be limited in this way. When the power of the two of them is almost exhausted, that will be the time for Madara Uchiha to stand up. Sasuke and Naruto, flying together, both noticed the change in Madara Uchiha's mindset. Previously, after Madara learned that Sasuke was capable of injuring him, he tried to avoid taking direct hits from both of them. But now, Madara has basically given up on resisting Sasuke's attacks. He was hoping Sasuke would hit him a few more times, making Sasuke think he was about to die and start consuming a lot of Six Paths power. Sasuke was very satisfied with how things had turned out. Naruto and Naruto exchanged a glance, both feeling that it was time. Phew. Sasuke conjured Chidori in his hand. An orange Rasengan appeared in Naruto's hand. Through his Rinnegan, Madara could tell that the two of them were using a move imbued with extremely strong Six Paths power. Can't hold on any longer. Fine, let me see just how far your attacks can go. Madara Uchiha thought to himself. As an elder, Madara Uchiha felt he should give the younger generation a chance, and also let them understand that they could never defeat him. After Old Man Barehead ascended to the Six Paths, his combat intelligence was greatly reduced. He would not dodge many attacks that he could have avoided, but instead take the damage head-on to demonstrate the power of his immortality. Sasuke charged out again, and together with Naruto, they placed their attacks on Madara Uchiha from the left and right. Six Paths. Earth Explosion Star. What? The discomfort he felt in his body caused Madara Uchiha's expression to change. The moment their hands touched Madara Uchiha, the latter felt his eyelids become heavy. Then, the tailed beast inside him was split again, becoming the one tail to the nine tail, and left Madara's body. Boom. After the tailed beasts landed on the ground, the commotion in the sky also ceased. Madara was not Kagaya after all. The six paths Chibaku Tensai only separated the tailed beast from him, but did not seal him to the moon. Having lost his power, Madara Uchiha fell from the sky and crashed directly to the ground. Jinchuriki become extremely weak after their tailed beasts are extracted, and even Madara Uchiha was not immune to this rule. Sasuke landed next to Madara and reached out to gouge out Madara's eyes. PFF'd. Holding the Rinnegan, Sasuke began to absorb its eye power and eye techniques. The tailed beast shuddered at the sight. This guy's Rinnegan is even more advanced than the Sage of Six Paths, yet he still wants to absorb Madara Uchiha's eyes. He's really insatiable. In the small group of tailed beasts, the two tails complained. After Naruto landed, the first Hokage and the others ran over. Seeing Madara Uchiha on the ground and Sasuke sitting next to Madara absorbing the Rinnegan, the first Hokage hesitated for a moment, then came to Madara's side and started talking to him. After about 10 minutes, Sasuke finally finished absorbing one of the Rinnegan. Opening his eyes, he saw the ninjas around him and said calmly, "Karen, let's go." Karen nodded, took Sasuke's arm, and the two flew away together. He didn't look at anyone else once throughout the entire process. This made the five shadows' expression stiffen. But considering the opponent's performance just now, I'd better give up. Sakura watched Sasuke leave from the crowd, her eyes filled with disappointment. Sasuke. Where are you going? Naruto asked urgently when he saw Sasuke about to leave. I don't know, let's travel the world. Sasuke waved his hand and disappeared into the horizon with Karen. In the sky, Sasuke carried Karen on his back and shut down the live stream. Ding. Live stream ended. After the notification was sent, the chat group remained silent. There's no income from live streaming. Sasuke mentally grumbled for a moment, then opened the mission interface. Group task. The world of Uchiha Sasuke, a member of the group, is facing a crisis of destruction, which is also the biggest choice in Uchiha Sasuke's life. Please help Sasuke overcome this difficulty. Rewards. 100,000 points, 1 mystery gift box. Limit. 2 people including Sasuke himself. Status. Completed, reward available. Without hesitation, Sasuke chose to accept it. 100,000 points were credited to your account instantly. Ding. The mysterious gift box has been opened. You have obtained the power of the 6 paths of Yang. What? They actually gave him 6 paths Yang release. Sasuke was truly shocked. What he just received from Naruto was the 6 paths Yin release, which is a consumable item. Once it's used up, he will fall back to the 6 paths form. Fortunately, the Rinnegan cannot be regressed. Once activated, it will remain indefinitely. But if you add the 6 paths Yang escape, it's a different story. The fusion of Yin and Yang will bring about a qualitative change. If I fuse with the 6 paths Yin Yang release, will I be able to officially enter the 6 paths level and produce 6 paths chakra on my own? Sasuke thought to himself, and in a flash, another possibility came to mind. If Naruto and I were to exchange and fuse 6 paths Yin Yang release right now, would we both be able to fully enter the 6 paths realm? Realizing this possibility, Sasuke immediately turned around and went back to find Naruto. In the sky, Sasuke, who had just left, returned, and everyone looked at him with puzzled expressions. Minato and the others who were resurrected through Edo Tensei had already said goodbye to Naruto and returned to the Pure Land. Only the ninjas and tailed beasts remained. Upon seeing Sasuke return, Naruto immediately greeted him with a smile and asked, "Are you planning to go back to Konoha together?" "No, there's something else." Sasuke grabbed Naruto and, along with Karen, the three of them entered the Kamui dimension. "Huh, what are we doing here again?" Naruto said with a long face. "Listen, Naruto, I will now help you fully fuse the 6 paths power within us. This power will be enough to support both of us to reach the true 6 paths level, instead of the borrowed state we have now." Sasuke said with a serious expression, getting straight to the point. Completely reach the 6 paths level. Naruto couldn't quite understand Sasuke's meaning. "Well, to put it simply, if my experiment succeeds, you will be able to freely create truth-seeking balls," Sasuke said simply. Naruto glanced at the truth-seeking balls behind him and asked, "Truth-seeking balls? You mean these?" Sasuke nodded speechlessly. He'd completely forgotten that Naruto, that idiot, had no idea what the thing behind him was called. "Anyway, I'll control the power from now on. You just need to wait and enjoy the results," Sasuke said. Naruto was able to give him the six paths yin release without hesitation, so Sasuke wouldn't betray him. This time, he's going to help Naruto fully enter six paths mode. When those Otsutsuki come out to cause trouble in the future, I believe that Naruto, in his prime, will be able to easily defeat them with one hand. Sasuke then looked at Karen beside him and said, Karen, stay away from me, lest I accidentally hurt you. Karen nodded repeatedly, and with a few leaps, she distanced herself from Sasuke and the other person. Turning his head again, Sasuke extended his right fist. Naruto instantly understood and also extended his fist to bump fists with Sasuke. Golden and purple chakra erupted instantly, forming a huge sphere of light. Then, Sasuke used the small amount of yin-yang release power he had gained after his successful upgrade to begin balancing the six paths yin-yang release on the two of them. Throughout the process, Naruto could also sense the changes in chakra. So, occasionally, Naruto would control his chakra to fill in any gaps. The two worked together and, after a week, finally achieved the balance of the six paths yin-yang release, allowing the two powers to fully merge. Snap. Tilde. The enormous sphere of light rapidly turned black, then a shattering sound came from it, white cracks appeared on its surface, and then the entire black sphere shattered with a deafening roar. Inside, Sasuke opened his eyes and, noticing the changes in himself, his face lit up with joy. Although it doesn't have the same powerful eye power as the ultimate yin release, it's much more balanced in other aspects, and Sasuke's eyes suddenly changed, and two small chicken feet grew on his forehead. Touching the horns on his head, Sasuke smiled. I've also obtained the six paths sage technique. From now on, when using sage techniques, I won't have to turn into a monster covered in scales anymore. This upgrade is a pure buff for Sasuke. Naruto was also observing his own changes. After all that fuss, Naruto realized that he didn't seem to have changed much. The only difference seemed to be that he could now freely create the black spheres behind him. Sasuke. Did we do something for nothing? PFF'd. The answer Naruto received was Sasuke's hand piercing through his abdomen. PFF'd. With one in and one out, Naruto's stomach was ripped open. However, Naruto recovered from such a serious injury almost instantly. Seeing this, Sasuke also used it on himself, and like Naruto, he recovered almost instantly. This is the true six paths level. Even if the body is destroyed, as long as the consciousness remains, there is a chance to be resurrected. Even if you don't want to be resurrected, you can wander the world in spirit form like the Sage of Six Paths, an existence that is almost immortal. Naruto listened blankly. Although he didn't quite understand, he knew that he must have become stronger. Oh, I see. Judging from his expression, Sasuke knew that this guy hadn't understood at all. Fortunately, he was already used to Naruto's goofy nature, so he wasn't too surprised by the current situation. He simply said, Naruto, go back and train hard. Every 10 years from now, I'll come and beat you up. Huh, what did you say? We're even now. Who knows who'll get beaten up? Naruto said defiantly. You'll see when the time comes. Sasuke laughed. After all, the Hokage is already very busy, and you're so stupid, you definitely won't have time to train after becoming Hokage. Sasuke stepped forward and led Naruto away from the Kamui dimension. Outside, the allied shinobi forces had already retreated, leaving only the tailed beasts behind, along with Hinata and Sakura from Konoha village, who were waiting there. Wow! A ripple appeared in space, and the figures of the three appeared before them. The moment Naruto appeared, Kurama and the others noticed the changes in the two of them. Sasuke ignored the others, waved to Naruto, and said, I'm going to check on Black Zetsu's seal first. We'll meet again another time. After saying that, he once again displayed his divine power and disappeared. Naruto wanted to say hello, but Sasuke disappeared without a trace. He pursed his lips, said nothing, turned around and chatted with Sakura and the others, and casually asked about the tailed beast's next plans. We'll probably go back to our own homes, right? I'm definitely not going to the ninja village to do manual labor. Exactly. I'm going to find a place where I'll never be discovered, and sleep soundly for hundreds of years. Tilda. Sasuke sighed. He has arrived at the place where Black Zetsu is sealed. The fourth Hokage has erected a monument here, and there are still seals of the sealing technique on it. Sasuke thought about it and still felt that such a seal was unreliable. I'm definitely not after the other Rinnegan. With that, Sasuke stepped forward and destroyed the 8 trigram seal. As soon as Black Zetsu broke free of his seal, Sasuke waved his hand and several truth-seeking ball black rods flew out, pinning Black Zetsu to the ground. A dangerous guy like you is better off staying away from the ninja world. Sasuke stepped forward and ripped the Rinnegan out of Obito's eye socket. Then, with a quick squeeze of his other hand, he whispered, planetary devastation. Boom. The earth trembled, and a few seconds later, a planetary explosion several hundred meters high took shape. Sasuke didn't originally intend to create a major planetary devastation, his goal was simply to throw Black Zetsu off the planet. With his hand outstretched towards Chibaku Tensai, Sasuke unleashed a full-power Shinra Tensai, sending the giant ball flying. Sasuke only felt relieved after Chibaku Tensai had completely left the Earth's surface. He then found a small island to stay on temporarily with Karen. On the island, Sasuke slapped the ground, and a small villa instantly took shape. The color is a bit off, but it doesn't matter. Sasuke said to Karen with a smile. We'll stay here for the time being, and then we'll move to Orochimaru's place once he's rebuilt the base. Karen nodded repeatedly and said, okay, Sasuke-kun. By the way, what do you want to eat for lunch? You haven't eaten since last night. Sasuke thought about it and realized that the island was quite rich in resources, with all sorts of wild game. Let's have some barbecue. Let's have a barbecue feast to celebrate our freedom. No problem. Leave it to me. Karen flicked her hair and turned to go hunting. Sasuke entered the room, casually sat on a wooden chair, and glanced at the super upgrade system. Name: Uchiha Sasuke. Age: 17. Special features: 6 Tomo Rinnegan upgradable, Sage Body upgradable, Chidori, etc. Realm: 6 paths 54,550 100,000. Freedom experience: 100. As expected, experience points can be increased through cultivation. In fact, as long as my strength improves, I get more experience points. Is this super upgrade system really just a charity? Next, Sasuke opened the chat group to see what his friends were doing. At this moment, the chat group was already buzzing with excitement because of the power Sasuke had previously displayed. Jojo, that's too strong. I've decided, I'm going to redeem a Sasuke set in the chat group. Ishida Ryu, Sasuke's move requires 50,000 points. Considering the uncertain daily point accumulation, it would take you at least 10 years to save up. Chow, sorry, I only have 13,000 right now. When Joseph Joestar dealt with the ultimate creatures, the chat group also gave him a mission, which allowed him to make a profit. Therefore, Joseph Joestar is probably the richest person in the group besides Sasuke. Seeing them chatting, Sasuke also joined the chat and asked, Uchiha Sasuke, Joseph Joestar, have you ever considered becoming the ultimate life form? Image. Sasuke attached a picture of a creature's mask to the post. In another world, in a luxurious villa, Joseph Joestar was somewhat stunned after seeing what Sasuke had sent him. How did he know this was from my side? I didn't reveal any information about my side, did I? The two Chow sisters were very puzzled. Jojo, Mr. Sasuke, how did you know this thing is from our world? If you can't figure it out, just ask. Anyway, we're all from different worlds, so Joe doesn't need to worry about his safety. Uchiha Sasuke, this is a bit complicated to explain, so just pretend I've read your story before. Chow, you've read my story. Do I even have a story to tell? Uchiha Sasuke, of course. Don't underestimate yourself, Jojo. Upon seeing Sasuke's nickname, Joseph Joestar was truly taken aback. He was certain that he hadn't mentioned his nickname to the newcomers yet. Could it be that my heroic deeds are circulating in his world? Chow wondered to herself. Uchiha Sasuke, alright, stop guessing. I've read your story, including Zoro's, Ishida's, and Bu Jinyan's. I know all your stories, and I've even seen my own destiny, in my past life, of course. Chow, wait. Why are you getting more and more confused? You're even bringing up past lives. Does reincarnation really exist? Ishida Ryu, yes, even if you've seen our story, it can be explained using multiverse projection observation. But what does past life mean? Do you still carry your past memories after you're reincarnated? Zoro, ha. I'm actually a little curious about my future. Can you give me a hint? Will I become the world's greatest swordsman someday? Seeing the three questions, Sasuke chose to answer Zoro first. Sasuke Uchiha, Zoro will likely become the world's greatest swordsman, but I didn't see your ending before I died in my previous life, so I can't give you a definite answer. As for Ishida's question, yes, I still have memories from my previous life after reincarnation, so I know about you all, but I didn't expect to meet you in this way. At this point, the issue of the two Joes is no longer important. Inside the mansion, Joestar murmured to himself, does he know our future? That's interesting. Or rather, he was reincarnated into that guy named Sasuke. If he were to travel to our world, he might be reincarnated into me. Joseph Joestar had fully understood Sasuke's meaning, and at the same time, he was somewhat shocked. Reincarnation across worlds, that can't be achieved by luck alone, can it? Compared to Joseph Joestar, Ryu and Zoro didn't think too much about it. They are now more curious about what their future will hold. At the floating restaurant, Luffy is still working to pay off his debts, while Zoro, Usopp, and Nami wait for him. After Sasuke said he knew about their future, Zoro wondered if he would become the world's greatest swordsman. But Sasuke said he hadn't finished watching the ending, so Zoro could only sigh. You still have to finish it yourself. Ishida Ryu, Sasuke, what will I be doing in the future? I'm not going to be a doctor, am I? Uchiha Sasuke, you inherited the family business and became an excellent doctor. Ishida Ryu felt as if a thread in his heart had snapped. I'm going to become a doctor. What a joke. He shouted it out in the room. As a child, Ryu Ishida witnessed his father dissecting his mother's body. From that moment on, he developed a strong aversion to doctors and vowed never to become a doctor like his father when he grew up. But Sasuke claims he's become an excellent doctor and even inherited the family business. Ryu Ishida, what exactly happened in the future? Can you tell me? Inside the cabin, Sasuke, upon seeing Ishida Yuryu's words, chuckled and said, wouldn't it be bad to give it away for free? Wouldn't that make me seem too generous? Uchiha Sasuke, I can tell you, but I have a condition. Ishida Ryu, you say it. I'll do anything you can. Uchiha Sasuke, it's not that difficult. It's just that after you meet a guy named Kurosaki Ichigo, you need to make him a Quincy. To make Ichigo Kurosaki a Quincy. Ishida Ryu thought he had misread it. After repeatedly checking, I realized that I wasn't seeing things. This really was Sasuke's request. Ishida Ryu, why make Kurosaki Ichigo a Quincy? Not just anyone can become a Quincy. Sasuke Uchiha, I know, but Ichigo's mother is a Quincy, and a very skilled one at that. You just need to teach him how to use his power. Sasuke originally wanted Yuryu's sacred symbol ability to be completely opposed, but after thinking about it, he realized that he could buy it in the shop. Since he relied entirely on the upgrade system to become stronger, he could use all the points in the chat group to shop and make up for his weaknesses. So Sasuke wanted to see what kind of sacred script Ichigo would awaken if he became a Quincy. With the same setup as the Soul King, Ichigo's Quincy power must be quite formidable. On the other side, in the world of death, Ishida Ryu agreed to Sasuke's request in less than 2 seconds. Making someone a Quincy is nothing special. Ishida Ryu, I'll go find Kurosaki Ichigo tomorrow and help him become a Quincy. Uchiha Sasuke. Deal. Ding. Uchiha Sasuke has uploaded Bleach Kyukai for the first time, earning 500 points. Uchiha Sasuke. This is your world's manga. After you've read it, you'll know what the truth really is. Ishida Ryu. Thanks. Inside the room, Ryu Ishida couldn't wait to start watching. After that, Yulong didn't say anything in the group chat. Sasuke closed the chat group, and Karen returned with a bear, handling it skillfully. Seeing this, Sasuke stepped forward and said with a smile, let's go together. Sasuke-kun, are you going to cook for me? Karen's eyes lit up, and she subconsciously licked her lips and swallowed. It's no exaggeration to say that Sasuke's cooking skills have indeed improved a lot since he transmigrated. Karen at least really likes the food Sasuke makes. Alright, you can rest well today and just wait for dinner. Sasuke said with a smile. No, I need help. The two chatted and laughed as they busied themselves. 3 hours later, having eaten and drunk their fill, they lay down on the grass. Karen smiled happily. From now on, I'll live with Sasuke forever. Hehe, definitely. Sasuke smiled affectionately. Their peaceful life didn't last 2 days before Zoro started streaming as well. On the high seas, Zoro stared at the man before him with a fierce look on his face. I set sail to defeat you. Oh, number 1 in the world. Hawkeye stared coldly at the three-sword-style man before him, his heart unmoved. He was just bored, so he came here to kill time and also to see the boy Shanks had mentioned before. Unexpectedly, I was blocked by this third-rate swordsman. Oh well, let's just play around. Hawkeye took the small knife hanging around his neck and said calmly, sorry, I couldn't find a smaller knife. Zoro's face darkened, and he growled, don't underestimate me. With that, Zoro charged forward with his sword. In the live stream, Sasuke saw Zoro's actions and felt a sense of helplessness. Uchiha Sasuke. I can't see the difference between myself and Mihawk at all. Ryu Ishida. Is there a big difference between the two of them? Joker. They're all pretty much the same kind of humans, they don't seem that different, right? Sasuke Uchiha. You'll see soon enough. There's an unimaginable gap between Zoro and Mihawk in both strength and skill. Just as Sasuke said, Zoro was like a toddler learning to walk in front of Mihawk, who completely crushed him with a toy-like knife. How is this possible? The gap between us is so huge. Zoro's eyes were ferocious, unable to believe that the gap between him and Hawkeye was so great that he couldn't beat Hawkeye's toy sword with his real sword. He thought of Sasuke's performance a couple of days ago. His heart grew even more ferocious. The attacks on Hawkeye became even more ferocious. At the same time, Sasuke also opened the mission interface to see if Zoro had any missions. Group Task. Group member Roronoa Zoro is facing an invincible enemy. Group members, please join forces with him to defeat the opponent. Reward: 30,000 points, and sword cultivation at the Great Swordsman level. Limit: 3 people including Zoro himself. Status: Zoro has accepted the challenge. 30,000 points, that's not a small amount. It's a pity this is Zoro's own battle, and it's not appropriate for me to interfere, Sasuke sighed. In the live stream, just like in the original story, Zoro was stabbed in the heart by Mihawk's knife. After that, Mihawk recognized him, drew his large sword from behind, and slashed Zoro in the chest. PFF'd. Bright red blood gushed out, and Zoro immediately lost consciousness and fell into the sea. Seeing this, Sasuke decisively accepted the mission, told Karen that he needed to go out for a while, and went to the pirate world. In the sea, a white light appeared beside Zoro. Sasuke grabbed Zoro and rushed out of the sea, casually tossing Zoro to the ground. Ignoring the astonished looks of the others around him, he used the power of Yang release to help Zoro recover from his injuries. The hideous wound on Zoro's body was visibly healing, it was completely healed in just 1 second. Zoro slowly woke up, saw Sasuke, and said with a wry smile, "Thanks. You're welcome. Do you want my help? After this is done, you'll be one of the world's greatest." Sasuke asked. "No need, I still want to climb up step by step on my own." Zoro shook his head and said. Zoro didn't even want to use the chat group to strengthen himself anymore. He believed that he could definitely train to the same level as Mihawk and then challenge him again. Defeat him. Well, whatever you say. Sasuke nodded. Zoro was just that kind of person, it would be strange if he asked him to help him defeat Mihawk. However, I can't just come here and do nothing, can I? Sasuke slowly walked towards Mihawk. Let me see what kind of power one of the world's pinnacles truly possesses. Looking at Sasuke, Hawkeye also abandoned his previous playful attitude. His observation Haki told him that the person in front of him was very strong and had the power to kill him. Who are you? A man like you can't be nobody. Hawkeye asked. That's not important, Sasuke said with a smile. Zoro has no concept of the pinnacle of this world, and I want to help him broaden his horizons. Hawkeye frowned. Sasuke immediately took action, and his Susanoo, which was 100 meters tall, instantly covered the sky. What is that? Upon seeing Susanoo, Luffy was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Usopp and Nami reacted similarly, quite startled by Sasuke's move. That guy. Zoro was speechless. What do you mean by broadening one's horizons? Is he really that ignorant? The 100-meter-tall Susanoo swung its sword, instantly changing the color of the sky, and the sea thousands of meters ahead was sliced open in an instant. Hawkeye held the black sword Yuru in one hand, coldly watching Sasuke inside the Susanoo. Is this the power of some kind of devil fruit? Hawkeye asked. The world limited his vision. Faced with the colossal creature before him, Hawkeye could only think of things like devil fruits. Of course not, Sasuke said. I just came out of the sea. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye's brows furrowed even deeper. That's right, Sasuke just came out of the sea, so he couldn't possibly be a devil fruit user. Want to show these kids how big the world is? I don't recommend you do that, Hawkeye said calmly. It will only make them lose confidence. No, Zoro's ambition will never end here. Susanoo once again raised its 60-meter-long sword and brought it down instantly towards Mihawk. Buzz tilde. The moment Susanoo's greatsword fell, Hawkeye also drew his sword, unleashing a burst of green sword energy that enveloped the entire sea. Boom. The battle between the two caused the entire sea to tremble, and as the seawater surged, everything around them, except for the floating restaurant, disappeared. The so-called overlord of the East Sea, Creek, and his henchmen were reduced to ashes. Zoro and his companion stood on the deck of the sea restaurant, staring blankly at the battle between the two in the distance. If Zoro could understand the power of Susanoo, then she could not accept Mihawk's power at all. Why is it that we're all about the same age, yet you're so much better than me? Is there any heavenly principle? Are there any laws? After the attack, Sasuke withdrew his Susanoo and stood steadily on the water. That's enough, Sasuke said. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye silently sheathed his knife, casually picked up a broken piece of wood, and left the East China Sea. Seeing that he was silent, Sasuke thought that he hadn't controlled his power well enough and had accidentally injured Mihawk. In fact, Hawkeye remained silent precisely because of this. In that attack just now, Sasuke used exactly the same power as him. This shows that the opponent was just playing around in this battle. I never imagined there were such amazing guys in the world. And judging from his age, he's not very old. Where did he come from? On the way back, Hawkeye's mind raced through every possible possibility, but in the end, he couldn't reach a conclusion. Sasuke is like someone who appeared out of nowhere. At the seaside restaurant, Sasuke stood in front of Zoro and smiled. The matter has been resolved. I'm going back now. Zoro nodded blankly. Just as Sasuke was about to return, Nami suddenly ran out, knelt down in front of him, and pleaded, please save my village. I'll pay any price. She could tell that Sasuke was incredibly strong. Even Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was no match for him and was beaten so badly that he left without saying a word. Moreover, Sasuke seemed to have some connection with Zoro and didn't seem like a difficult person to talk to. Therefore, Nami wanted to ask Sasuke to take down Arlong. This is the method with the highest success rate that she can think of right now. Moreover, it doesn't matter if Sasuke refuses. As long as he asks Zoro to plead for him, he won't be targeted by such a powerful person. Sasuke looked at Nami, who was not the Nami of 2 years later. She was covered up and looking at him with teary eyes. Sasuke thought about it and decided to refuse Nami's request. After all, Luffy can help her deal with the evil dragon later. Just as he was about to refuse, the super upgrade system, which was always involved in charity, suddenly popped up a request. Nami's request: help Nami defeat the evil dragon and free Kokoyashi village from oppression. Reward: 1000 free experience points. Upon seeing the task, the refusal that was about to escape his lips instantly turned into, no problem, leave it to me. Well, it's something that can be easily solved. These 1000 experience points are practically free. Upon hearing this, Nami smiled sincerely. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Nami said, sobbing. The thought that her hometown could finally escape the clutches of the evil dragon brought tears to Nami's eyes. Alright, he's just a low-level fishman, it's only because your navy colluded with him, otherwise he would have been taken care of long ago, Sasuke comforted him. Do you know about what's going on where we are? Nami looked at Sasuke in surprise. Well, I guess I know a little bit, but I really don't understand how Arlong has been able to run rampant in the East Blue for so many years. Sasuke said with a displeased look, those places that aren't affiliated countries are one thing, but the East Blue is a model of peace that the Navy has always promoted. The fact that such a terrible case of the Navy colluding with pirates has occurred here shows that the Navy, this big organization, has also begun to rot. Just like Konoha village. Zoro and the others were confused, not quite understanding what Sasuke meant. Sasuke didn't bother to explain, and turned to Zoro, saying, leave that guy to me, I'm free right now anyway. No problem, Zoro nodded in agreement. No way. Luffy roared, yelling at Sasuke, Nami is my comrade. Of course, I'll handle her problems. Looking at Luffy, who was acting like a child, Sasuke said with a headache, I've already promised her, so you'll have to step back. No way. Nami. Why didn't you ask me to solve your problem before? Luffy shouted angrily at Nami. Who wants to see you? Don't think you're so great just because you defeated Buggy the Clown. Arlong is not someone Buggy can compare to. Nami wasn't going to put up with Luffy. Especially since her hometown was only one step away from escaping its misery, she absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to stand in her way. Not even this boy she had a slight crush on. Upon hearing this, Luffy pouted and shouted to Sasuke, alright, let's have a match. Let's see who defeats Arlong first. Too lazy to pay attention to Luffy, Sasuke directly used Kamui to open a spatial gate, and on the other side was Arlong Paradise. Let's go, I'll let you watch them die with your own eyes. Sasuke walked over with a cold face, looking at the door in front of him and the laughter coming from behind it. His expression grew colder and colder. Therefore, those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Behind Sasuke, Nami walked over with a curious look on her face. When she realized that this really was Kokoyashi village, the little girl was also startled. It's important to know that the floating restaurant is very far from Kokoyashi village, even the Mary would have to sail for nearly 10 hours to get there. And Sasuke has arrived here in an instant. Click tilde. Sasuke stepped forward and pushed open the door to Arlong Paradise. Just watch, you'll soon see why these fish men don't even dare to live on the surface of the sea. Because they're just too weak. Pushing open the door, inside stood a smiling fishman, the blue shark man Arlong, sitting on a stone chair in the middle, watching his men play in the water. When he saw the door being pushed open, Arlong was stunned for a moment, but when he saw Nami behind Sasuke, he immediately understood what the other person had come for. Ha ha ha. Looks like our little thief has tricked us into giving us a new toy. Arlong laughed wildly. His response was a black flame that pierced through his heart. Sasuke didn't bother to waste a single word on these things that looked like humans but weren't actually human. To be honest, even if Arlong were a human, let alone a fish man, Sasuke would kill him without hesitation. This fool attacked ordinary people. It's just like the Konoha ninjas slaughtering Nagato's parents, utterly shameless. He deserves to die. Wheel grave. Border prison. Sasuke's 6-tomo Rinnegan lit up, and an unseen shadow instantly struck, blasting the fishmen's bodies to pieces with a single punch. Throughout the entire process, Arlong could only watch helplessly as his body was scorched by the black flames, while the bodies of his kin exploded like watermelons on the beach. Standing at the entrance, Nami stared blankly at Arlong Paradise, which had instantly transformed into a living hell. Has my nightmare of so many years been resolved just like that? Kokoyashi village is finally about to restore peace. Has the revenge for his adoptive mother finally been taken? After defeating Arlong and his gang, Sasuke received a notification that the mission was complete and earned him 1000 free experience points. Zoro had just emerged from the portal when he saw a scene of blood flowing like a river. Even as a bounty hunter who had been lost in the East Blue for a year, he was shocked by the sight before him. Hey, did you do this? That's too brutal. Zoro stammered. I couldn't control my strength for a moment, I'll be gentler next time, Sasuke said nonchalantly. Now that things are settled here, I really have to go back. If you have any difficulties in the future, just let me know. I'll be quite free for the next few years. Zoro nodded, indicating that he understood. According to Sasuke, his story has already come to an end, and he can now just travel and enjoy life. Ah, I understand. Zoro nodded. Sasuke then looked at Nami, whose eyes were filled with tears. Looking at the hellish scene before her, she saw it as the best paradise. They're dead. Those fools are finally dead. They're all finally dead. Seeing this, Sasuke stepped forward and handed over a tissue, saying, cry it out. After you've cried, it will be a brand new beginning. Nami turned her head and looked at Sasuke with teary eyes. He pounced on Sasuke in a flash. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sasuke gently patted Nami's back and chuckled, alright, if you keep crying you'll really turn into a little kitten. Go tell the villagers that Arlong has been dealt with and that they're free now. Nami lowered her head slightly and wiped the tears from her face with a tissue. Sasuke also chose to complete the mission and return directly. Wow tilde. On the island, Sasuke's figure returned to the Naruto world once again. I didn't feel anything when I traveled through time. This chat group is pretty good in every way except for the high price, Sasuke said with a smile. The reason why chat groups charge higher prices is based on comparisons made using the super upgrade system. In the super upgrade system, it only takes 10,000 experience points to go from cage to 6 paths, while the chat group requires 60,000 points, even though Sasuke has already completed half of the cage path. Now, if you want to strengthen yourself through chat groups, you need 400,000 points, which is practically robbery. Therefore, Sasuke has completely given up on becoming stronger through chat groups. I opened the chat group and looked at the task interface. Group task. Group member Roronoa Zoro is facing an invincible enemy. Group members, please join forces with him to defeat the opponent. Reward. 30,000 points, and sword cultivation at the Great Swordsman level. Limited to 3 people, including Sasuke himself. Status. Failed. It failed as expected. Pirate World. In the blink of an eye, Nami turned around and Sasuke was gone. Where is he? Nami grabbed Zoro's collar and shouted. She was just about to properly thank her savior. But when she looked down, he was gone. Huh, you went back. Zoro slapped Nami's hand away in disgust, and said with displeasure, if you want to see him again in the future, don't touch me or yell at me. Zoro is incredibly clever most of the time. He immediately saw through Nami's little scheme and began to threaten her. By the way, Sasuke has a girlfriend. Zoro remembered Karen, whom he had met before, and kindly reminded Nami, although Sasuke is indeed very handsome, I advise you to give up. His relationship with his girlfriend seems very reliable. Nami pouted and stormed off. So what if she has a girlfriend? She's not his wife. I still have a chance. Nami doesn't want to let go of a handsome, strong, and gentle man who is also extremely handsome. Next time we meet, I'm determined to win her over. Watching Nami's departing figure, Zoro shook his head and sighed, that girl is beyond saving. Then, Zoro turned around, intending to return to the sea restaurant through the portal. But the moment he turned around, Zoro froze on the spot. There was no portal behind them anymore, only an endless sea. Has that fool Luffy gotten lost again? With that, Zoro started walking with a helpless expression. Death World. After staying up for 2 nights, Ryu Ishida finally finished speed reading the entire Bleach manga and stepped out of his room. At this moment, his mind was in turmoil, and he ignored even the maid beside him as he went to find Kurosaki Ichigo. He promised Sasuke that he would turn Kurosaki Ichigo into a Quincy, and he would definitely keep his promise. The second floor. Seeing his son's distraught appearance, Ryujin Ishida frowned slightly. Kurosaki Clinic. Ichigo had just finished his battle with his father Ishin and went outside when he saw Ishida Ryu looking exhausted. Hey. Good morning. Yu Long greeted him. He knew that if he didn't speak, Ichigo would definitely not take the initiative to talk to him. Oh. Good morning. Ichigo nodded, quite surprised by Yuryu's greeting. If he remembered correctly, the person in front of him was a top student, and generally wouldn't take the initiative to talk to him. But what's going on today? Why did they even show up at my doorstep on their own initiative? Come with me, someone asked me to give you something, Yulong said. Huh. Ichigo looked at the other person with a puzzled expression. I'll be waiting for you in the abandoned building up ahead. After saying that, Yulong was about to leave. Hey. Wait. Who said they wanted to give me something? Ichigo quickly followed up. The two arrived at the abandoned building one after the other. Ryu stopped and looked at Ichigo behind him, saying, you can see spirits, right? What? How did you know? Ichigo stared at Ryu in shock. Even his father didn't know about seeing spirits, so how could this new classmate know? Don't ask about this anymore. I know more than you can imagine. If I had to put it into words, it would be that I can see the future completely. Ryu adjusted his glasses and said to Ichigo, listen, what I'm about to say is very important. It will completely overturn your worldview, but you can't ignore it because it's related to your mother's death. Ichigo, who was originally about to turn around and leave, finally turned serious after hearing Yuryu's next words. What did you say? Hehe, finally interested. Ryu looked at Ichigo and told him everything about Ichigo's mother. Ichigo was living entirely under Aizen's surveillance, so it was impossible for Aizen to spoil everything for him. Therefore, after much deliberation, Ryu decided that he should start working on Ichigo's mother, Masaki Kurosaki. Kurosaki Masaki had lived in the Ishida family for over a decade, so it was perfectly normal for Ryu to discover her existence. In other words, my mother was a very powerful Quincy, but because Yhwach, the progenitor of the Quincy, awakened and took back all the Quincy's power, my mother was completely powerless to resist that hollow, which is why she died. Ichigo sat on the ground, his face contorted in rage. At this moment, Ichigo felt an overwhelming hatred for Yhwach. Ryu nodded and continued, it wasn't just your mother, my mother was also killed by Yhwach. Pure-blooded Quincy only have their powers taken back, but they can train them back later. However, half-blooded Quincy lose their lives immediately. My mother lost her life back then. Speaking of this, Yulong's heart was filled with hatred. He looked at Ichigo and said in a deep voice, you should understand by now, right? You and I are both special beings. Because we are both Quincy hybrids, yet Yhwach didn't take our lives. This means that if we want revenge, our joint efforts are necessary. Upon hearing this, Ichigo suddenly realized what was happening. Yeah, why weren't our lives taken back? Ichigo looked at Ryu, his eyes filled with confusion. Don't look at me like that. All I know is that we are both special Quincy, but I'm not entirely sure what makes us special. But I believe that if we want revenge, the power of both of us is essential. Ryu said somewhat awkwardly. He wasn't exactly lying. In the end, it was indeed thanks to the combined efforts of the two of them that Yhwach was defeated. Ichigo looked at Ryu, sensing that the other was hiding something from him, but he seemed to have no other choice now. Okay, what do I need to do? Ichigo asked. It's simple, first become a Quincy. Ryu took out his Quincy spirit bow and began to demonstrate to Ichigo how to use the Quincy's power. While the two were training, in the secret base of the 5th Division in Soul Society. Aizen looked at the two people on the screen, his brows furrowing deeply. Queens. This is somewhat beyond our plans. But a few seconds later, Aizen's expression returned to normal. But is this how you've deviated from my script? I hope you can bring me some surprises in my final work. After turning off the surveillance, Aizen once again searched for Kazuki Urahara's Hogyoku. Naruto World. Sasuke didn't sit idle after he returned. After completing the chat group mission, he also obtained a 6 Paths Yang release manual, which he has not used yet. He had been hesitant about whether to give this power to Karen. She's his wife after all. Karen has been with him for 3 years, starting from Orochimaru's time. During those 3 years, Karen has helped Sasuke recover from all sorts of injuries, big and small. Putting aside everything else, just during the period after Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he went through all sorts of battles. When he fought the Raikage, he was seriously injured. If Karen hadn't awakened the adamantine sealing chains and risked her life to block the 5 cage for him, he might not have been able to hold out until Obito arrived. Unfortunately, the 2-eye techniques he awakened were really useless in battle, especially against a speed-type ninja like the Raikage. He couldn't even touch the opponent, let alone absorb chakra. Therefore, Karen holds a very high place in Sasuke's heart. Oh right, how could I forget something so important? Sasuke slapped his forehead, opened the chat group's shop, and started searching. 6 Paths Yin Release, the power bestowed upon Uchiha Sasuke by the Sage of 6 Paths. Price: 100,000 points. Sasuke's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing this. Although the price is a bit questionable, this is undoubtedly the best thing for me right now. Snap. So fast. Sasuke then acquired the 6 Paths Yin Release from the shop. Then, the previous mission reward was retrieved, 6 Paths of Yang Escape. 2 streams of 6 Paths level chakra surged into Sasuke's body, churning for less than 2 seconds before being completely absorbed. After all, the chat group directly copied things from the Naruto world. For Sasuke, it was like the Sage of 6 Paths giving him another yin-yang release technique, which he could simply absorb. Next, it will be devoured. Having learned from his previous experience of refining yin-yang release with Naruto, Sasuke didn't take any detours this time. In just 2 hours, he completely absorbed the 2 streams of chakra into his own power. After it was all over, Sasuke felt like he was now invincible. Well, being omnipotent is definitely an illusion, but his strength is definitely not bad. Sasuke stood up and smiled at Karen beside him. Hold out your hand. Karen arrived immediately after discovering Sasuke's chakra not long ago. Noticing that Sasuke's changes were similar to those of the previous few days, Karen didn't disturb him. She quietly sat not far from him, and even made plans to stay there for the next week. But to everyone's surprise, Sasuke finished it in just 2 hours. Karen was a little taken aback. When she heard Sasuke call her, Karen quickly jumped to his side and obediently stretched out her right hand. Sasuke also reached out and shared some of his 6 Paths power with Karen. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for Karen to gain a foothold in the 6 Paths. It's important to know that Sasuke now possesses the full power of the Sage of 6 Paths, plus half the power of the Sage of 6 Paths in 6 Paths mode. His strength has far surpassed that of the Sage of 6 Paths. Even if it is only a small part of his power, it is still roughly the same as that of Obito in 6 Paths. After receiving the power, Karen underwent some minor changes. The most obvious change was that her skin became smoother, and her eyes also changed, from pure red to black pupils. 9 truth-seeking jewels instantly took shape behind her. Karen could control the shape of these truth-seeking jewels at will, as long as she had a thought. Seeing Karen still standing there dumbfounded and unresponsive, Sasuke laughed and said, quickly try Sage mode. You're from the Uzumaki clan, and after you acquire the power of the 6 Paths, the changes in your body should be the same as Naruto's. You'll both have your own unique 6 Paths chakra mode. Karen nodded, then, realizing what she meant, her eyes filled with tears, and she said anxiously, Sasuke-kun. I can't take this power. This is your power. If you give it to me, you'll become weaker. Although Karen was very happy that Sasuke shared his power with her, she knew how intense Sasuke's pursuit of power was, to the point of madness. Now that he was sharing his power with her, wouldn't Sasuke himself become weaker? Hee. Don't overthink it. I don't lack this power now. You don't want to be unable to stay with me forever because of your lifespan, do you? Sasuke raised his hand and patted Karen's head before laughing. Besides, this is something I gave you. Just keep it safe. Karen looked at Sasuke, her face flushed, and she almost lost her balance. The next morning, after taking a short nap in their room, the two packed their things and prepared to leave the island. Orochimaru has already made arrangements. We can just move there directly. Don't worry, I specifically instructed Orochimaru to reserve a place for us on the surface. We don't need to live underground anymore, Sasuke said to Karen with a smile. For the previous 3 years, they had been living in Orochimaru's snake cave. The environment inside wasn't terrible, but it had nothing to do with beauty. Now that everything is over, Sasuke naturally doesn't want to go back to living underground. As for why he was given accommodation. Because Sasuke has no money. Furthermore, Sasuke has no intention of making money. Orochimaru is very useful anyway, so why make things difficult for yourself? That was exactly what Sasuke was thinking. Using their divine power, the two left the island and arrived in the land of fire. Orochimaru is quite good at picking locations. He chose a new residence near the Valley of the End and prepared a small courtyard for Sasuke by the lake upstream. After flying for a while, the two soon arrived at the Valley of the End. From afar, Sasuke could see a small villa next to the lake. Orochimaru is still reliable after all, Sasuke said with a smile as he landed with Karen. After the two landed, a person emerged from the lake beside the villa. It was Suigetsu, one of Sasuke's subordinates in the original work. However, the two don't have much interaction now, they only met once a few years ago. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Shueyu greeted him expressionlessly. The house is yours now. Goodbye. Suigetsu's purpose here was to wait for Sasuke to arrive and ensure that the house would not have any problems before he came. Now that the house has been handed over, it's naturally none of his business anymore. Shueyu was still a little disappointed. If Sasuke had arrived a little later, he could have stayed a few more days. Sasuke nodded and led Karen into the house. The house has 3 floors. The first floor is for daily life and games, the second floor is for guest rooms, and the third floor is for the master bedroom and study. It was very simple, and Sasuke was quite satisfied. We'll be living here from now on. Karen quickly walked around the house, taking in every detail. After all, this would be her and Sasuke's home from now on. The house is fully furnished, and there's even a big TV. Open the drawer, and you'll find all sorts of different board games inside. But there aren't any new clothes, Sasuke said, frowning. Indeed, it seems there are no shopping malls nearby if we want to buy anything. Karen also looked a little troubled. Seeing this, Sasuke grabbed his wife and prepared to go to Konoha. Are we really going to Konoha? Karen asked, somewhat incredulously. She remembered that Sasuke had said before that he would never go to Konoha again. There's nothing we can do. Konoha is, after all, the most prosperous place in the world, and everything there is very fashionable. We'll probably be going to Konoha quite often in the future. Sasuke himself was a little helpless. Just a few days ago, he said he would never go to Konoha again, but only a few days later, reality had already slapped him in the face. When technology advances in the future, will I still need to go to Konoha to get a network cable? Sasuke thought with amusement. The two were not moving very fast, and it took them a whole day to reach Konoha village. At this time, Konoha had just finished holding a memorial service, and the entire village was shrouded in a somber atmosphere. Sasuke stood in front of the enormous gate of Konoha and registered with the 2 gatekeepers. Kotetsu and Genma Shiranui were also speechless. The rogue ninja from Konoha has returned openly with his men, and even registered it. Gangzi Tetsu complained. There's nothing we can do. Sasuke saved the ninja world alongside Naruto, and the 5th Hokage revoked Sasuke's status as a rogue ninja after his return, Genma Shiranui said calmly. Besides, aside from killing Danzo, Sasuke doesn't seem to have done anything particularly egregious, does he? So, that does seem to be true. The invincible gatekeeper duo fell into deep thought. Upon entering Konoha, Sasuke took Karen directly to the village's commercial district. As expected of Konoha, it's so much more prosperous than Kusagaker. Karen exclaimed, looking at the street vendors. When Karen came here a few years ago to take the Chunin exams, she had no freedom. She couldn't even wander around the streets, let alone leave the sight of the grass ninja. This is the first time she has carefully observed the scenery of Konoha. The two held hands and shopped in various stores, buying not only clothes but also food and drinks. Fortunately, Sasuke had the Kamui dimension, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to carry all of these things. After strolling around for a while, the two arrived at the famous 3-colored dumplings shop in Konoha village. The place was packed as usual today, and Sasuke could see Anko and Kurenai from afar. Hong, heavily pregnant, came here with Hongdu to have some dessert. The two of them also spotted Sasuke and were both startled. There's no way around it, Sasuke was a rogue ninja before, and he caused a huge disturbance at the 5-cage summit. Even though Tsunade has lifted the ban on Sasuke now, these ninjas will still feel fear when they see him. Sasuke ignored the two of them and sat down in the shop with Karen, ordering dumplings and red bean soup. Anko and Kurenai looked at Sasuke, thought for a moment, and Anko decided to go find Naruto. There's no way around it, now the entire ninja world knows that only Naruto can rival Sasuke. Seeing this, Sasuke didn't stop him. Coming to Konoha, of course he had to see Naruto, one of his few friends. Not long after, Naruto appeared at the dumpling shop. Upon seeing Sasuke, Naruto immediately burst into laughter. Sasuke. You came to Konoha without even telling me. I just came here to buy some daily necessities, Sasuke said. Well, I also wanted to see if you've become a Chunin yet. Naruto's face immediately darkened. Don't say such hurtful things. Naruto said wearily, sitting in his chair. Grandma Tsunade prepared the materials for everyone's assessment, but I really can't understand any of them at all. Naruto looked at Sasuke and Karen expectantly and said with a smile, you two are both genin, right? Why don't you come to Konoha and become ninjas, and form a team with me? Impossible, I won't go back if Konoha doesn't let me be Hokage. Sasuke joked, Naruto, being Hokage is really not suitable for you at all, because you're too stupid. Your political skills aren't strong either, you're simply not cut out to be Hokage. Impossible. I must become Hokage. Naruto stared stubbornly at Sasuke. Becoming Hokage was his lifelong dream, and he would never give up. It's up to you. You'll see I wasn't lying once you become Hokage. Don't forget, we have to compete again every 10 years, Sasuke reminded him. Don't worry. I definitely won't lose, Naruto said confidently. Really not going back to Konoha to team up with me. Just consider it helping me out. Naruto said pitifully. Naruto's request. Naruto Uzumaki wants you to form a ninja team with him and help him become a Chunin. Reward. 5,000 free experience points. The super upgrade system popped up another task, but Sasuke ignored it. He was afraid that by then he would become a Jonin while Naruto would still be a Genin. Give up. I won't be bound by something like a ninja village. News of Sasuke's arrival in Konoha spread quickly, as he hadn't bothered to conceal himself, and many ninjas on the streets spotted him. Not long after Naruto arrived, many of Sasuke's classmates came to watch the spectacle. The girls sat at one table and the boys at another, and everyone had a party at this meatball shop. Sasuke pointed at Shikamaru and laughed at Naruto. Look at Shikamaru, he's already a Jonin, while you're still a long way from becoming a Chunin. I advise you to train hard and focus on being your nuclear weapon, deterring other countries. That's the role that suits you best. As for the Hokage, your hands are too clean, you're not suited to be one. Humph. Naruto turned his face away and showed off his Rasengan. Seeing this, Shikamaru laughed and said, forget it, Sasuke. Naruto will definitely not give up on becoming Hokage. Although I also think that he doesn't have the talent to be Hokage, I will do my best to assist him. You'll be busy then, Sasuke said with a nonchalant smile. By the way, Naruto, aren't you planning to find a girlfriend? Even if you don't become Hokage, don't delay your life's most important matter. The topic suddenly shifted to dating, causing the girls who were standing nearby to perk up their ears. Hinata, who had been quietly sipping her soup, immediately perked up her ears when Sasuke mentioned this. Girlfriend. Naruto panicked for a moment, then said somewhat dejectedly, forget it, the important thing for me right now is to become a Chunin. I can think about love later. Upon hearing this, Sasuke knew that this kid was still thinking about Sakura. Sasuke rolled his eyes at this, wondering what this guy was insisting on. Sakura clearly doesn't have any feelings for him, but Naruto keeps insisting. This can't go on forever. Sasuke glanced at Hinata at the next table, who was looking down dejectedly. Upon hearing this, Ino gently patted Hinata to comfort her. Sakura didn't come here. I heard that Sakura is working at Konoha Hospital now and is extremely busy, so naturally she can't come here. At the girls' table, there are now 4 people: Ino, Hinata, Karen, and Tenten. Even Karen learned from Sasuke about Hinata's feelings for Naruto, and she was worried for Hinata. Listen to me, if you like someone, you have to take the initiative. If you just keep watching him silently, he won't know anything, and you'll never win him over. Karen whispered in Hinata's ear. Even if you're just watching him from afar, you have to let him know. Hinata lowered her head, 2 blushes appearing on her face. Ino wholeheartedly agreed with Karen's words and chimed in, yeah, Hinata. You've been silently watching over him for so many years, but Naruto doesn't know anything. You can't keep doing this. If you like someone, you should say it out loud. Seeing this scene, Tenten was reminded of the deceased Neji, and she thought sadly, Neji. Why did you have to die? After eating and drinking his fill, Sasuke decided to leave Konoha. Are you really not planning to stay in Konoha any longer? Shikamaru asked Sasuke on the way. Everyone's attention shifted to Sasuke, while Naruto looked on with anticipation. Forget it, this place is fine for a short trip, but if we stay here all the time, I'll definitely lose my temper and unleash Shinra Tensei here. Sasuke mocked. You don't want to see rivers of blood, do you? This time, no one will use Rinne Rebirth to save these trash. Sasuke's words were harsh, and everyone looked a little uncomfortable. With Karen by their side, the two disappeared into the space-time continuum. Not long after Sasuke left, Sakura came running up, panting. It's unclear why a cage-level cultivator who has condensed the 100 heroes mark would be out of breath after such a short distance, but she was indeed out of breath at that moment. Upon seeing everyone, Sakura quickly asked Naruto, "Where's Sasuke? Didn't they say Sasuke was back?" Seeing this, Naruto laughed and said, "Sasuke only came to Konoha to buy some daily necessities and has already left." Sakura looked disappointed, said, "Oh," and turned to leave. It's obvious that Sakura still can't let go of Sasuke. Even Sasuke himself is puzzled by this feeling, wondering what he did to make Sakura like him so firmly. Having left a spacetime imprint of Kamui at home, Sasuke took Karen directly back home, saving them the time of walking. Upon their return, the two immediately got busy. Sasuke took out the items from the Kamui dimension and packed them up with Karen. By the time everything was tidied up, it was already afternoon. The two sat on the sofa to rest. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, but then decided to speak. "Karen, from now on, when you talk to me, could you try to use a pleading tone?" Sasuke said, his eyes darting around. Huh. A big question mark appeared above Karen's head, not understanding why Sasuke would suddenly make such a strange request. However, Karen is Karen after all. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Do I have to ask you tonight too?" Puff. Sasuke coughed up a mouthful of blood. Why did this kind of thing come to mind first? He. I just couldn't help thinking of it. Karen scratched her head and laughed. "Sasuke-sama, could you please get me a glass of water?" Karen's request. Please pour me a glass of water. Reward. 2 free experience points. Sasuke's eyes lit up when he saw that the upgrade system had indeed been triggered. No problem. She quickly poured a glass of water for Karen, and 2 free experience points were successfully earned. Karen drank her water and asked, "Did I help Sasuke-kun?" "Yes. You've been a great help." Sasuke nodded and smiled. "You should ask me for help more often in the future." Got it. Then could I ask Sasuke-sama to give me a full body spa treatment? Karen revealed a knowing smile. Karen's request. Spa treatment. Reward. 30 free experience points. Half an hour later. Karen's request. A full body relaxation massage. Reward. 100 free experience points. After finishing, Sasuke opened the chat group. It was still just the same few people inside. Bu Jingyan remained silent, while Chao and Sasuke chatted in the group chat all day long. Zoro and Uryu have both officially started their training and are very busy every day. Jojo, let me tell you, Sasuke. I saw a huge mountain on the way. Really? It was that big. Sasuke, can't you be normal for once? If your wife finds out, you're going to be in big trouble. Chao, don't worry. I'm very confident in my little tricks. They definitely won't be discovered. Sasuke, right, be careful you don't cheat on your partner when you're 60. Inside the villa, the two Chaos, who had been looking nonchalant, were stunned on the spot. What? I actually cheated on my partner. And at 60 years old. A storm raged in the hearts of the two Chaos. On the bed, Sasuke read Joseph Joestar's speech without any emotional fluctuation. To be honest, he himself didn't want to believe that a man like Chao would cheat on his wife, especially at the age of 60. But that's how it's supposed to be. He can't disbelieve it. Sasuke, there's nothing I can do about it, that's how it's set up in the manga I read, although I don't really believe it myself. In the JoJo world, Tujo was restless in the villa. Although he was only in his 20s and had not yet made any mistakes, someone like Tujo would never allow himself to have such a future. What happened? How could I? Chao was a little irritated. Although he often talks a lot of nonsense, he is now married and will never go out and mess around again. This is Chao's bottom line for herself and her vow to love. As a result, he ended up having an affair at 60. I never thought I'd still be as sharp as ever at 60. Wait, now's not the time to be sentimental. Chao quickly pulled herself back to reality. No, I need to be more careful from now on and I absolutely cannot make any mistakes. But you still have to look at the beauties. After all, Chao is a big capitalist. It's already very rare that he doesn't keep concubines. If he doesn't even look at them, Chao feels he will go crazy. While the two were chatting, Yulong, who had been silent all along, suddenly started a live stream. Ishida Uryu. This is a bit outrageous, so I've decided to go live so everyone can see for themselves. Sasuke entered the live stream and saw the scene that Uryu was currently seeing. Dark spiritual pressure filled the sky. Ichigo floated in the air, holding a swastika-shaped object in his hand. His blue blood-stained armor flowed around him, making him look full of power. Sasuke, what's going on? Ishida Ryu. Ichigo awakened the Quincy powers, and then he became like this. Sasuke expressed his understanding. Is Death God the number one cheater joking with you? As expected of Ichigo, he only became a Shinigami at the beginning and will stand against Yhwach in the future, so his power has always been suppressed by the Quincy power within him, preventing him from using his true power. But if Ichigo had awakened the Quincy power from the beginning, the Quincy power within him would definitely not have suppressed Ichigo. Sasuke felt that he was absolutely right to make Ichigo a Quincy. Ichigo is a Soul King, so he should have the aptitude to awaken the Holy Script on his own, without needing to rely on Yhwach's blood to activate it, Sasuke thought to himself. Death World. When Ichigo awakened, the immense spiritual pressure had already knocked everyone in the city unconscious. Although the Shinigami of Karakura town were somewhat puzzled, they immediately reported to their superiors, indicating that something unbelievable must have happened in Karakura town. Because Ichigo's spiritual pressure was far superior to that of the Shinigami, they couldn't sense it at all and naturally had no idea what was happening. Of all the people in Karakura town who had thoughts about this matter, only Isshin Kurosaki did. The spiritual pressure I used to suppress hollows has returned. Ichigo. Isshin immediately contacted Kazuki Urahara, who, along with Yoruichi, and the three of them hurriedly searched for Ichigo's whereabouts. Oh my, it seems Ichigo has really awakened. Kazuki Urahara covered his face with his fan, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. It's unbelievable, Ichigo. Just awakening has given you strength surpassing all of us captains. I'm increasingly looking forward to your future. At this moment, Aizen has to step back in front of Kazuki Urahara. Inside the abandoned building, after unleashing his power, countless images flashed before Ichigo's eyes. His pupils became four in each eye, and the power he had awakened was self-evident. Thanks, Ishida. Ichigo landed on the ground and smiled at Ryu. I know everything now. Huh. Yulong looked confused, wondering what this kid knew. Oh right, this is for you. Ichigo emitted a beam of light, which merged into Yuryu's body. What is this? Yulong asked, frowning. It's still awakening, you'll find out in a couple of days. Ichigo smiled generously, showing no trace of his previous hostility towards Yhwach. Ichigo, what exactly happened to you? Ryu asked again. He was certain that something he couldn't understand had happened to Ichigo, and besides, wasn't Ichigo's eye the Soul King's eye? Why would Ichigo have it? Well, just consider this a glimpse of the complete future. Ichigo laughed. It's all in our favor, so don't worry. After hearing this, Yulong roughly understood. Ichigo has awakened the Soul King package. Okay, I think I understand. Yulong nodded and turned to leave. There's nothing I can do, it's just too discouraging. Ichigo, this kid, has only just awakened, yet he has become the strongest being in the world. Ryu believes that even if Yhwach fully awakens 3 years later, he will still be no match for Ichigo. Even if both are omniscient and omnipotent, there is still an insurmountable gap between them. The most obvious difference is that Ichigo has 4 pupils in one eye, while Yhwach only has 3. Not long after Ryu left, Kazuki Urahara and the others arrived. Ryu trains with Ichigo every day to master Quincy power, something those of them who have watched Ichigo grow up naturally know. At this moment, they saw Ichigo and were filled with curiosity. Dad, Mr. Urahara, Ms. Yoruichi, don't ask about the specifics. Just know that I'm very strong right now. Ichigo said with a smile. It's too complicated to explain, and Ichigo is too lazy to say it. Although these people will be his partners in the future, they don't know each other yet, and saying too much will only arouse their suspicion. Meanwhile, Yulong returned home and began to study his new ability. As expected, the awakened abilities are completely opposite. Ryu said without any surprise, now I have the ability to kill Yhwach. Yulong had a bold idea in his mind. Ishida Ryu, do you think if I go to Yhwach now, I can kill that guy directly using my completely opposite abilities? Sasuke, sure, but you'll probably die there too. Jojo, I think you should ask Ichigo to come along. Ishida Ryu, after seeing the future, that kid seems to have given up on seeking revenge against Yhwach in the present. Sasuke, if you're alone, it's best not to go looking for Yhwach. The Sternritter aren't pushovers, especially Hashwolf. The two of you could keep going back and forth for a year. Ishida Ryu, alright, let Yhwach live a few more years. I'll train first, and in 3 years I'll kill Yhwach with my own hands. Sasuke expressed his support, saying that too much could happen in 3 years. Who knows when they might complete a mission, earn a lot of points, and their cultivation level would improve dramatically. After leaving the live stream, Sasuke looked at the lake outside the window and said thoughtfully, I wonder how much experience Tonari with the Tensegan has. He opened his upgrade system. Name: Uchiha Sasuke. Age: 17. Special features: 6 Tomo Rinnegan upgradable, Sage Body upgradable, Chidori, etc. Realm: 6 Paths 74,550 100,000. Freedom experience: 1300. There are only 20,000 experience points away from the next level. After exchanging chakra with Naruto, Sasuke had over 30,000 experience points. Later, he fused with Yin-Yang release again, reaching 85,000 experience points. After giving Karen the power of the 6 paths, that's his current stats. It's a pity that Madara Uchiha's head wasn't mine, otherwise I could have leveled up by now. Just then, there was a commotion in the chat group. Ding. Activity level met. User base expanding, recruiting new members. You can bring people now. Sasuke's lips curled up. I wonder who's coming this time. Are they all men? Before long, newcomers joined the group one by one. Ding. The Dragon Maid has joined the chat group. Ding. River God who wants a vacation has joined the chat group. Ding. Top student Gabriel has joined the chat group. Ding. Zhang Sanfeng of Wudang has joined the chat group. Ding. The Ordinary Witch has joined the chat group. A series of notification sounds rang out, and the group chat became even more lively. Chow. Ah. Welcome to the chat group, newbie. Sasuke. Tone it down, don't scare the newbies. Chow. How could that be? How could someone as kind as me scare them? Sasuke. Forget it, you're the kind of person who has no self-awareness. Newbies, let me explain what this so-called chat group is. River God who wants a vacation. Chat group I know the tech department just set up an employee group a couple of days ago. We can talk about anything in the group That way of speaking. Sasuke's eye twitched, recalling a certain conceptual god. Ordinary Witch. Ah, I know what a chat group is, they're on mobile apps. As for this one, it's probably a chat group connected to another world, right? It's a bit far-fetched, but not hard to understand. Excellent student Gabriel. I've encountered these things in the human world these past few days. Although I'm not quite used to them yet, I can understand the general purpose of this chat group. By the way, are you all from other worlds? It seems that the myriad worlds the teacher mentioned before really exist. Dragon Maid. My phone. I saw Kobayashi replying to the boss's messages in the work group last night. This should be similar to that, right? Sasuke. I'm glad you all understand. At Zhang Sanfeng of Wudang, Master Zhang probably doesn't know what a chat group is, right? Based on the profile picture, Sasuke already had a general idea of the newcomer's identity. The Dragon Maid was none other than Toru, the Dragon Maid. The river god, needless to say, is a certain white-haired conceptual god, even the Milky Way is a river. The Ordinary Witch is a reddish-brown girl with twin tails, wearing an eye patch and her hair tied in twin tails. She is none other than the witch who knocked God down with one punch, Yuri Ling. Gabriel is a fallen angel, but she is currently an excellent student with outstanding character. Sasuke is still unsure of Zhang Sanfeng's identity. His profile picture is of an old Taoist priest with a white beard, and it's unclear which world he's from. On Wudang Mountain, Zhang Sanfeng, who is nearly 100 years old, looked at the light screen that had suddenly appeared in front of him with a curious expression. Only this old Taoist can see this thing, and it cannot be touched with the hands, it can only be controlled with the mind. It must be the work of a deity. Zhang Sanfeng stroked his beard, feeling that he had discovered the truth. Then, Zhang Sanfeng saw the chat in the group and found that they all seemed to know what this so-called chat group was. Am I the only mortal here? Zhang Sanfeng was a little dazed. When he saw Sasuke looking for him, he quickly replied. Zhang Sanfeng of Wudang. This fellow Taoist Sasuke seems to know the old Taoist. Zhang Sanfeng didn't completely trust the chat group either. After all, something that appeared out of nowhere seemed very suspicious. He wanted to test it out first. Sasuke. I know this name, but I don't know which world it's from. Does Master Zhang have internal energy? Internal strength. Zhang Sanfeng sensed the vast internal energy within his body and frowned. What kind of problem is this? However, he still answered truthfully. Zhang Sanfeng of Wudang. Although this old Taoist's cultivation is not high, I still have some internal energy. Sasuke. It's easier if you have internal energy. Do you know Guo Jing? Do you know the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber? Upon seeing Sasuke's two questions, a hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Sanfeng's eyes. This person seems to know me quite well. Just as Zhang Sanfeng was in shock, another message came from the chat group. Ding! The chat group has reached 10 members. Chat group voting is now open. Kick! Sasuke exclaimed in surprise. He immediately forgot about Zhang Sanfeng and went to study the new function. After reading it, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like this chat group doesn't have a group owner, that's nice. Sasuke's lips curled up. The new feature launched in the chat group is a voting function. For example, if someone angers the group, everyone can start a vote. As long as more than half of the group members choose to kick that person out of the chat group will kick that person out. That's pretty democratic, Sasuke chuckled. In that case, could I create a poll in the chat group that includes a basic introduction to its functions? Without hesitation, Sasuke immediately began to put his idea into practice. Ding! Sasuke has initiated a poll requesting the chat group's official team to release an introduction to basic chat group functions. Agreed. 1 vote. Disagree. 0 votes. Jojo. Oh. As expected of Sasuke. He understood it right away. Ishida Ryu. Cast a vote. It'll save us from having to explain what a chat group is every time a new member joins. Zoro. Yes, I'll vote. Excellent student Gabriel. This seems to be something helpful for newcomers, I'll vote for it too. Ordinary Witch. I'll cast my vote too. Dragon Maid. I'm voting too. The River God who wants a vacation. I'll cast my vote too. Tilda. Zhang Sanfeng of Wudang. Then this old Taoist will cast his vote too. Soon, everyone in the group, except for Bu Jingyan who never showed up, participated in the vote. Ding! The voting proposal has been approved. The Introduction to Basic Chat Group Functions has been distributed. Every new member joining the chat group will receive this manual. Sasuke also received a notification from the chat group. In addition to the chat group manual, he, as the initiator of the poll, also received a reward of 10,000 points. This chat group is really stingy, Sasuke muttered to himself. At the same time, he immediately began the second round of voting. Ding! Sasuke has started a poll demanding that the prices of items in the chat group shop be reduced by 1/10. Agreed. 1 vote. Disagree. 1 vote. Ding! The content of this vote has been detected as detrimental to the interests of the chat group. The chat group has exercised its veto power to reject this vote. Ding! Proposal rejected. Sasuke. Dragon Maid. I don't even know where to begin my rant. Zhang Sanfeng of Wudang. I see. This chat group connects all the realms and worlds. We can even become stronger through it, breaking free from the constraints of our original worlds and reaching higher levels. Sasuke. That's right. Anyway, we're friends now that we're in the group. If you ever need any help, just ask me. Don't worry, I don't need any payment. I'm very free. With more people in the group, Sasuke will be able to receive more requests in the future. Even if there are no requests, helping group members fight monsters is a great option. After all, his system is called the strongest upgrade system, and its main function is to fight monsters and level up. In the group, Chao, newcomers can consult Sasuke about anything. He's a time traveler who's seen the fate lines of most of us before, which can save you 30 years of detours. Ordinary Witch. Tilde you know about our destiny line. That's amazing. River God. Is that so? I wanted to ask, did I manage to get a vacation in the end? Dragon Maid. You're really obsessed with taking vacations. Also, how did you change your name? River God. You mean this? I felt my previous name was too long, so I was thinking it would be better to change it, and then a name change interface popped up. Kobayashi's Toru. I see. That's quite convenient. Gabriel. It's really convenient. It's similar to chat software in the human world. Once you get used to it, it's very easy to use. Lily Ling. By the way, what were the conditions for that big shot who knows our destiny's plot to give away spoilers? Chao. It all depends on my mood. River God. Oh. That's a very nice person Tilda. Sasuke. Do you guys want to see your own scripts? The chat group has a memory completion function. I can send you everything I know. Gabriel. Do I get one too? Is this related to my future job? Sasuke. No, I meant your high school life was quite interesting. Gabriel. High school life. Gabriel was a little surprised. She had only been in the human world for a short time. She came here to attend high school, experience life in the human world, and then return to the celestial realm to become a civil servant. Sasuke. Want to see? It will absolutely surprise you. Gabriel. Let's forget it. I still have so many expectations for high school life. Sasuke. Is that so? That's a real shame. Kobayashi's Toru. I have something to ask. Do Kobayashi and I have a child? Sasuke. Number. Kobayashi's Toru. No. Sasuke. Ah, I can already picture the roar of a dragon. Although you two don't have a child yet, Kobayashi has gradually accepted you. But if you want to win Kobayashi's virginity, you'll have to put in even more effort. Kobayashi family. Upon seeing Sasuke's message, Thor, who had just been roaring like a dragon, instantly became beaming with joy. Xiaolin has accepted me. What should our future children be named? Should they take my surname or Xiaolin's? I guess they should take Xiaolin's surname. Kobayashi came out of the restroom and saw Thor acting crazy again. He said helplessly, "Hey, are you really planning to stay here?" Of course. Thor gave a thumbs up and smiled happily. From now on, I'll be Kobayashi's maid. Well, whatever you want. Out of consideration for the maid outfit, Kobayashi reluctantly kept the maid. Zhang Sanfeng, can you see the future? Do I, this old Taoist, also have a future? Sasuke. Yes, there is, but the story isn't really related to you. It mainly tells the story of your grand disciple, Zhang Wuji. Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Wuji. Is he a child from Quishan? His fourth and fifth disciples both had the surname Zhang, but the fourth disciple's child was not named Zhang Wuji, so the only one left was the fifth disciple who had disappeared for 10 years. Therefore, Zhang Sanfeng immediately thought of the other party. Sasuke. That's right, it's about Zhang Quishan's son, Zhang Wuji, and the love-hate relationships he had with various women. Zhang Wuji, while seemingly centered around the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, is actually still about Zhang Wuji and his women. The main theme is his inability to have multiple wives and concubines. It's a bit of a stomachache. Sasuke. Your disciple Wuji has problems with his thinking and is too kind-hearted, which is why he's easily manipulated by a few women. Once they return, you, as his Grand Master, must give him a good talking to. Zhang Sanfeng. Ah, this old Taoist will keep an eye on that. On Wudang Mountain, Zhang Sanfeng's gaze was strange. Being manipulated by a few women. Am I, Zhang Sanfeng's grand disciple, really that pathetic? He made up his mind that he must teach Zhang Wuji a lesson and not let his grand disciple be bullied by a woman. Master. Fifth junior brother has sent a letter saying they'll be back soon. Yin Lucia ran over with a joyful expression and shared the good news with Zhang Sanfeng. Fifth brother has been gone for so many years without any news. Now that he's back, we must have a proper get-together. Yin Lucia said happily. Zhang Quishan disappeared 10 years ago, and everyone thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, he is not only still alive, but also married Yin Susu, the little princess of the Sky Eagle sect, and has a child. He will be returning soon. Zhang Sanfeng was also happy. He had always loved his fifth disciple and firmly believed that he was still alive. Now he could finally put his mind at ease. Good, good, good. Get ready to celebrate Quishan's safe return. Zhang Sanfeng said with a smile. Before long, the entire Wudang Mountain area was mobilized. At the same time, Zhang Sanfeng also shared his joy with everyone in the group. Zhang Sanfeng. Great. Today, not only have I joined this chat group that connects all realms, but my fifth disciple has also returned. Truly a double celebration. A double celebration indeed. Naruto World. Upon hearing Zhang Sanfeng's words, Sasuke stopped his cultivation and said thoughtfully, Zhang Quishan is back. That means the story of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber is about to begin. Sasuke. Master Zhang, I need to remind you, Zhang Quishan is now being targeted by the entire world. Those martial arts figures will force him and his wife to their deaths. What? Zhang Sanfeng, who had just been all smiles, turned as black as ink upon seeing Sasuke's words. Someone actually dared to force Zhang Sanfeng's disciple to his death. They're courting death. Don't be fooled by Zhang Sanfeng's usual cheerful demeanor. If anyone truly crosses his line, they'll understand the meaning of the saying, even Master Zhang couldn't possibly kill us all. Sasuke said that Quishan was forced to his death by people from the martial arts world. What could have forced him to his death? Zhang Sanfeng was puzzled, so he asked Sasuke directly in the group chat. This concerns the life and death of his apprentice, it cannot be taken lightly. Zhang Sanfeng. Fellow Taoist Sasuke, could you please tell me why Quishan died? Sasuke. Of course, it's not a secret. I'm sure you'll find out in a couple of days. Ding. Group member Sasuke uploaded the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, for the first time, rewarding him with 500 points. Soon, everyone went to binge watch the show. Zhang Sanfeng's problem was right in front of the TV series. It didn't take long for him to understand why his disciple committed suicide. Sitting on the futon, Zhang Sanfeng sighed. Quishan stayed outside for too long, and his chivalrous spirit was too strong. That's the real reason he committed suicide. Having learned the cause of his disciple's death, Zhang Sanfeng began to think of a solution. Just like the video said, it's impossible for him to kill all the 5 major sects and all the martial arts figures by himself, he would be exhausted to death if he did. If all else fails, we'll have to ask the people in the group for help. Zhang Sanfeng turned his attention to the group, or more precisely, to Sasuke, because Sasuke had made it clear that he could entrust him with anything. Zhang Sanfeng, fellow Taoist Sasuke, I may need your help with some trouble here. As soon as Zhang Sanfeng finished speaking in the group, Sasuke received a notification about the request. Zhang Sanfeng's request. People from all walks of life who dare to block the gates of my Wudang mountain or disrespecting me, Zhang Sanfeng. Please help me save face. Reward. 500 free experience points. As expected of Zhang Sanfeng, he has never been afraid of fighting. Sasuke. No problem, just let me know when the time comes. Zhang Sanfeng. This old Taoist thanks you in advance, fellow Taoist. Sasuke. It's nothing. By the way, I'm going to kill a few people from the 5 great sects later, so I hope you won't stop me. Zhang Sanfeng. Whatever. Actually, if it weren't for my limited strength, I would never have let them leave Wudang Mountain intact. Sasuke. Then I'm relieved. Sasuke smiled knowingly upon hearing Zhang Sanfeng's words. I never expected that Master Zhang was such a sentimental person. With Zhang Sanfeng's guarantee, Sasuke could kill the old nun Miju without any psychological pressure. After all, many things in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber were caused by the old nun Miju. Killing her would reduce the disaster in the entire Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber story by half. Of course, this disaster is aimed at Zhang Wuji. The general trend of the world is unstoppable. Time flies, half a month has passed. That day, a guest arrived at Sasuke's house, where he was waiting for news from Zhang Sanfeng. Yo Sasuke. Naruto greeted Sasuke in the yard with a smile, I didn't expect you to live here. Get to the point if you have something to say, otherwise get lost, Sasuke said coldly. Naruto coming to see him is probably not for anything good. Hey, don't be so cold, Sasuke. Naruto approached Sasuke with a fawning expression, trying to ingratiate himself. Look. You've been here all day with nothing to do, just fishing to kill time. Why don't you come back to Konoha, form a team with me, and become Chunin together, what do you say? Not interested. Sasuke refused decisively. He knew Naruto wouldn't bother him for no reason, he hadn't expected it to be about getting promoted to Chunin. Naruto, if you can't even pass the Chunin exam on your own, then becoming a Jonin in the Hokage will be a level you can never reach. Naruto's face fell, and he slumped down on the grass, saying dejectedly, I know I'm stupid, that's why I need Sasuke's help. I won't help you. I have no good feelings towards those people in Konoha. It's already merciful of me not to kill them. Sasuke said calmly, Naruto, sometimes I really suspect that you've been brainwashed by Shisui's Koto Amatsukami. Those scoundrels in Konoha treated you like that, and you still think about repaying evil with kindness. You're truly a great saint. Naruto scratched his head, he had never thought of any of what Sasuke was saying before. I don't quite understand what you're talking about, but my third Hokage always told me that the easiest way to gain recognition from others is to become Hokage. Naruto said with a smile. You're so stupid, Naruto. What did you say? Don't rush me. Let me correct you. It's not that you get recognized after becoming Hokage, but that you become Hokage after being recognized. Right now, you've already gained the recognition of the entire ninja world, but you're too young to become Hokage directly. I think that soon, Tsunade will pass the position of 5th Hokage to Kakashi, right? Naruto was stunned for a moment, not expecting that Sasuke even knew such a secret. Are you shocked? Sasuke said to Naruto with a smile. If you want to become Hokage, start today by following Kakashi, observing his way of doing things, and learning how to become a Kage. Ah. Naruto nodded, still a little confused, but he knew that following Kakashi was enough, right? Seeing this, Sasuke turned his head and continued looking at the lake, saying, Naruto, we are best friends, and I really don't want to see the day you die. Huh. Naruto looked puzzled. What did this have to do with whether he lived or died? How did it suddenly get onto this topic? Please, I'm only 17, okay. I know, you're 17 and still not a Chunin, Naruto. You really don't have the foundation to be a ninja, Sasuke said with a regretful expression. Naruto keeps trying to trick him into becoming a babysitter for Konoha, but doesn't he also want Naruto to wake up and get away from Konoha so he can live a carefree life in the ninja world? Sasuke's words dealt another heavy blow to Naruto. Does this mean I really don't have the potential to become Hokage? That's right, your brain doesn't support you becoming Hokage. I won't listen to you. I'm going to become Hokage. Naruto roared to the sky. Sasuke completely ignored the guy and calmly continued fishing. Seeing that he couldn't reason with Sasuke, Naruto turned his attention to Karen. Karen, do you want to go to Konoha and become a ninja? Naruto asked Karen with a fawning expression. No, I'm not interested. Karen's answer was simple and clear. She had no good feelings towards these ninja villages. If it weren't for the peace now, Karen would have wanted to blow up Kusagakure. Sigh, okay. Naruto left looking dejected. Standing next to Sasuke, Karen asked in a low voice, Sasuke-kun, has Naruto been brainwashed? Yes, Orochimaru's brainwashing is so powerful, the third Hokage, as Orochimaru's master, must be even more skilled at it. Sasuke said seriously, it will take some effort to pull Naruto out of Konoha's quagmire. Karen nodded in deep agreement. She also felt that Naruto was either mentally ill or had been led astray his whole life without having any of his own thoughts, just like those people in Orochimaru's laboratory who were always shouting that they would give everything for Orochimaru. No, he's not even as good as those people. After all, Orochimaru really gave those people life, so they wouldn't die like ants. But what about Naruto? The son of a hero, who should have been enjoying the life of a prince, became someone everyone in Konoha hated. Growing up in such an environment, Naruto was still grateful to Konoha and wanted to repay everyone in Konoha. Is it supposed to be a reward, or a beating? Karen said she couldn't understand it at all. Forget it, we need to take things slowly with Naruto. The first step is to make him realize what a politician really is. Sasuke said softly. By the way, what are we having for lunch? Tilda, let's make jajangmyeon. It's been so long since I've had it. Karen said with a smile. Okay, do you need my help? Of course not. Don't underestimate the power of a housewife. Sasuke smiled and sat back down to fish. Suddenly, someone in the group tagged him. Zhang Sanfeng, fellow Taoist Sasuke. Those ungrateful fools from the 5 great sects have come to our door. Come quickly to our aid. It's finally here. Sasuke stood up and opened the mission interface of the chat group. However, no new tasks were shown above. Looks like I'll have to buy my own ticket this time. Sasuke bought a time travel talisman with 100 points in the shop, and disappeared from the Naruto world. Karen, who was in the kitchen, sensed Sasuke's disappearance, came out curiously to take a look, and then left it at that. Sasuke often disappears so suddenly, she's gotten used to it. Remember to come back for lunch. Karen called out to the air and then went back to work in the kitchen. The world of martial arts. Zhang Quishan had only been back at Wudang Mountain for 2 days when the 5 major sects, citing the need to rid the martial arts world of a scourge, demanded that he reveal the whereabouts of Xie Xuan, the golden-haired Lion King. I don't know how they found out about the relationship between Zhang Quishan and Xie Xuan. It couldn't have been Zhang Quishan who was brain dead and spread it around, could it? Therefore, there must be someone behind all of this. As for who that person is, Sasuke thinks Cheng Kun is the most likely suspect. Outside the main hall of the Wudang sect, the 5 major sects and various martial arts figures surrounded the place completely. Zhang Quishan. Revealing Xie Xuan's whereabouts would be a great service to the martial arts world. Yes, Xie Xuan committed heinous crimes in the martial world back then, and now it's time for him to pay the price. Zhang Wuxia, Xie Xuan is a demon. How can you, as a member of a righteous sect, support a demon? Seeing these so-called prestigious sects talking all at once, Zhang Quishan remained expressionless. He told Yin Susu to take the child and not come out, intending to handle the matter himself. Quishan, don't go out. I will naturally help you resolve this matter. Zhang Sanfeng pushed Zhang Quishan aside and walked straight towards the various people outside. When Zhang Sanfeng appeared, the previously chaotic crowd immediately fell silent. Putting everything else aside, Zhang Sanfeng's martial prowess has always been a deterrent. Whenever he shows his face, these monsters and demons have to consider whether they will become victims of his fists if they anger him. Master Zhang. The old nun Miju stepped forward and called out to Zhang Sanfeng at the entrance of the main hall, we are not here to disrespect Master Zhang. We only want to know the whereabouts of that demon Xie Xuan and rid the martial world of this scourge. Zhang Sanfeng looked at the other person. Having already read the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, he naturally knew that the old nun Miju was chasing Xie Xuan for the Dragon Saber in his hand. To be precise, it was for the 18 subduing dragon palms and the 9 yin manual inside the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. The other martial arts practitioners were simply after the dragon slaying saber. Enough with the nonsense. I don't like it when you dare to block the gates of Wudang Mountain today. Zhang Sanfeng said firmly. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing that Master Zhang of Wudang was so powerful, the Shaolin people couldn't sit still anymore. The leader stepped forward, bowed to Zhang Sanfeng, and said, I know that Master Zhang's martial arts are unparalleled. But there are so many of us here. I think even Master Zhang couldn't kill all of us. You will also run out of internal energy eventually, won't you? HMPH. Stop talking nonsense. I, Zhang Sanfeng, am not someone to be intimidated. Just wait and see if I can kill you with one slap. Zhang Sanfeng retorted forcefully. And he appealed for help in the group chat. A few seconds later, a light shone beside Zhang Sanfeng, and Sasuke's figure appeared. What? The members of the 5 major sects standing in the front row were all startled when they saw Sasuke appear out of thin air. After landing, Sasuke glanced at the people from the 5 major sects, then turned his gaze to Zhang Sanfeng, nodding slightly and saying, Master Zhang, we finally meet today. Zhang Sanfeng treated him with the same courtesy, and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Sasuke, I'm sorry to trouble you with today's matter. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promise. Sasuke turned around and looked at the martial arts figures present, saying coldly, Gentlemen, you are looking for Xie Xuan simply because of his dragon-slaying saber, hoping to become the supreme martial arts master, but I can tell you, to become the supreme martial arts master, the dragon-slaying saber alone is not enough, you also need the heaven-reliant sword. Now that things had come to this point, everyone understood Sasuke's meaning, and some of them subconsciously looked at the old nun Miju standing at the front. Why are you all looking at me? Do you want the heaven-slaying sword? Abbess Miju, feeling the gazes behind her, roared in fury, I think this brat is just a charlatan who talks nonsense. He suddenly appeared using some kind of sorcery. Let's all attack him and kill him. Upon hearing the words of the old nun, a murderous glint flashed in Sasuke's eyes. The next second, the old nun exploded like a watermelon. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Naruto. I just activated my eternal eye and joined the chat group. Part 2. The sudden turn of events startled everyone present. Even Zhang Sanfeng was surprised that Sasuke would suddenly make a move and kill Abbess Miju. Sasuke. This. Zhang Sanfeng looked at Sasuke with some bewilderment. Don't panic, I'm just doing something I've always wanted to do. Sasuke waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the panicked MA sect disciples, and finally declared to the assembled martial arts figures, from today onwards, the MA sect is officially expelled. Anyone else who wants to kill me, feel free to try. No one dared to utter a sound after being swept over by Sasuke's Rinnegan, fearing they would suffer the same fate as Abbess Miju. Seeing that no one objected, Sasuke nodded in satisfaction and said, Then, please go back to where you came from. Sasuke's swift and decisive killing of Abbess Miju did indeed frighten these martial arts practitioners, preventing them from causing trouble on Wudang Mountain. Now, upon hearing Sasuke's order to leave, those cowardly and weak amateurs all fled. If they didn't run away, they doubted they would ever be able to leave Wudang Mountain. In the end, only the Shaolin people remained on Wudang Mountain. Is there anything else? Zhang Sanfeng asked, frowning. He didn't have a good impression of Shaolin Temple. Although he had once been a disciple of Shaolin, Zhang Sanfeng didn't have much affection for it. After all, he was expelled from Shaolin Temple. Therefore, seeing that the Shaolin Temple people were still not leaving, Zhang Sanfeng naturally wouldn't give them a friendly look. Amitabha. This humble monk stayed not because of Zhang Wuxi's matter. I don't care what your reasons are. Wudang Mountain is not welcoming guests right now, get out of here. Zhang Sanfeng said somewhat irritably. Now that the matter of the 5 major sects has been resolved, he still needs Sasuke's help to deal with the Xuanming divine palm on Zhang Wuji's body. After all, Zhang Sanfeng doesn't have the 9 Yang divine skill yet and can't solve Zhang Wuji's problem. The Shaolin monks' faces stiffened. They clearly hadn't expected Zhang Sanfeng to be so forceful. However, these Shaolin monks were not the eminent monks of 100 years ago, they were just a bunch of worthless idiots. Ignoring Zhang Sanfeng's words, they asked Sasuke, esteemed benefactor, what do you mean by the supreme martial arts master you mentioned earlier? At this point, Sasuke understood what the old bald monk meant. He said disdainfully, what? Even a monk is interested in becoming the supreme martial arts master. Amitabha, benefactor, you misunderstand. Shaolin does not covet the divine skills within, but merely fears that they will cause bloodshed if they fall into the hands of the martial world. Therefore, we wish to safeguard them. Sasuke looked at the monk in front of him with disdain. If the high monks of 100 years ago knew that the Shaolin disciples of today were all like this, they would have slapped them to death. If you don't get out of here, I'll kill you. Sasuke's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and a murderous aura enveloped the monks. The Shaolin monks froze, then quickly turned and left Wudang Mountain. There was no other way, the lesson of Abbess Miju was still fresh in their minds. If they continued to linger here without knowing when to back down, they might really follow in her footsteps. After the Shaolin people left, Sasuke received his reward for the mission, 500 free experience points. Sasuke wanted to accumulate as much of this freedom as possible, hoping to see if he could evolve his body once more. Fellow Taoist, Sasuke is truly a young man of great talent. Zhang Sanfeng said warmly. Come, let me treat you to a proper meal to show my hospitality. I'll skip the meal, my wife is waiting for me at home. Sasuke laughed. The main reason I came here was to fulfill a long-held wish. Now that it's done, I won't trouble you any further. His main purpose in coming here was to kill the old nun Miju. This old thing could be called the #1 troublemaker in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. In order to conquer the Ming cult, she led her disciples all over the country. Even in death, she didn't give people peace of mind, and she planted the bomb of Zhou. It can be said that it created countless hardships for the protagonist Zhang Wuji. If we had killed her now, there probably wouldn't have been so many problems later. At this moment, Zhang Quishan came over with Yin Susu and Zhang Wuji. Although he didn't quite understand what had happened, Zhang Quishan could tell that the young man in front of him was a helper invited by his master, who had solved the problem for them in one fell swoop. Therefore, he felt obligated to come out and thank him. Thank you so much for helping me out of this predicament, senior. Zhang Quishan bowed respectfully. Zhang Sanfeng kept addressing Sasuke as fellow Taoist, and even though Sasuke was young, Zhang Quishan would never dare to call him young friend or young hero. Otherwise, Zhang Sanfeng would definitely show Zhang Quishan what it meant to be the best in the world. Sasuke smiled at him and was about to leave. I've already gained the experience, staying here is pointless. I might as well go back and get some sleep. Oh no. I mean, go back and cultivate. Hey, wait a minute. Zhang Sanfeng had barely finished speaking when Sasuke vanished before his eyes. Zhang Sanfeng sighed, inwardly lamenting the loss. He would have to go to the place where the Nine Yang manual was hidden to find the white ape and cure Zhang Wuji's illness. Turning to the bewildered Wudang disciples, Zhang Sanfeng waved his hand and said, disperse, all of you. After today, Wudang will not emerge from the world for the next 10 years. The disciples obeyed and went back to their own tasks. Zhang Sanfeng's decision was not made on a whim. As early as when Zhang Quishan returned, Zhang Sanfeng had already decided to close the mountain for 10 years. During these 10 years, he would carefully teach Zhang Wuji how to be a person, so that he could hand over Wudang Mountain to Zhang Wuji in the future. That's right, Zhang Sanfeng has already planned to groom Zhang Wuji as his successor. Back in his own world, Sasuke sat on a beach chair, waiting for dinner. When I'm bored, I open the chat group and see what my friends are up to today. Anyway, this is definitely the most comfortable life Sasuke has had since he came to this world. In 2 years, I'll go find out where that little piece of trash Ashiki is hiding. Sasuke thought to himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to find Ashiki now, but even if he found him now, he might not be able to beat him. Ashiki's strength is definitely at the 6 paths level, and he also has a very troublesome eye technique. Even the Rinnegan can't detect Ashiki shrinking. Therefore, to prevent Ashiki from escaping and leaving him with hidden dangers, Sasuke decided to wait until he leveled up 1 or even 2 levels before going after Ashiki. He'll make sure that guy is completely dead, with enough ashes to scatter. He definitely won't come back to life. There's no way around it, Sasuke is just that meticulous. Sasuke-kun, please come and eat. Karen's voice came from the kitchen. Sasuke had also received a free experience mission. Coming. Sasuke agreed, reeled in his fishing rod, and turned to go home. While Sasuke was eating, Naruto in Konoha wasn't so lucky. At this point, Konoha had clearly recognized Naruto's strength, and even promoted Iruka, who had a good relationship with Naruto, to be Naruto's personal tutor, so that Naruto could brush up on the basics of ninja. So many books. Naruto rubbed his blonde hair haphazardly with both hands, looking at the dozens of books in front of Iruka on the podium, and a thought of backing down suddenly rose in his mind. That's right. To become a qualified ninja, you must memorize everything written in these books and master it all. Kakashi stood next to Iruka and said to Naruto, after all, the Hokage only bears the responsibility for Konoha, but you, Naruto, bear the responsibility for the peace of the entire ninja world. Sasuke's failure to return to Konoha and his continued protection of Orochimaru have made the people of Konoha, and indeed the entire ninja world, uneasy. If Sasuke were to suddenly decide to cause trouble in Konoha, Naruto would be the only one who could stand up to him. Konoha would have to keep Naruto firmly on their side. Moreover, even if Sasuke doesn't cause trouble, in order to deter the other four great nations, they will still have to treat Naruto like royalty. To prevent Naruto from running away. Therefore, Naruto now carries a heavy burden. Naruto doesn't understand these things anymore. In his eyes, Sasuke is a comrade. Although he's no longer in Konoha, the ninja world is one family, and Sasuke is no exception. The other ninja villages are even less of a concern. They are all brothers who have risked their lives for each other, and there will definitely be no more wars in the future. The higher-ups of the Land of Fire in Konoha were certainly aware of Naruto's naive ideas, and they were naturally very satisfied with them, because such a person was the easiest to control. Therefore, apart from Sasuke urging Naruto to run away from Konoha, everyone else around Naruto wanted him to serve Konoha. After handing Naruto over to Iruka, Kakashi left. As the next Hokage, Kakashi is quite busy every day. If it weren't for Naruto, he wouldn't be here today. By the way, Naruto restored Kakashi's eyes, so his strength is definitely at the cage level. Looking at the mountain of books before him, Naruto cried out in his heart, "Someone save me." If Sasuke were here, he would definitely laugh at Naruto mercilessly, telling him that he didn't study properly before and skipped class every day to do makeup for the Hokage rock, trying to attract attention. If Naruto had used all that experience on studying, he would be a Jonin by now. After lunch, Sasuke became bored again. While Sasuke was practicing calligraphy at home with Karen, Orochimaru's chakra appeared in his senses. Orochimaru. What does that guy want with me? Sasuke asked, puzzled. He had been here for a while, but Orochimaru had never come before. To be precise, since meeting Suigetsu, he hadn't seen anyone else related to Orochimaru. There's another person. Their whole body is filled with natural energy. Is it Jugo? Sasuke walked out the door, and Orochimaru and the others came into his sight. In the jungle, Orochimaru spotted Sasuke and appeared with a smile, saying, "Did Karen discover us?" "I suppose so." "So, what brings you here?" Sasuke said casually. Orochimaru didn't keep them in suspense. Pointing to Jugo behind him, he said, "This guy behind me is the source of my research on the cursed seal. I've come here to ask Sasuke to help me train him so that he can control his power." Orochimaru's request. Jugo keeps going berserk from time to time, causing varying degrees of damage to Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru is about to get rid of him. Please teach Jugo how to control his internal power and stop him from going berserk. Reward. 500 free experience points. Sasuke looked at Jugo in front of him, who stared back at him expressionlessly. After a moment's thought, Sasuke nodded and said, "Alright, I'll teach him how to control his power." After agreeing to Orochimaru's request, Sasuke changed the subject and asked, "Orochimaru, is Kabuto still with you?" "Yes, he came back a couple of days ago." Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement. Kabuto Yakushi's whereabouts were no secret, even Konoha knew that Kabuto Yakushi was working for Orochimaru again. Originally, Kabuto was supposed to return to Konoha to open an orphanage, but a few days ago, he came to Sasuke to talk to him about the future. Kabuto Yakushi felt that he was now a complete failure. Even if he wanted to go back to Konoha, as Obito's biggest accomplice, Konoha would definitely not accept him. So he came to ask Sasuke if there was any good place nearby. He planned to open an orphanage to take in orphans from the ninja world. Then Sasuke recommended Kabuto to Orochimaru. Speaking of which, Itachi's techniques are truly terrifying. They completely changed Kabuto's personality. He used to be full of doubt and insecurity about the world, but now you can't see any of those traits in him at all. Orochimaru sighed. Even as a mere witness, Orochimaru found Kabuto's transformation difficult to accept. The change was simply too drastic. Orochimaru even wondered if Kabuto had lost his mind. After all, Itachi was a lunatic. He'd do anything to achieve his goals, no matter who he was dealing with. Sasuke sighed. Forget it, let's not talk about him, it's bad luck. It seems Sasuke really doesn't like Itachi at all. Nonsense, no normal person would like that guy, let alone me, the victim. Sasuke said coldly, "Alright, leave your address. I'll send him back after Jugo learns to control his power." Orochimaru nodded and handed over his new address to Sasuke. Still near Konoha. You've got guts. Sasuke looked surprised when he saw Orochimaru's new address. They'll find me no matter where I am, so it's better to stay close to each other to avoid wasting each other's time. Orochimaru laughed nonchalantly. Jugo knows the way himself. If you don't want to go, you can let Jugo come back by himself. Alright, I understand. You can leave now. Sasuke waved his hand and looked at Jugo. Starting tomorrow, I'll find a way to train your willpower so you can master the power within you. Any objections? Jugo shook his head, indicating that he would follow Sasuke's arrangements. Orochimaru then gave Jugo a series of instructions, such as that Sasuke was the person Kimimaro was desperately trying to bring back, and so on. Sasuke got a little annoyed by what he heard, and only then did he turn and leave. Outside, only Jugo and Sasuke remained. Sasuke pointed to the Hashirama statue in the distance and said, "Next, I will seal all the chakra in your body, returning your body to the level of an ordinary person. Your daily task is to climb from Hashirama's feet to the top of his head with one hand. Understand?" Shigego nodded. Sasuke didn't waste any words. He used his Rinnegan to restrict Jugo, preventing him from using his own chakra, and then left him alone. Jugo was very determined and started walking downstream towards the valley of the end. Back in the house, Karen was already dressed and sitting on the sofa reading manga, looking annoyed. This manga was bought by Zoro at Sasuke's request in their world. It tells the story of a peaceful hero battling the Germa family. Seeing Sasuke return, Karen said quietly, "We've almost used up all the stuff we bought last time. Should we go to Konoha again?" "Huh, it's gone again so quickly?" Sasuke asked with a surprised expression. "Someone tore up 2 pairs of glasses a day. No matter how many you buy, it won't last this long," Karen said, her face slightly flushed, as she pushed up her glasses. The glasses she was wearing now were non-prescription glasses. She had simply gotten used to wearing them and decided to continue wearing non-prescription ones. Sasuke scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled, "Then let's go to Konoha again in a couple of days. Sigh, running around all the time is such a hassle." Speaking of which, Sasuke started to miss the convenience of express delivery. Sitting next to Karen, gently stroking her red hair, Sasuke muttered to himself, "Perhaps I should start a delivery company." Hearing Sasuke's voice, Karen asked with some confusion, "What is a courier company?" "It's basically food delivery, or you could think of it as an escort mission. It's a pity that transportation isn't developed enough these days, otherwise we could really consider doing it," Sasuke said with some regret. "Oh tilde," Karen nodded as if she understood, and then stopped thinking about things she couldn't understand. On the other side, it took Jugo an hour to finally reach the foot of the Hashirama statue. Looking up, the statue was at least 100 meters high. Even a regular Chunin would have difficulty climbing it with one hand, let alone Jugo, whose physical abilities were now those of an ordinary person. The journey from Sasuke's house to here had taken a toll on his strength, and he was now sitting on the ground, panting. So ordinary people's physical fitness is this weak. I'm already tired after walking just this short distance, and not even very fast. Jugo thought to himself, Sasuke-kun's purpose in making me climb this statue must be to temper my will, right? Orochimaru-sama said before that to control my power, one must either have strong mental strength or unwavering will. It seems that Sasuke-kun wants me to temper the latter. Jugo had almost figured out what Sasuke meant. The reason he went berserk after entering Sage mode was because he couldn't control his violent will every time. But can this method really help me control myself? Jugo didn't really believe he could control himself. Shaking his head, Jugo got up and prepared to start climbing. Regardless of whether he could control himself, he had to climb the statue because it was a task Sasuke had given him. A week later, Sasuke got up in the morning without waking Karen. After getting dressed, he used Kamui to go to the forest to check on Jugo. When he arrived, Sasuke found that Jugo had only suffered minor superficial injuries and was otherwise unharmed. Seeing Sasuke approach, Jugo stopped his rock climbing and stood in front of Sasuke. Not bad, quite sturdy. Sasuke said. Do you still remember how you idolized Kimimaro? Jugo was taken aback by Sasuke's question. He would never forget something like this in his entire life. I envy him, he found his own value, Jugo said softly. Actually, after Kimimaro's death, I should have fulfilled his request and given my life to you, but. Sasuke didn't say the last words, but he knew that Jugo was unwilling to protect him, a child. 4 years ago, Sasuke was still very weak and couldn't subdue Jugo at all. Later, when he became stronger, he didn't go looking for Jugo. Instead, he took Karen and went directly to Itachi Uchiha. Jugo, having been imprisoned by Orochimaru on a secluded island, was completely unaware of the changing times in the outside world. His understanding of Sasuke was stuck in an ancient version, believing that Sasuke was at most similar to Kimimaro, or perhaps even inferior. Sasuke laughed and said, let's have a fight. Huh. Jugo looked at Sasuke in confusion. Don't doubt it. I surpassed Kimimaro 2 years ago, and my current strength is beyond your comprehension. Sasuke stepped onto the water and said, you only have one chance to attack, so you'd better go all out. Sasuke didn't know Jugo's specific situation before, so he let him come here to train first. Now a week has passed, and although Jugo didn't climb onto Hashirama's head, he didn't have any major injuries, which shows that Jugo is not a stupid person. Sasuke felt it was time to help Jugo overcome his isolation and truly find the meaning of his existence. As Sasuke finished speaking, Jugo finally felt the flow of chakra within his body once again. At the same time, the surrounding natural energy began to surge violently, rushing into Jugo's body. As natural energy flowed in, Jugo's body also changed, his skin darkened, and his body became strange. This is the true sage body. The passive ability is the same as Hashirama's. It's a pity you haven't awakened your bloodline limit, so you can only use this power crudely. Otherwise, your strength should surpass the 5 kg, Sasuke said calmly. Kill. Having absorbed natural energy, Jugo has completely lost his reason, or rather, his ego is now extremely inflated. His immense power makes him feel invincible, and even an earthworm passing by would get slapped by him. Sasuke has the most experience with Jugo's current situation. After gaining great power, he will become arrogant. At this point, all you need to do is have someone even stronger come and knock him out of his wits. Bring it on. Boom. Jugo, now in sage mode, instantly erupted. His black fist, larger than Sasuke's head, hurtled straight at Sasuke. Sasuke shifted his body slightly, dodging Jugo's fist with a sidestep, and then raised his leg, his knee landing directly on Jugo's abdomen. Jugo spat out a mouthful of acid, his body flying backward uncontrollably, crashing into Hashirama's foot. Boom. A cloud of dust swept in, and Jugo, now even larger, reappeared before Sasuke. Die. Sasuke remained expressionless, grabbed Jugo's fist with one hand, spun around, and used the momentum to make Jugo lose his balance and fly away. Bang bang bang. Jugo skipped across the water several times before finally standing still. He raised his head, his golden eyes, filled with murderous intent, fixed on Sasuke. Again. Sasuke chuckled. It's nice to get some exercise now and then, but unfortunately Jugo's strength is still too weak, he's barely a Jonin, far from Sasuke's expectations. Upon hearing Sasuke's provocation, Jugo, who was already lacking in rationality, went even crazier, roared, and his body began to change again. 6 jet holes grew on its back, and jet holes of different sizes also appeared at the joints of its limbs. Oh, so he used it all to boost his strength and speed. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, surprised by Jugo's strange change. Boom. Jugo launched another attack. Chakra surged from every jet of air all over his body, and the resulting propulsion boosted his speed by more than 1 level. If Jugo's speed was only at the Jonin level before, it has now reached the Kage level. Boom. A blur of motion flashed past, but Sasuke used the body flicker technique to dodge the attack. Is that all? How disappointing. Even while moving, Sasuke didn't forget to make sarcastic remarks, increasing Jugo's anger level. Jugo did not disappoint Sasuke. Every time he was provoked, Jugo's chakra would become even larger and more violent. However, even though Jugo had reached the level of a Kage, Sasuke still treated him with nonchalance and even dared to provoke him. What's wrong? Is this your limit? That's truly disappointing. I didn't expect that the bodyguard Kimimaro left me was only this capable. Oh, your aura is a little stronger than before. But that's all. If I were in a fit of anger, I could kill you instantly. Your form has changed again. Unfortunately, your fists are still not hard enough, and your speed is not fast enough. From the beginning until now, you haven't even touched the hem of my clothes. As expected, Orochimaru has no choice but to give up on you. After all, no one wants to keep a piece of trash around for nothing. Sasuke's words drove Jugo mad. With a roar to the sky, Jugo began to actively absorb the surrounding natural energy. At the same time, Jugo's body is gradually getting bigger. Jugo, who was already 2 meters tall, had grown to almost 3 meters in his previous transformations. This transformation was even more dramatic, turning him from a 3-meter tall man into a giant over 10 meters tall. The enormous figure appeared directly in front of Sasuke, raised his arm, and countless natural energies converged on his right arm. Kill you. I must kill you. Boom. His right arm gradually thickened, and several jet vents appeared on it, spewing out chakra as if it were free. The resulting airflow carved cracks into the mountain behind him. Looks like this is your limit. Not bad, with this strength, Taking on the Raikage one-on-one wouldn't be a problem, Sasuke muttered to himself. Even after Jugo's size increased, his speed didn't decrease. After all, he had so many jet vents, and his chakra was directly absorbed from natural energy, so he didn't run out of chakra and could maintain a high burst of power. The Raikage is considered the strongest of the 5 Kage. Jugo's strength is roughly the same as his, which means he has reached the peak of an ordinary person's strength. Roar. A deafening roar erupted, and a massive fist slammed down. Facing Jugo's attack at the peak of Kage level, Sasuke neither dodged nor evaded, but calmly raised his hand to block in front of him. Boom. The water exploded, and the originally calm surface of the water was pressed down several meters by Jugo's punch. But Sasuke's figure was like an unchanging mountain, not moving an inch. He steadily caught Jugo's full-force attack with just one hand. It's time to finish. With a slight effort, Sasuke deflected Jugo's fist, his 6 Tomo Rinnegan eyes calmly fixed on Jugo. He said, "You should be awake by now, right?" Jugo paused for a moment, his eyes darting left and right with a sharp look. The attack had consumed a lot of his chakra, so his rationality had returned somewhat. It seems so. A purple skeleton appeared on Sasuke's body, and the next second, a 100-meter-tall Susanoo appeared in front of Jugo. The overwhelming figure enveloped Chongwu, whose eyes were glazed over and whose mind was blank. For a moment, he couldn't understand what this thing was. Under Sasuke's control, Susanoo held Jugo in one hand and placed it in front of itself. Do you see this? This is the gap between us, an insurmountable gap. Jugo stared blankly at Sasuke, too shocked to speak. Sasuke casually tossed Jugo aside, dispelled his Susanoo, and landed on the ground, saying, "Do you understand now? Although your power is strong, there are many people in this world who are stronger than you. I can master the power of Susanoo, and you can definitely master your own power too." Jugo nodded silently. After calming down, the natural energy in his body began to dissipate, and his body returned to its original size. Despite being beaten up by Sasuke, Jugo didn't come away empty-handed. At least now, when he's absorbing less natural energy, he can control his power. Unlike before, when absorbing even a tiny bit of natural energy would send me into a berserk state. Sasuke let Jugo live next to his house, but of course, Jugo had to build the house himself. In the yard, Karen looked at Jugo next door and asked worriedly, "Sasuke-kun, are you sure this guy won't suddenly go crazy and come over to tear our house down?" "Don't worry, Jugo can already control his power." Before he could finish speaking, an explosion came from next door. Jugo punched a large tree to pieces and is now controlling his emotions with a ferocious expression. Seeing this, Sasuke's expression stiffened. He had just told Karen not to worry, and then this happened. Was this a slap in the face that came so quickly? Clearing his throat, Sasuke feigned composure and said, "It's not a big problem. At worst, we can just have Orochimaru build us an even bigger villa." Karen shook her head. This place had just been filled with traces of their lives, and she didn't want to move. Looking at Jugo next door, Karen said, "I remember when I was looking through Orochimaru's base information, Jugo really liked small animals. How about we have him open a zoo? Let him find solace in animals." Karen, having placed her heart in Sasuke, naturally knew what Orochimaru's people needed. To put it bluntly, they were just people who couldn't find their purpose in life. Wouldn't it be enough to give them a goal? Sasuke looked at Karen with great surprise, not expecting that she could discover Jugo's problem. "You're right, Jugo needs a spiritual anchor. I was just considering whether to let Jugo become a veterinarian or a nature conservation volunteer." "Hee. I'm pretty smart, aren't I?" Karen said with a grin. "I think Jugo should go protect small animals. He seems to have the ability to communicate with them." This week, Karen also observed Jugo. It wasn't far from here to the two statues, and Karen could easily sense Jugo's state. She discovered that when Jugo was with small animals, both of them emitted a strange fluctuation. At first, Karen didn't know what they were, but as she observed them more often, she discovered that the little animals would often bring Jugo some fruit to fill his stomach, and some would even come to play with Jugo in groups. Therefore, Karen concludes that Jugo should be able to communicate with animals. "Well, let Jugo train for a while longer, then let him become a veterinarian," Sasuke said after thinking for a moment. Jugo's ability allows him to perfectly control the cells in his body. In the original story, he was able to save Sasuke even when his internal organs were blown out, let alone treat some injured small animals. Karen nodded in agreement, thinking that being a veterinarian was a good fit for Jugo. While Sasuke was enjoying a leisurely life, Zoro was. It took them 2 days to wait for Luffy to arrive in Kokoyasi village. During that time, Nami announced that Kokoyasi village had regained its freedom. When the villagers saw the messy Arlong paradise, they were overjoyed and cried tears of joy. They immediately announced that they would hold a banquet. Halfway through the banquet, the Navy's Captain Rat suddenly appeared. He had previously agreed with Arlong to split Nami's treasure equally. When the rat arrived and learned that Arlong was dead, he was extremely shocked. After all, Arlong was a pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries. How could he have been killed by an unknown nobody from the East Blue? The rat's first reaction was disbelief. He couldn't believe that anyone in the East China Sea could kill Arlong. So he began his most familiar routine, to make things difficult for the villagers of Kokoyasi village, forcing them to tell him about Alon. However, the villagers of Kokoyasi village had long since lost their affection for the Navy, and the smart ones knew that the Navy might have some kind of deal with Arlong, otherwise why hadn't anyone come to kill Arlong after almost 10 years? Therefore, they firmly refused to reveal Nami's affair. Even if they didn't say anything, the rat knew about Nami and Arlong's relationship. He went straight to Nami and said that if she was willing to hand over the treasure she had collected over the years, he would let bygones be bygones, otherwise, he would report it to the 7 warlords of the sea. Then, the 7 warlords who came to Kokoyasi village would be legally plundering. Upon hearing the name of the 7 warlords of the sea, Nami suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of the world's greatest swordsman she had seen that day. And so, a lie was born. I heard that the rats escaped that day in a panic. Now, after a period of travel, they have finally arrived in the town of Gro. Zoro walked down the street, looking for a shop that sold swords. I don't know what possessed him today, but he didn't take any unnecessary detours and went straight into the shop with the Sandai Kidetsu. When it came to the trivial matter of buying swords, Zoro casually handed 100,000 berries to the shopkeeper, indicating that he only wanted the 2 cheapest weapons. Meanwhile, Zoro was also asking Sasuke questions in the group chat. Zoro, I've been hearing strange noises lately, like someone's breathing. Sasuke, do you know what that is? In the courtyard, seeing Zoro's question, Sasuke gave him a crash course on the divisions of swordsmanship. Sasuke, your current state is a sign that you're about to become a swordsman. Once you reach that level, you'll be able to unleash flying slashes. Miss Kobayashi's Toru, what is the flying slash? River God. I know. It's sword energy, right? Sasuke. Oh. I didn't expect the river god to know about this. River god. I saw some people dueling on the shore a couple of days ago. They were using swords and blades to unleash sword energy and hurt people. I thought it was quite interesting, so I wanted to ask Goddess Nuwa to let me become the god of knives or the god of swords, so I could unleash sword energy like them. Unfortunately, Goddess Nuwa refused. Gabriel. After all, no normal person would think that a river god could become a sword god, right? Seeing Gabriel, whom he hadn't seen for several days, and hearing her arrogant tone of voice, Sasuke knew that this girl had fallen from grace. Sigh, such a good angel, just ruined like this. Lily, Xiaojia's tone has changed a lot, what happened? Sasuke, he's probably already become a fallen angel. Chao, fallen angel. Is that a huge leap? Gabriel, so what if her angelic halo turned black? Wipe it off and it'll still work. Now I understand, people don't need to live such stressful lives. When you feel like you're carrying a heavy burden, it's because someone's shitting and peeing on your head. So, don't set too many goals for yourself in life, just enjoy it. Sasuke, it's truly remarkable that you've grasped all of this. Joseph Joestar, Gabriel used to be a true saintly angel, but now that she's grasped these opposite ideas, she's bound to get deeply involved. Lily Ling, as expected of a degenerate capitalist, she sees through these things very clearly. Chao, although I am a capitalist, I am not depraved in the slightest. Sasuke, okay, we understand. At Zoro, if you want to break through to the level of a swordsman quickly, you need to constantly fight against equally matched opponents. Zoro, but I don't have any swordsmen here who are roughly my level. After all, my strength was already considered a monster of the East Blue. After Zoro said that, Sasuke realized that Zoro was already among the top people in the East Blue. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to go to the Grand Line, because only there could he encounter stronger opponents. Sasuke, okay, I didn't think that through. Let me know when you become a swordsman, I have something to tell you. Once Zoro becomes a swordsman, Sasuke can then teach him about Haki. During his last fight with Mihawk, Sasuke used his Rinnegan to copy Mihawk's Haki usage, so whether Sasuke guides Zoro himself or lets Zoro purchase Haki training methods from the chat shop, both are good options. The reason I didn't tell Zoro about hockey before was because Zoro was too weak back then. He wasn't even a swordsman yet. Even if I told him about hockey, it wouldn't have made a difference because his physical abilities simply couldn't keep up, and he couldn't develop hockey. Even observation hockey requires at least a sword master level to comprehend. Things haven't been too busy here for the past 2 years. Should I consider going to another world to have some fun? Sasuke thought. The most recent villain in the Naruto world was Tonari when Naruto was 19. That guy is too weak now, and even if he were killed, he wouldn't give him much experience, so Sasuke has never paid any attention to Tonari. After ruling out Tonari, the only organization that can give Sasuke experience at this stage is Ashiki's Kara organization. That guy is not someone Sasuke is willing to mess with right now. Should I take a 2-year break? Or go to another world to continue my efforts? Sasuke hesitated. He could only gain 1 or 2 experience points a day by training on his own, which was negligible. So Sasuke had already given up on training, he'd rather use that time to help his wife with housework and gain a few free experience points. Forget it, I'll take a 2-year break. I've worked hard for 10 years, it's time to rest. Faced with the choice between working hard and giving up, Sasuke decisively chose to give up. Even the angel Gabriel said that the world needs to slack off, so of course he, an ordinary person, should also start slacking off. People live just to slack off. After making this decision, Sasuke lived a comfortable life from then on. Every day, he would check on Keijigo to see if his mastery of his power had improved, and occasionally deal with Naruto's harassment when he returned to the village. Of course, Sasuke would always take the initiative to persuade Naruto to leave the village as soon as possible and become a free individual like him. And so, several months passed. As the weather gradually turns colder, Sasuke rarely goes fishing anymore, spending his days curled up in his kotatsu at home, playing single-player games he got from Thor. To be honest, the games Toru plays are much more interesting than the games Gabriel plays. One was a meticulously crafted game, the other a low-quality online game. Sasuke abandoned Gabriel's online game without a second thought, even trying to persuade her to play single-player games with him. Unfortunately, Gabriel's talent in gaming was entirely focused on spending money on in-game purchases. Her skills were simply appalling, and she couldn't handle this kind of fighting game at all. Eventually, Sasuke and the others gave up trying to persuade Gabriel. Let her cook whatever she wants. At noon, Sasuke closed his laptop, stretched, and while waiting for lunch, he opened the chat group to see what his silly friends were talking about. Zoro, I've been drifting on the high seas lately, it's getting a bit boring. Toru from the Kobayashi family, you should cherish your peaceful life now, because who knows when another disaster might strike. Chow, I have a very fulfilling day every day, and I'm not bored at all. Ishida Ryu, who asked you? Did anyone even reply? Gabriel, you evil capitalists. Zhang Sanfeng, young friend Bu Jingyan's avatar lit up for a second just now. Although it quickly went dark again, this old Taoist has been watching it closely, and I absolutely cannot be mistaken. Sasuke. Zhang Junren, you're so boring all day. River God. No. I think this is a great way to kill time. Think about it, there are only 10 people in our group. We already know the other 9 very well, but there's one who doesn't fit in, which makes him stand out and makes people unconsciously want to pay attention to him. Sasuke. So, you're also keeping an eye on Bu Jingyan. River God. That's right. Sasuke didn't know where to begin his tu sao, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical comments. Zhang Sanfeng. Sigh, this old Taoist is so bored these days. I've already dispelled the cold poison in my son Wuji's body, and now he's just focusing on his basic cultivation. I don't need to supervise him at all, he's cultivating on his own. Now I'm just waiting for him to turn 15 so I can give him this 9-yang manual, and then I'll go on vacation to another world. Gabriel. A vacation, huh? I'll go on vacation after my exams are over. Lily Ling. Excuse me for interrupting, but I wanted to ask if any of you know the incantation to break the demon's summoning spell. Seeing this, Sasuke knew that Yuri had finally summoned the little snake. And for her, the time had finally come to the beginning of the story. Recently, Yuri Rei, a witch, discovered a spell book that could summon legendary demons. With the intention of just playing around, Yuri Rei began the summoning, but she really didn't expect to be able to summon a demon. Even more outrageous is that the demons she summons cannot return to the demon realm on their own. She, the summoner, must personally unsummon them before they can go back, otherwise, they will be stuck here forever. Looking at the small, golden-haired snake she had pierced, Lily asked her friends in the group chat if they had any ideas. Sigh, to divide a curse into 3 books, is the guy who wrote this book out of his mind. Within seconds, someone in the group replied to her. River God, I've seen people summon demons before. They kill the demons and then revive them in the demon realm. This is essentially sending them back to the demon realm. Seeing the river god's reply, and looking at the little evil god who was almost fully recovered from his injuries, Lily felt a wave of weariness. It seems that killing this guy is impossible, so she can only break the contract and return to her own world after I die. Yuri expressed her regret. But should she sacrifice herself? Sorry, that's impossible. Lily said, in that case, please wait until I am 100 years old before you break the contract and return to the demon realm. You fool. The little evil god was furious, but dared not make a move. The fighting power that the other party had just displayed was too terrifying. He had killed her in an instant, which made her somewhat afraid. No, I need to find a teammate. The little evil god immediately thought of his ATM Medusa. Her eyes could turn any living being she saw into stone, and she could definitely kill that despicable human, Lily Ling, in an instant. Lily was unaware of the little evil god's plan. She didn't have much of a problem with having another mouth to feed in the family. To be honest, she had always been a very lonely person. 2 months ago, she joined a chat group, and chatting with everyone every day made her gradually feel that she was not different. Now that there is a little devil in the house, Lily Ling feels a sense of closeness. Of course, it would be even better if the little evil god didn't want to kill him. Lily sat in front of the computer, continuing to browse various terrifying-looking cold weapons. If only I could get my hands on Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, that sword would be absolutely divine. Yuri felt a strong urge to borrow it. Several times she wanted to ask Sasuke to lend her the sword, but then she remembered that they weren't that close, so she suppressed her impulse. Suddenly, someone in the group chat contacted her. Sasuke, if you can't find something, check the system shop. They have everything there. Lily, thank you. I'll go check right away. After thanking her, Lily opened them all and searched for the magic book she had been reading before. Dark magic summoning spell complete. Summon a powerful companion from the demon realm based on the summoner's strength. Price: 10,000 points. 10,000 points. Bai Heling decisively closed the shop. She'd been in the chat group for a while now, and after much effort, she'd only managed to accumulate 2,000 points. 10,000. That'd have to wait until next year. Besides, there are things I really want to buy. Yuri looked at the little evil god behind her and silently apologized in her heart. In the Naruto world, Sasuke was unaware that his Kusanagi sword had been targeted. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind, to taste the little evil god. No other intention than to eat snake meat. Before, I could only watch them eat, but now I have the chance to try it myself. Sasuke, by the way, did you summon a little evil god? He suddenly realized the problem and quickly asked in the group chat. Lily didn't hide anything, she took a picture of the little evil god and posted it in the group chat. Sasuke. Oh, this guy's actually quite good looking. Chow, although she looks almost like a human, she's still a snake. Gabriel. Didn't expect Sasuke to be this freak. River God. The snake people. They seem to have a history of intermarrying with humans. Ishida Ryu. Enough already. Can you guys stop being so outrageous every time? Zoro. Speaking of which, I'm also a little curious about what mermaids look like in our world. Sasuke. You just met Aokiji, and soon you'll be able to see the mermaid. Zoro. Oh. That makes me look forward to it. Not to mention Zoro, everyone in the group was full of anticipation for the mermaid. Joker. I really envy your world. You have all sorts of amazing creatures. Before, there were sky islands and talking reindeer, and now there are even mermaids. I wonder what interesting things I'll encounter in the new world. If I weren't too weak, I'd love to join your Straw Hat crew and go on an adventure together. Sasuke. Yeah, that world is really amazing. But I think there shouldn't have been so many strange creatures in their world originally. I guess someone did some evil experiment in the past, which is why there are so many strange people in the world. Zoro. I think you and Robin would definitely get along well. Sasuke. I'm just speculating. I know nothing about the truth, while Robin seeks the truth. She'll probably just laugh off my guesses. Zoro. Maybe. By the way, when are you coming again? Nami keeps asking me about you, it's annoying. Sasuke. I don't have any plans for that in the near future. Finding a wife was no problem for Sasuke. Karen had no objections and even urged him on. However, Sasuke himself wasn't very interested in it. After all, feelings need to be cultivated, not something you can just jump into battle with a gun in hand. Putting aside the other person, Sasuke also needs to cultivate feelings for them. Therefore, Sasuke still only has Karen by his side. Actually, if Sasuke were willing, Sakura would definitely wash herself clean and wait for him. Unfortunately, Sakura is really not Sasuke's type. Popular Sakura is more like her. In the dead of winter, Jugo, wearing a cotton padded coat, lay asleep on the back of a brown bear. He can control his emotions now, but instead of going back to work for Orochimaru, he found a place to be a veterinarian and now lives a life similar to that of a caveman. Sasuke didn't bother with him. Anyway, Jugo wouldn't starve, and if he really needed help, Jugo would say so himself. Upstream from the Valley of the End, on the frozen lake, a figure is slowly walking towards Sasuke's house. The person who came was wearing a white long robe, had his hair tied in a ponytail, and had many black things on his face that looked like tattoos. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the black scepter in his hand. Don't worry, Master Ashiki, I will definitely bring the weapon back. Today, neither Sasuke nor Karen activated their chakra perception, so they didn't notice the guest had arrived outside. Otherwise, Sasuke would have already snapped the opponent's head off with a long-range Kamui. On the ice, Jigen slowly walked towards Sasuke's hut. He made no attempt to conceal his presence or chakra, intending to lure Sasuke out and then eliminate him directly. Unfortunately, he never imagined that Sasuke's strength had far surpassed his own. Even if it were Ashiki at his peak, he might not be a match for Sasuke, let alone Jigen. Sasuke only noticed him after he reached the door. He exchanged a glance with Karen, who asked in confusion, "Whose chakra is this? It feels stronger than mine." Karen is merely the gatekeeper of the six paths, Jigen's strength is definitely above Karen's. However, if Karen uses the Vajra sealing technique at the six paths level, I wonder how Jigen will deal with it. Sasuke had no intention of letting his wife fight Jigen. He ruffled Karen's gentle red hair and laughed, "I'll take care of that guy. He's just a clown. He won't take up much time." Karen nodded and said sweetly, "Go and come back quickly." With a smile, Sasuke left the room looking relaxed. Outside stood a man who looked like a monk. Sasuke cut straight to the point, "State your purpose." "You are a very good candidate. So there's no room for negotiation." Sasuke immediately understood. Today, they had to fight to the death. Sasuke scoffed, "You." Wow. Lightning crackled, and Jigen's body was instantly blasted dozens of miles away by Sasuke. Such immense power. Jigen steadied himself in midair, utterly astonished by Sasuke's strength. Fortunately, he had absorbed a significant amount of the Ten Tails chakra before emerging, otherwise this attack alone would have been enough to force him to surrender. However, after this attack, his power will be considerably depleted, won't it? Jigen felt that this move must be some kind of powerful technique from Sasuke, and that he himself had also suffered considerable losses after using it. His 1,000 years of invincibility had made Jigen somewhat underestimate the people of the world. Divine power. At the entrance, Sasuke unleashed the power of both Kamui and instantly appeared in front of Jigen, his hand, imbued with spatial power, piercing right through Jigen's chest. Sixian's eyes widened in disbelief. "You seem quite surprised." Sasuke's icy voice reached Jigen's ears, the sarcasm in it so grating. When he arrived, he never thought he would lose. In fact, Jigen thought that Sasuke wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few of his moves. But why? Why was I instantly killed by the opponent, and with ninjutsu no less? Shouldn't I be immune to ninjutsu? If Sasuke knew what Jigen was thinking right now, he would probably burst out laughing. "Who do you think you are, Jigen? Even Kagaya couldn't defend against the spatial power formed by those two Kamui, and Kakashi's borrowed six paths power severed her arm. Let alone a little punk like you, Jigen." The Rinnegan with its six tomo flashed, and in the next moment, Jigen's body was riddled with holes. It's the Wheel of Death. Each shadow clone used the spatial power of the dual divine might, instantly bringing Jigen to the brink of death. This ability. Impossible. How could you have such an ability? Jigen looked at Sasuke coldly, as if he didn't care about his injuries at all. At this moment, Sasuke also noticed that something was wrong with Jigen. You should know that, including his main body and his shadow, there are a total of 6 people. The 6 men each made a hole in Sixian, and his internal organs were completely transferred by the spatial power. He should be dead by now, let alone be able to speak. After all, Jigen is not a true Otsutsuki. He can only use the power of one style, but he does not have the tenacious vitality of an Otsutsuki. Looking into Sasuke's eyes, Jigen's expression remained unchanged. I remember this ability should belong to Uchiha Madara. Answer me first, why is Ashiki targeting me? Sasuke asked. He remembered that Ashiki needed to meet quite a few conditions to reincarnate, so logically, the other party shouldn't be targeting him, right? But now, Jigen had appeared in front of him, forcing him to reconsider his attitude towards Ashiki. If the other party is really aggressive, then Sasuke will have no choice but to go to another world to level up like crazy. Jigen looked into Sasuke's eyes without saying a word. However, Sasuke already understood what he meant. So that's how it is. It's because my Rinnegan and the six paths power within me have met the conditions for Ashiki's reincarnation. Sasuke understood. At the same time, he was somewhat speechless, not because his Rinnegan had summoned Ashiki, but because Ashiki dared to covet his body. You should know that the last person who coveted her body has now become her full-time servant. Just as Sasuke was about to kill Jigen, he suddenly felt a warning. It was as if something terrible would happen if he killed Jigen. Sasuke has always trusted his sixth sense. After all, he has cultivated to this level, so it's impossible for him to have any illusions of danger. Sasuke gave Jigen a deep look, then vanished the next second. Jigen was relieved that Sasuke would let him go, but he was also a little disappointed. I'm sorry, Master Ashiki, the operation has failed, Jigen said to the air. A white mass emerged from Sixian's body, resembling a fusion of Sakin and Ukin's cells, which was extremely disgusting. A few seconds later, the white mass gradually took shape and became the same. The Otsutsuki's classic pale skin, plus one Byakugan and one rice-shaped eye, isn't that exactly Ashiki himself? Ignoring the dying Jigen, Ashiki glanced in the direction of Sasuke's house, a fleeting look of regret in his eyes. If Sasuke had just killed Jigen, Ashiki, who had already merged with Jigen, would also have died. At that time, he could have used the Otsutsuki's passive ability to forcibly imprint his karma seal on Sasuke, an indelible mark. Then, as Sasuke grows old, he can take over the body of a powerful Six Paths cultivator. At that time, it will be time for him to turn the tables on Kagaya. Unfortunately, Sasuke stopped in the end, causing Ashiki's plan to fail. This time, not only did we lose Jigen, a great general, but we also lost a significant amount of the Ten Tails chakra. Replenishing it will not be an easy task. When Sasuke returned home, he had no idea that Ashiki was right in front of him and was trying to trick him in this way. If he had known what Ashiki was thinking, he would definitely have risked killing Jigen just now. Don't forget, Sasuke has an upgrade system. Perhaps killing Jigen isn't enough to upgrade him, but adding Ashiki would definitely allow him to reach a new level, on par with Kagaya. At that point, he could completely dominate Kagaya. As for that wedge-like thing, there will definitely be a way to remove it or devour it. In short, Sasuke, back home, was unaware that he had missed a shortcut. He leaned against Karen's chest and looked at the task system in the chat group, but there were no tasks related to him. How strange. What trump card does Sixian have that he could use to take me down with him? No matter how much Sasuke thought about it, he couldn't understand why Jigen could make him feel threatened. If I had to say what makes me feel threatened right now, it would only be the Otsutsuki's karma seal, which is almost impossible to break, Sasuke thought to himself. He had no idea how to break that data possession ability, but that was Aikishi's ability, so what did it have to do with Jigen? After thinking for a long time, Sasuke still couldn't figure it out, so he had to give up on this brain-burning problem. The appearance of Jigen this time also made Sasuke feel a sense of crisis. These Otsutsuki are not to be trifled with. What if an even stronger Otsutsuki comes next? Wouldn't that be terrible? Sasuke, who had originally planned to rest for 2 years, immediately changed his mind. Level up. He had to level up. But where do we upgrade? Upgrade. Oh right. How could I have forgotten about that place? Sasuke opened the group chat and found Ishida Ryu in it. Sasuke, Ishida, I plan to stay in Hawako Mundo for a while. Could you grant me access to that area? Several question marks appeared above Ishida's head. He wondered what Sasuke was doing in Hawako Mundo. Well, Hawako Mundo has nothing to do with me, let him do whatever he wants. With this thought in mind, Ishida Ryu activated his access to the world. A moment later, Sasuke appeared beside Ishida Ryu. Yulong laughed and asked, are you planning to stay here permanently this time? Sasuke shook his head. No, I plan to take some hollows back for research, so I'm here to grab some experimental materials. Sasuke didn't tell Ryu his real purpose for coming here. He didn't tell anyone about upgrading the system, not even Karen knew that Sasuke had such a system. Researching hollows. Ryu frowned, but didn't say much. After all, it was just a hollow. Do you want me to show you the way? Hawako Mundo isn't so easy to get into. No need. Before Kamui, spatial barriers can be ignored. Sasuke waved his hand and laughed. I'm leaving now. I'll go back by myself after I'm done, so I won't come to say goodbye. With that, Sasuke used Kamui to tear open space and found a desolate world. Stepping into Hueco Mundo, the chill in the air made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. The entire Hueco Mundo is essentially a tomb. The top layer of sand consists of hollows killed by the Soul King using Quincy power. Sasuke's goal is clear. He doesn't target the strong, he just wants quantity. This place can only be the Great Void Forest. The hollows there are definitely not easy monsters for experience points. Sasuke probably won't need more than 10,000 to level up. However, Hueco Mundo is really quite large, and Sasuke doesn't have any landmarks, so it's really hard to find. Chat group, give me a map of Hueco Mundo, Sasuke thought to himself as he opened the chat group. Soon after, Zuo Zhuan had a map on his phone, which was the Hueco Mundo navigation system that he had bought at a huge cost in the store. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's just a map, it has little red dots on it. Following the navigation, Sasuke flew along the way. During this time, they also encountered some fools who attacked them, and Sasuke simply used Limbo to scatter their ashes. Sasuke felt sorry for Limbo, considering how Madara used such a powerful technique so poorly. But then he thought, if Madara had truly used Limbo at its full potential, what would Naruto and Sasuke have done in the original story? They might as well have just surrendered. During the flight, Sasuke also saw Hueco Mundo, which had no roof. After much hesitation, he still did not kill Baragan. This guy will be an important figure in the future. If he dies now, who knows what will come after him, such as some old, cunning monk who has lived for millions of years. Sasuke doesn't know if he can withstand the rule of changing his name now, but he is unwilling to gamble. After taking a long look at Baragan's skull from afar, Sasuke left the area. On the ground, Baragan also saw Sasuke in the distance, but he didn't care. His years of invincibility had made him used to looking down on everything, and he wouldn't take two passing guys seriously. What a pity, there's no fun to be had again. Baragan sighed. It took Sasuke several hours to reach the entrance to the Great Forest of Men. It was like a bottomless abyss, from which strange sounds could be heard from time to time. Sasuke glanced at it and then flew down. Along the way, many foolish hollows attacked Sasuke, but they were all killed by truth-seeking balls and turned into Sasuke's experience. Each of these lowly hollows can give me 3 to 5 experience points. Although it's not much, the sheer number of them is overwhelming. Judging from the number of hollows in the Great Hollow Forest, there are at least 1,000,000, or even more. Sasuke was excited for a moment. If he could kill all of these hollows, it would be enough for him to level up 2 or 3 times, right? But his last shred of reason told him that it was best not to do that, as it would disrupt the balance of the 3 realms and cause the entire world of death to collapse. Just one more level up is enough. With a burst of speed, Sasuke instantly landed on the ground, surrounded by a group of mindless Jillian. They're the kind of high-level cannon fodder that's huge and can unleash Red Zero. It's not fair to call him cannon fodder, Killion's role is still quite high. It's just that he's completely inadequate for the inflated combat power that comes with the later stages. Sasuke glanced around and discovered that there were at least tens of thousands of Jillian here. If even a small fry gives me a minimum of 3 experience points, then it's not unreasonable for a Kyrian, composed of hundreds of small fry, to give me 100 experience points each, right? Sasuke smirked and unleashed a truth-seeking ball, shattering the head of a Jillian. Boom! Killion's head was pierced, and his massive body crashed to the ground. Sasuke glanced at his experience bar, it had increased by over 200. 200. Sasuke felt a surge of excitement. His eyes lit up with delight as he looked at Killian. With these monsters, I'm sure I'll level up successfully today. Planetary devastation. Boom. One by one, black spheres rose rapidly into the air, and then the entire Earth began to tremble. Under Sasuke's deliberate control, the hollows trapped within the planetary devastation did not perish, they were merely temporarily sealed away. Sasuke's thinking was also clear. If he killed so many hollows in a short time, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. But if he sealed them first and did not take their lives, and then returned to his own world when he had captured enough, then even if someone discovered the problem here, they would be helpless against him. One by one, large, round clods of earth slowly took shape in the sky. Sasuke kept a close eye on the number, and only stopped after he had captured nearly 1/5 of the hollows. After using Kamui to collect all the clods of earth into his own space, Sasuke silently chanted, "Return." Wow! A flash of white light, and Sasuke's figure vanished from this world. However, what he didn't know was that after he left, the hollows in the Great Hollow Forest reappeared, in the same number as when Sasuke first arrived. At the entrance to the Forest of Menreiki, Ichigo's figure slowly emerged. They caught so many at once, what greedy guys. Ichigo sighed. Luckily, I can now use this power skillfully, otherwise the three realms might have been thrown into turmoil. Back in the Naruto world, Sasuke was unaware that Ichigo had been watching all his actions. Had he known, he would have certainly restrained himself and stopped after gaining enough experience from this level up. In the Kamui dimension, Sasuke's eyes burned with fervor as he looked at those clods of earth. Thor's arrow. He raised his hand, and an arrow formed from lightning instantly materialized. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the Earth exploding star, and the Earth exploding star exploded with a deafening roar. Boom! On the Super Upgrade System panel, Sasuke's realm experience is rapidly increasing. Until one day, it finally broke through the 100,000 mark. Sasuke felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Unlike previous upgrades, this one seems to have broken through some kind of boundary of life level. It's like a mortal becoming an immortal, a complete sublimation from the inside out. A layer of white substance rose up from Sasuke's body, enveloping him, and Sasuke's consciousness entered a strange space. There is no light here, only eternal darkness. Where is this place? Sasuke frowned. This place was a bit eerie, even his Rinnegan couldn't see anything. Phew tilde. The sound of birdsong rang out, and the light of Chidori appeared in Sasuke's hand, dispelling some of the surrounding darkness. What appeared before him was an exquisitely beautiful face. Kagaya. Sasuke was shocked. He quickly retreated a considerable distance, putting some distance between himself and Kagaya. Kagaya stood there, her pure white eyes coldly staring at Sasuke. Judging from the veins covering her face, Kagaya was using her Byakugan. Indeed, in such a dark environment, only the whites of the eyes can see. The two looked at each other, neither of them speaking immediately. After a long standoff, Sasuke finally couldn't help but frown and ask, "Are you really Kagaya?" "It is indeed I." Kagaya replied without any emotion. Then, she said nothing more. "Where is this place?" Sasuke asked again. He had just been enjoying the joy of leveling up, but in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in this strange place and even encountered Kagaya, the progenitor of chakra. This series of unexpected events left Sasuke extremely displeased. He disliked this feeling of everything being beyond his comprehension. Kagaya looked at Sasuke's face and said coldly, "This is my spiritual world. Your mental world." Sasuke frowned, completely unaware of how he had ended up in Kagaya's mental world. "Wait, why is your mental world completely dark?" Naruto's mental world is a sewer. After all, he's been withdrawn since childhood, so it's understandable what his inner world is like. But what's going on with Kagaya? She's not autistic, is she? It's not impossible. Perhaps she was moved by her two sons' filial piety and that's why she turned into this horrible state. Thankfully, Kagaya can't read minds, otherwise she would have come over and bit Sasuke. "Fine, it's the spiritual world then. Can you tell me why I'm here?" Sasuke asked. Kagaya stood there looking at Sasuke for a long while before saying, "You have my chakra within you. Are you a descendant of Hagoromo?" "That's right." Sasuke readily admitted that there was no need to hide it, Kagaya could see through his chakra at a glance. Kagaya fell silent again. "Hey, don't stay silent like this, can you answer my question?" Sasuke said. This time, Kagaya finally stopped asking questions and answered Sasuke's question. "You are cultivating my chakra. If you want to reach the same level as me, you have to take what belongs to you from me." "Something that belongs to me." Sasuke frowned. "What is it? How do I get it back?" Chakra is the energy that enables life to evolve, but after you humans cultivate, you only gain extraordinary power without any advancement in your life. Haven't you ever been curious about that? Upon hearing Kagaya's words, Sasuke froze on the spot. Yes, to be honest, he only felt his lifespan increase slightly after reaching the six paths level. Before that, no matter how strong he became, he would just be a pile of bones after 100 years. Sure enough, Kagaya's next sentence directly answered Sasuke's doubts. "That's right. From the moment you began training your chakra, everything you did was preparation for my rebirth." Kagaya said calmly. None of the Otsutsuki are simple. From the moment her power was split, Kagaya had a bold idea. How can cultivating alone compare to the entire planet helping me cultivate? If it weren't for her two good sons being sealed away, Kagaya would have had a ninja nursery for the past 1,000 years, and her strength would probably have far surpassed that of the other Otsutsuki. With that much chakra, the divine tree could probably bear another chakra fruit for Kagaya to consume. Unfortunately, she is sealed away and can't even leave the sealed space now. Sasuke looked at Kagaya and suddenly laughed. "Are you waiting for Black Zetsu to come and save you?" Kagaya's body trembled slightly, her white eyes staring at Sasuke in disbelief. "Don't wait any longer. I've already sealed Black Zetsu with planetary devastation and thrown him into space, Sasuke said casually. Actually, he was also testing Kagaya to see if she could unleash her full power. If he can, he'll have to outsmart his opponent, if not, well. Kagaya's usually calm and composed face finally showed a slight change. She looked at Sasuke, and if it weren't for the fact that she couldn't use too much chakra here, she vowed that she would definitely kill Sasuke. Kagaya wore her emotions on her sleeve, and Sasuke didn't even need to guess to know that she was panicking. Black Zetsu is gone, which means she is truly trapped in the seal and will never be able to be released. This is something Kagaya finds hard to accept. Sasuke strode towards Kagaya and said with a smile, "How about you consider returning my things to me? Maybe when I reach a higher level, I'll release you from the seal." Kagaya gave Sasuke a cold look and then fell silent. She doesn't trust a single person on this planet. Well, even if you don't return my things, you should at least tell me how to leave this place, right? I can't stay here with you forever, can I? What if I have designs on you when we're alone together? Sasuke looked around and smiled at Kagaya. Kagaya frowned, thinking Sasuke was being a bit too frivolous. I have no idea how you will leave, since you barged in on your own initiative. It's up to you to get out, Kagaya said, turning her head with a somewhat unnatural expression. This was clearly a lie, which made Sasuke both amused and exasperated. Karen always looked like this when she lied, and it was incredibly cute. Don't do this. The way to leave here must be with you. After all, this is your world, and you just said that I came here to take something from you. But I didn't lure you here, you came of your own accord. Kagaya said calmly. In reality, Sasuke could have returned simply by relaxing the seal on his mental world. But Kagaya refused. In her eyes, Sasuke was a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, possessed such power, and had even exiled Black Zetsu, making him an enemy. And with enemies, one naturally had to act in the opposite way. Moreover, Kagaya's awakening is rare, and although it's not a resurrection, it's better than her sleeping. She didn't know if she would continue to sleep after letting Sasuke leave, so she left him here. Sasuke didn't know Kagaya's specific thoughts, but from the fleeting smugness in her eyes, he knew that Kagaya was trying to trip him up. The Chidori in his hand shone even brighter, and Sasuke said coldly, "Let me out. I don't have time to waste here." His wife was waiting at home, he really didn't have time to waste here with Kagaya. Kagaya didn't care about Sasuke's threats, she was immortal and feared nothing. In the end, Sasuke did not fight Kagaya. He shattered that mere mental space with his dual divine power. Back in his own body, Sasuke felt that he had changed quite a bit. The most obvious thing is the indescribable and powerful vitality in his body. If we compare his previous life force to 10, then Sasuke's current life force is 100. This is not just a tenfold increase, but a fundamental change. Kagaya didn't want to return my things, so why did I still complete the evolution at the life level? Sasuke asked, puzzled. He opened the system panel and looked at his current data. Name: Uchiha Sasuke. Age: 17. Special abilities: Rinnegan, all forms, immortality, pseudo, Chidori, etc. Realm: Demigod 1000, 500,000. Freedom experience: 2100. My realm has successfully advanced. Sasuke exclaimed in disbelief, Demigod. Is this the realm Kagaya is at? It's truly powerful. With the surging power within him, Sasuke felt he could easily defeat his former self with one hand. With this power, how did Kagaya lose before? This thought flashed through Sasuke's mind, but he immediately went to test his own power and didn't take the matter to heart at all. In the underworld, the Sage of Six Paths, expression stiffened after sensing Sasuke's power. This reincarnation of Indra has actually broken through Mother's seal. How is that possible? Even when I possessed the 10 tails, I hadn't reached that level, Mother had completely blocked my path. The Sage of Six Paths was filled with disbelief. Could it be that Mother returned the essence of life to him? Meanwhile, in a pitch-black mental space, Kagaya looked at the spot where Sasuke had left, a slight smile playing on her lips. You probably never imagined that I, as the progenitor of chakra, could so easily learn all the abilities you use, did you? She secretly returned Sasuke's life essence to him, hoping to gain some power from him. Sure enough, Sasuke did not disappoint her, his Kamui alone was enough for her to leave the sealed space. Inside the sealed space, Kagaya slowly opened her eyes, activated her Byakugan, and a spatial gate slowly opened in front of her. On the other side of the gate, several huge clods of earth floated in the air. Boom! With a loud bang, the spatial rift slowly healed, and Kagaya closed her beautiful eyes once more. But if you looked closely, you would see that the corners of Kagaya's mouth were slightly upturned, as if something happy had happened. Sasuke spent some time getting used to his powers in the Kamui dimension before returning to the villa as if nothing had happened. After all, this is really not a big deal. Let's celebrate properly when he actually becomes a god. Sitting at home, Sasuke felt something was off. He felt like he'd overlooked something very important. Could it be related to Kagaya? Sasuke thought to himself. But Kagaya is sealed inside, so there's no way she can come out. Shaking his head, Sasuke opened the chat group and told Ryu that he had returned. Ishida Ryu, you're already back. So fast. Sasuke, it's just catching a few hollows. If the forest of hollows weren't so far away, it wouldn't have taken me several hours. Chow, it's decided. I'm going to convince my wife to cultivate ripple techniques together. I can't miss out on such a wonderful world. Lily, sigh, with another mouth to feed, our daily expenses are even higher. Sasuke, little Jashin is a very good cook, you can have her as your cook. What? Upon seeing Sasuke's message, Yuri glanced furtively at the little snake beside her who was ravenously eating. After the other person arrived, they naturally stayed at home, living the kind of slacker life that Yuri envied. Needless to say, Yuri prepared all the meals, and after setting the table, the other person would just come over to eat. She's never even stepped into the kitchen to cook. Click. Lily grew angrier the more she thought about it, and snapped the chopsticks in her hand in two. Her entire body radiating a black aura, she said to the little evil god, from now on, you'll cook. Lily's sudden outburst startled the little evil god. However, she was, after all, the little evil god. Would she do whatever Lily asked her to do? Impossible. Why should I cook for you? Don't forget, you're the one who's keeping me from going home. Of course you're in charge of my food, clothing, and shelter. The little evil god retorted righteously. Chang tilde tilde. A sword rang out, and Lily Ling took out a precious sword from somewhere and examined it in her hand. The cold light of the sword shone directly on the little evil god's neck. The latter shivered. His expression immediately changed, and he said, no problem. Leave the meals to me. Bai Heling nodded with satisfaction and put away her sword. After the last time, Yuri also discovered that the little evil god was actually unkillable. In addition, Sasuke testified that the little evil god was immortal, so Yuri is now even more unscrupulous in torturing and killing the little evil god. After all, the other party was also determined to kill Yuri Ray, so Yuri Ray naturally wouldn't hold back at all. If the little evil god weren't truly unkillable, Yuri would have killed him on the very first try. Sasuke was unaware that his words had prematurely led little evil god to live the life of a housewife. Now, looking at the photos posted by the river god in the group chat, he felt a surge of excitement. In the picture, a broken star chart is seen emitting electricity. The staff of creation. With it, I will have the power to rewrite everything. Sasuke's eyes gleamed with greed. This was a golden opportunity to rise to the top in one step, and he didn't want to miss it. River god. Sigh, strange things have fallen into the house again, and two young people are arguing outside. Should I go out and tell them that the star map is broken? Gabriel. Star map. What's that? A game map. River god. If you interpret it that way, there's nothing wrong with it. I just took a look. This is a star map for finding the staff of creation. Chow. The staff of creation. That sounds like something incredible. Sasuke. It's nothing special, just something that can create multiple universes with a thought. Gabriel. Ishida Ryu. Toru from the Kobayashi family. Zhang Sanfeng. Zoro. Multiverse. What's that? Yuri Ling. This is complicated to explain, you should focus on your training. At Sasuke, can that thing really create a multiverse? Why would something so terrifying have a map? River god. It's not a map, it's a star map. To obtain the creation staff, you must travel through the universe along the star map. After reaching your destination, you must also snatch the staff from Ra, one of the four great gods. Only then will it be a complete adventure. Gabriel. Wait a minute, didn't you just say you were going to defeat one of the four gods? River god. That's right. Chow. How do you, the river god, know about such things? River god. Because it's written in our local encyclopedia. I just checked, and the author is Loren himself. Even Sasuke couldn't help but complain after seeing this. Aren't these gods a bit too unreliable? After carefully inquiring about the situation with the river god, Sasuke learned that he had already given the star map to Athena and was now going with them to a long-abandoned altar to contact their respective leaders. River god. Wow, I never imagined I'd be traveling through space like this. This is really great. Chow, are you still hiring for space travel? I want to go too. Sasuke. To be honest, I also want to experience what it's like to ride in a spaceship. River God. Oh, then I'll ask Goddess Nuwa later if she'd be willing to grant me a spaceship. A spaceship. Sasuke looked at the heavy snow outside, and the excitement in his heart gradually faded. The creation staff has serious side effects. It can amplify people's desires infinitely. After absorbing Little King Kong's hatred, it even became an independent entity with power so strong that even the gods were helpless against it. Sasuke knew that he was not a person without desires, otherwise he would not have awakened such a dojutsu. If he got the creation staff, who knows what terrifying things he might do. Forget it, let's wait for the Super Dragon Ball series. With a sigh, Sasuke abandoned his greed for the staff of creation. As for using his eye technique to devour the staff, Sasuke simply scoffed. Let's be realistic. He's currently at a level of less than a planet, so what makes him think he can mess with a magic staff that can create the universe? It's already pretty good if I can use the magic staff to amplify myself. But if I change the plot, will none of the subsequent events happen? Before long, news came from the river god that the goddess Nuwa had agreed to give him a spaceship, but on the condition that he bring back the creation staff. River god, if I bring back the magic staff, I'll get a super long vacation of a month, and I can go wherever I want. Lily Ling, paid leave. That sounds pretty good. Zhang Sanfeng, if possible, this old Taoist priest would also like to experience a so-called spaceship. River god, sure, let's all go on an adventure in space together. By the way, does Sasuke know what's going to happen to me next? Sasuke. I know, and I know it very well. River God. Oh, do you want to come along? Sasuke. Aren't you afraid I'll run away with the staff of creation? River God. Oh dear, I forgot about that. So, will you run away with the staff of creation? Upon seeing the river god's words, everyone in the group was speechless. This guy, I really don't know what to say about him. Sasuke. No, the staff of creation is too powerful. It could destroy the universe if I'm not careful. I won't bring something so dangerous into my world. River God. That's good. I'll grant you access in a bit, remember to come over. Sasuke. Understood. Gabriel. By the way, why did the river god insist that Sasuke go across? River God. Because finding the staff of creation is a very difficult task, I feel that it will be difficult for a god like me, who has no fighting power, to compete with them. For the sake of my spaceship, please do your best to help me obtain the staff. Sasuke. Okay. Although the reason was somewhat outrageous, it seemed quite normal when you thought about the fact that the other party was a river god. River god. Okay. I'll message you once we reach our destination. Sasuke. Just so you know, I'm definitely going to use the creation staff. River god. Whatever. Yuri. You really trust Sasuke? Zhang Sanfeng. Sasuke's willingness to openly admit he's a time traveler shows he's someone who can be trusted. Ishida Ryu. That's true. If I ever found myself in the same situation as Sasuke, I definitely wouldn't reveal my identity. Jojo. This is the difference between you two. As for character, I think Sasuke has done a great job. By the way, is this interstellar adventure dangerous? Can I take him with me? Sasuke. It's hard to describe, but it's definitely not safe. Chow. Then I won't go this time. I'll go on a trip with the river god when it's safer later. Gabriel. You're chickening out already. Joker. Shut up, you fallen angel. The Joestar family has always been gentlemen, they would never cause trouble for the river god and his companions at such a crucial moment. Zoro. Does the word, gentleman, have anything to do with you? Toru from the Kobayashi family. Yeah, what you're doing has nothing to do with being a gentleman. The group chat erupted again with criticism of Joseph Joestar, and Sasuke closed the chat, thinking about how to use the creation staff to strengthen himself later. Strengthening my bloodline. That sounds pretty good. Turning me directly into a god. No way. That's a bit too much. If it actually comes true, it might even awaken deeper desires within me, ultimately leading to the appearance of the divine staff. Shaking his head, Sasuke rejected the idea. He was going to become a true god sooner or later anyway, so there was no need to engage in such a risky operation. Then I'll strengthen my body and turn my pseudo-immortality into true immortality. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Sasuke decided that he would make this wish when the time came, so that he could also become a true immortal like Kagaya. Oh right, you also need to give me an immunity to ceiling buffs. That way, even if someone tries to scheme against me in the future, they won't be able to. I also need to be immune to the Otsutsuki's karma seal, that stuff is really disgusting. Or maybe you could enhance the eye techniques in my eyes. Enhance them by 10 or even 100 times. Sasuke thought about it more and more, and in the end he even wanted to merge directly with the staff and become an omnipotent god. Fortunately, he finally realized his mistake and snapped out of his fantasy in time. This is terrifying. I haven't even seen the staff yet, and I'm already thinking about all this. What would happen if I actually got my hands on it? Sasuke himself broke out in a cold sweat, never expecting his desires to be so strong. No, I need to be careful. Once I've achieved my wish for immortality, I'll quickly hand the staff over to little Vajra. While Sasuke was lost in thought, he didn't notice that behind him, space tore open, and Keigaya's figure slowly floated out from within. Even with only a portion of her power, Keigaya's clone is still a six paths level being. If she were to run rampant in the ninja world, no one in the entire ninja world could stop her. However, she didn't run around. After breaking through the Kamui dimension, she quietly floated behind Sasuke, looking at his constantly changing face with a puzzled expression. What's this kid thinking? Why can he make so many expressions? Keigaya wondered, raising her hand to speak to Sasuke. King Kong blockade. Wow tilde. With a soft cry, Karen bound Keigaya tightly with golden chains. Sasuke turned around and saw Keigaya's somewhat flustered pretty face. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Karen shouted hostilely. She was certain that this woman had appeared suddenly and was definitely not someone Sasuke had just brought back. Keigaya's expression was also not good at this moment. Her status was so noble. To be ambushed by a mere maidservant like this, how could she possibly save face? He tried to break free, but found he couldn't move at all. His chakra seemed to be out of his control, impossible to mobilize. He was even angrier. Sasuke was completely dumbfounded when he saw Keigaya in front of him. Wait, I'm getting carried away, I'm hallucinating. Sasuke turned around, then turned back to face Keigaya. Okay, Keigaya has really appeared. How did you get out? Sasuke asked. Make her release me. Tell me how you got out. Sasuke's nonchalant expression infuriated Keigaya. Her face was icy as she said again, tell her to release me. Seeing that Keigaya was completely unable to communicate, Sasuke gave Karen a wink. After a moment's hesitation, Karen withdrew the adamantine ceiling barrier and released Keigaya. After regaining her freedom, Keigaya did not hesitate at all and immediately launched a divine sky attack at Karen. Wow tilde tilde. The golden chains reappeared, binding Keigaya tightly, while Sasuke used Kamui to redirect her divine void attack, preventing any damage. Karen glared fiercely at Keigaya. If that attack had hit her, she would definitely have been injured. Most importantly, if the divine sky strike had really exploded here, the little house where she and Sasuke had lived for several months would have been reduced to ruins. This is the most unacceptable thing for Karen. So this time, no matter what Keigaya says, she won't let go of him easily. Sasuke didn't speak up for Keigaya either. The two sat on the sofa, looking at Keigaya's shapely figure bound by chains. Sasuke frowned and asked, so, how did you get out? Keigaya didn't speak, and even closed her eyes. Seeing her like this, Sasuke had a headache. This girl was impossible to communicate with. Karen, meanwhile, looked at Keigaya and whispered in Sasuke's ear, Sasuke-kun, is this guy someone you know? Sasuke replied in a low voice, this is a clone of the progenitor of chakra. I encountered her when I was breaking through, but I didn't expect her to escape the seal and come here. I can hear you. Keigaya opened her eyes at some point, looking helplessly at the two people whispering loudly in front of her. So, how did you escape? Sasuke asked calmly. I learned Kamui from your chakra. After breaking through Chibaku Tensai, I appeared in your space. After breaking through again, I came to be behind you. Sasuke nodded. No wonder Keigaya returned his life essence, she had stolen his chakra and learned his ninjutsu in that instant. As expected of the progenitor of chakra, Sasuke simply cannot comprehend these methods. You have to understand that he went to great lengths to obtain Obito and Madara's abilities, but Keigaya only needed his chakra to use Kamui. The difference between the two is simply too great. In the original work, Keigaya has the Rinne Sharingan and the most advanced equipment, so she doesn't need something like Kamui. However, during the seal, her Rinne Sharingan is unusable, so she has to make do with Kamui. So what are you going to do now? Recover the chakra. Or rescue the original body? My current strength is not enough to release my true form. The most urgent task is to find the location of the divine tree. I sense that Hagoromo has dispersed the power of the divine tree. You should know their location. Keigaya looked at Sasuke, her eyes questioning. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not going to help you collect the tailed beasts, nor am I going to let you collect them, Sasuke said. Why? Kagaya asked, puzzled. You've reached your current level, so you should know how difficult it is for us to advance further. Relying on our own cultivation, we might not make much progress even after 10,000 years. Only by consuming the chakra fruit can we quickly become gods. I'm not in a hurry to become a god. After all, I'm not even 20 years old yet, and I have plenty of time to cultivate slowly. Sasuke's calm demeanor reminded Kagaya of herself back then. She thought the same way, believing that she had a long lifespan and could cultivate little by little. But later, after experiencing the power boost that came from eating people, she completely abandoned her naive idea. Suddenly, Kagaya felt a little curious about how long Sasuke could hold on. Sooner or later you will not be able to hold back, just like I did back then, turning from the goddess of the moon into a demon that everyone fears, Kagaya said. Don't worry, I'm different from you, Sasuke said. I have my own way of becoming stronger, and I don't need to rely on the god tree's fruit. Kagaya scoffed at Sasuke's explanation. Is there any way to become stronger faster than the fruit of the divine tree? She didn't believe it. Whatever you want, you'll eventually agree to my plan to reclaim all your chakra to strengthen yourself anyway, Kagaya said indifferently. Neither of them continued arguing about the matter. They knew they couldn't convince the other. Sasuke frowned as he looked at the golden chains binding Kagaya and said, keeping you like this isn't a solution. Let's discuss it. I'll have Karen release you, but you can't attack us anymore. Kagaya nodded. I didn't intend to attack you at all. It was that girl who attacked me first. Who told you to suddenly appear behind me? Sasuke naturally protected Karen, not wanting her to suffer any losses. After I let you go, you can stay here. Don't even think about going out and causing trouble. You're no match for me now. Sasuke had discussed this with Kagaya. He admitted that he was attracted to Kagaya's beauty, so he didn't want to force himself on her. To Sasuke's surprise, Kagaya nodded and agreed to stay there. What? You look surprised. No, I didn't expect you to agree so easily. Just as you said, you are now the strongest on this planet, and it would be unwise for me to go against you. Kagaya looked at Karen. Can you break this seal? I don't want to keep standing here. Karen's delicate nose twitched slightly as she said, you're not allowed to touch the house again. Kagaya was momentarily dazed, not expecting to receive such a warning, and her feelings were complicated. She didn't know what her emotions were. After all, she hadn't felt anything other than hatred for 1,000 years. Hey, answer me. Understood, Kagaya said calmly. I will be staying on the 3rd floor. No way. That's my and Sasuke's room. You'd better stay on the 2nd floor. In the end, Kagaya proved with her actions that if she couldn't sleep on the 3rd floor, she would rather not sleep at all. For 3 consecutive nights, Wei stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 1st floor watching the snow, without closing her eyes. You haven't rested for days. Be careful not to die suddenly, Sasuke said to Kagaya, who was standing in the living room, after waking up in the morning. HMPH. Kagaya glanced at Sasuke indifferently, snorted coldly, and then turned back to look at the snow. She has quite a temper, Sasuke thought to himself. I'll be going out for a couple of days. You guys stay home and don't try to cause any trouble. Otherwise, if Karen seals you again, you'll have to wait until I come back to regain your freedom. Go out. What for? Kagaya asked, puzzled. Don't worry about that, it's not like we eat people, Sasuke said with a smile. Humph. A little while later, Karen finished washing up and came downstairs. Seeing Kagaya still standing by the window, she said with a displeased look, did you use your Byakugan again last night? I could feel that spying gaze. I am merely looking into the distance. But the Byakugan is a 360-degree eye technique with no blind spots. They're just 2 kids. I've seen far more than that. You fool. Karen glared at Kagaya through gritted teeth. Didn't this girl have any sense of distance? Spying on a young couple in the middle of the night instead of sleeping. Is this something a carbon-based life form would do? Karen just doesn't understand. However, considering that Sasuke seems to have some improper thoughts about this woman, Karen will put up with him for now. Kagaya's face flushed slightly as she looked at the snow. She hadn't wanted to, she'd only been curious at first, intending to just glance at it, and then she'd gone astray. Who could resist a handsome guy? Sasuke, standing to the side, secretly gave a B sign. His charm had worked. He felt that if things continued like this, it wouldn't be long before he had another wife. After breakfast, Sasuke instructed Karen, Kagaya is unlikely to be at peace. Keep an eye on her and make sure she doesn't go out and wreak havoc on the ninja world. I can hear you. Kagaya muttered under her breath. Sasuke ignored her and continued to instruct her, don't confront her directly. She's a typical stubborn person. As long as it's not a matter that affects the world, Just go along with her for now, and we'll discuss countermeasures together when I get back. Karen nodded, indicating that she wouldn't stoop to Kagaya's level. Kagaya rolled her eyes, pretending not to hear. She was now even more curious about what Sasuke was going out to do. Absorb chakra. Or do some other kind of training. After waiting for a while, Sasuke received a message from the river god saying that they had landed safely at their destination and he could go over there. After greeting the two of them, Sasuke disappeared from the world. Kagaya looked curious and asked Karen, where did he go? They've gone to another world. Kagaya thought Karen was incredibly stupid for believing such a thing. 10 cold worlds. The river god arrived at his destination in Athena's chariot, landed on the ground, and planned to split up. Wait a minute, I'll find a helper. The river god said to the three. Before him stood the human little King Kong, Athena, the western goddess of wisdom and war, and Thor, the dog son of Hong Chi-gung from the north. Huh, where are you going to find help at a time like this? Athena said, a little annoyed. You're not deliberately stalling for time to try and get my attention, are you? Let me tell you, although we are both gods, we are from different systems. There are just too many things to consider if we're together. As Athena was talking to herself, a light shone beside the river god, and Sasuke's figure appeared next to the river god. Yo, we finally meet. Sasuke greeted them with a smile, while also glancing at the people in front of him. That purple-haired girl is Athena. Judging from her looks alone, she's definitely a great beauty, but she's a bit eccentric. The man is the future guardian of the multiverse, but right now he's a little King Kong filled with hatred for the gods. The Shiba Inu holding the hammer on the ground is Thor. The three of them also stared at Sasuke. His appearance was so bizarre that they were all startled. Who are you? Little King Kong asked warily. So handsome tilde, that's Athena. I am Thor. The river god pointed at Sasuke and said, this is the helper I found. With him, our treasure hunt will be much smoother. Hello. My name is Sasuke, and I'm a friend of the river god, Sasuke said with a smile to the three. The three nodded, not saying much about the teammates the river god had brought. It doesn't matter who comes, as long as it increases their chances of getting the staff. The presence of one more person did not affect their decision. The group still decided to split up. Sasuke and the river god went one way, wandering around the dark destination planet, searching for the hidden door on the ground. The river god followed behind Sasuke, occasionally asking some trivial questions. Sasuke was a very patient person, so he ignored most of the river god's questions and selectively told him that the future world would be very interesting. Oh, well, that's something to look forward to, the river god said calmly. Give us some facial expressions. Sasuke couldn't help but complain. A short while later, a commotion came from Little King Kong's side. Athena ran all the way to where Little King Kong was and took a picture at the speed of light. Why is it a photo? Athena ripped the photo to shreds and was about to berate Little King Kong when a voice came from the space. I am Thor. Quote. Thor must have found the switch. Sasuke also heard the sound and, with the river god by his side, slowly walked towards the source of the sound. They met Athena and Athena on the way, but neither of them spoke. They went together to the source of the sound. On the ground, a hidden door opened, revealing wisps of firelight and Thor's repeated chanting. Dogs have the best noses. We didn't even follow Thor the whole time. Athena grumbled. I was so stupid. I even suggested we split up. The four rushed to the source of the sound and saw the Shiba Inu Thor sitting on the ground, making no sound at all. Thor, were you waiting for us? Athena, being a sentimental woman, instantly conjured up a whole series of tragic scenarios in her mind. Little King Kong, on the other hand, was much more rational. He went to the side and saw the instruction manual on the wall. For those who prefer voice control, please say, "Open Sesame," to open the door. I am Thor. For the glory of the northern god. What tilde tilde, Thor let out a series of sad syllables. It was clear that if he could speak, he could easily open the door and get a big step ahead of everyone else. Unfortunately, there are no what ifs. He was just a dog. Even if Hong Chi-gung bestowed upon him the power of the thunder god, he would still just be a dog that could generate electricity, and he would still be a single dog. Upon hearing this result, the people behind Thor couldn't help but laugh out loud. Open Sesame. Little King Kong shouted the voice-activated password in front of the door, and with a tremor, the door in front of them slowly opened. What appeared before them was a closed space similar to the one the bald guy in X-Men used to enhance his mental power. In a spherical room, there was a passageway, at the end of which was a button. Next to the button was a note with two big words written on it. Don't press. When it says, don't press, it means we should press it, right? How do you know this note isn't a lie? How do you know he's lying to us? I am Thor. For the glory of the northern god. Woof tilde woof tilde. Sasuke pressed the button without any expression. Hey, why did you press that button? What if it's a trap? Athena shouted upon seeing this. We'll give it a try, no matter what it is, Sasuke said calmly. Besides, I've read the script, this isn't a trap. Oh, oh, oh. Athena nodded. Rumble. The room suddenly began to collapse, the walls cracked open, revealing the abyss behind it. Run. Little King Kong took off running towards the door, but he was a step too late. The door closed completely, trapping them inside. See, I told you not to press the buttons randomly. Athena chattered to Sasuke. The group of people free-falled for a while, then suddenly stopped, and everything around them was floating in the air. Wow. It's zero gravity. The river god was having a great time. He was always being washed by the water in the river, and this zero-gravity mode was something he had never experienced before. Stop fooling around, look at your feet. Sasuke pointed to their feet, where they saw a huge cannon barrel. Could it be the cannon barrel of a particle emitter? Little King Kong stammered. It seems that's the case. Athena looked at the sun getting closer and closer to its zenith, and panic began to rise within her. Run. Otherwise, we're all doomed. The spaceship is up there. Let's get there quickly. Wong wong wong. The two people and the dog started their endless cycle of sabotage again, with none of them giving an inch. After a lot of back and forth, the three of them hadn't moved forward even a meter. Speaking of which, this universe actually has oxygen. Sasuke suddenly realized this serious problem. No wonder little King Kong could run around everywhere without getting hurt. It turns out the entire universe is full of oxygen. This is a world that truly sparks the imagination. The three argued for a while, and when they realized that none of them could defeat the others, they stopped. If we want to survive, we really have to cooperate. Athena said. We need to send one person onto the spaceship first, and then have him fly the spaceship over to pick us up, the river god said. Who's going? I don't believe in you gods anyway. Do you think I would believe a mere mortal like you? Seeing that they were about to start arguing again, Sasuke interrupted them and said, Stop arguing, I'll just get the spaceship over here. You. The three looked at Sasuke with suspicion. Speaking of which, I don't even know what kind of god you are. Athena suddenly asked. I am not a god, just a mortal walking on the road, Sasuke said, pointing one hand at the spaceship on the planet's surface and activating universal pull. Wong shouting tilde. Hum tilde. Sasuke's hand emitted a powerful attraction, pulling the spaceship towards him. Holy crap. Is it that strong? You call this immortal? Wong wong wong. The two people and the dog all exclaimed in amazement. The spaceship arrived, and Sasuke stopped it with one hand, saying to the river god, You take the helm now. Before the river god could even speak, Athena objected. Why should I? This is my car. Sasuke looked at Athena, suddenly winked at her, and said softly, I don't want your delicate fingers to touch anything like a steering wheel again. Zitsa tilde. Athena's delicate body trembled. A faint pink blush rose on her jade-like neck. Well, since you've put it that way, I'll reluctantly agree. The group got into the car, this time with the river god driving. Sasuke felt very at ease and sat in the front, turning on the live stream function of the chat group. Jojo. Oh. Sasuke's streaming has started. Zhang Sanfeng. Exploring the universe. This old Taoist priest wants to buy a spaceship someday and travel through space. Sasuke. If all goes well, you'll be able to board the spaceship in a couple of days. Lily. Count me in. I can buy the ticket. Ishida Ryu. Ahem. My summer vacation is almost here too. Zoro. I haven't even finished exploring the oceans of our world yet, so I'm not getting involved in your interstellar travel. Sasuke. Long time no see, Zoro. Why haven't you been posting in the group lately? Zoro. I've been quite busy lately looking for ship repairmen in Water 7. Water 7 is here, so the Marineford War isn't far off, Sasuke thought to himself. The river god drove very steadily, without any bumps or jolting, and they arrived in the universe. After flying around the planet for a while to make sure the particle emitter wouldn't hit them, the river god finally brought the vehicle to a steady stop. Now, even Athena, who is love-struck, realized that the river god's driving skills were superb. She looked at Sasuke with a hint of resentment in her eyes. It's just driving, what's so great about it? Athena muttered to herself. The particle emitter at the destination was fully charged, and a giant chestnut was instantly shot out from the cannon barrel aimed at the sun. It really is a chestnut. Little King Kong and the others couldn't help but exclaim. The giant chestnut broke through layers of obstacles and successfully blasted the sun, causing some kind of scientific change and giving birth to a wormhole space that connects to an unknown universe. Without saying a word, the river god drove straight over. Toru from the Kobayashi family. I don't know what to say. Gabriel. Such a big chestnut can last a long time. Zhang Sanfeng. So chestnuts can react with the sun. Chao. Don't be fooled, Master Zhang. Something's clearly wrong with that world. Sasuke. How are chestnuts this big grown? Ishida Ryu. Hey, hey, hey. Stop fooling around. After a dazzling interstellar journey, they arrived in another universe, where a colossal interstellar warship stood not far from them. That's Ra's flagship. The staff of creation is inside. Athena said solemnly. River God, be careful when you sneak in. Sasuke said. No problem Tilda. Called Tilda. With the river god driving, everything was naturally top-notch. After bypassing layers of surveillance, the group arrived in a modern city. This place is simply an utopia. Sasuke thought to himself. Ra had built this place into a world without conflict, where everyone could study the creation staff and create all sorts of things from it. After the river god parked the car and got out, Sasuke found a passerby and asked him how to find the creation staff. Oh, that's easy. Just take bus number 38, walk through Central Park, then take line 3. They'll announce the stop when you get there. The passerby said with a smile. Thanks. After thanking them, Sasuke turned to look at the two people and the dog who were already dumbfounded. Let's go, let's get the staff and go back to report as soon as possible. I still want to experience a real spaceship. Looking at Sasuke's handsome face, Athena tried her best to remain calm and said, You believe him just because he says so. What if he's lying to us? Don't worry, I used genjutsu, these are all real. Sasuke pointed to his eyes and explained, Don't underestimate my eyes, even the gods can't escape their hypnosis. Is that so? Athena was surprised, then a little embarrassed. Ahem tilde well, I didn't know about your abilities. Alright, let's go wait for the bus. Based on my years of experience, the bus we're waiting for is definitely the last one to arrive. Sasuke walked ahead, with the river god following behind. Athena, the two humans, and the dog exchanged a glance and had no choice but to follow Sasuke's pace. After 1 hour. Oh my god. I've been waiting for an hour, and this bus is finally here. Athena complained without any regard for her image while sitting on the bus. Although I knew things wouldn't go smoothly, I never expected it would be this kind of trouble. Little King Kong looked utterly desperate. Who would have thought that the biggest setback on the road to finding the magic staff would be getting sunburned while waiting for the bus? Wong wong wong. Thor offered his opinion, but everyone ignored him. After the bus, it was the subway. After all that, the group finally arrived at the foot of a building. This building. It's so tall. Little King Kong looked at the towering building that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see and asked Sasuke, How do we get up there? Of course we'll take the elevator, or do you expect to fly up? Sasuke rolled his eyes at him, led everyone into the building, checked the signs, and successfully boarded the elevator. Inside the elevator, Xiao Jinggong still felt like he was dreaming. How strange. Everyone here seems to know about the creation staff. And they all seem to take it for granted. Because Ra has granted you the right to research the staff, you can study it up close if you want. At first, there might be a group of fanatics, but over time, everyone will get used to it. Sasuke explained, just like you, when you don't have money, you think about making money all the time, but when you have more money than you can spend, you won't think like that anymore. Oh, by the way, are you rich? Little King Kong suddenly asked Sasuke. You must be very rich to be invited by the gods to be their helper, right? No, I don't have any money, and no one dares to ask me for money. Sasuke said coolly. Little King Kong felt that this conversation was going nowhere. Why did it seem like he was the only ordinary person here? Click tilde. The elevator doors opened again, and right in front of them was the staff of creation. There were also many researchers on the top floor, who would occasionally look at the creation staff with a magnifying glass, as if searching for inspiration. Upon seeing the staff of creation, Sasuke's heart began to itch. Ignoring the people behind him, he walked straight toward the staff. Immortality. Here I come. As Sasuke held the staff in his hand, a feeling of complete control arose in his heart. Come, grant me immortality. Sasuke's heart stirred, and waves of red divine power emanated from the staff, covering Sasuke's body. It was as if endless life force was constantly nourishing every cell in Sasuke's body. This excitement, which far surpassed the joy of the night, fascinated Sasuke. Unconsciously, he wanted to possess this staff forever. Realizing his own thought, Sasuke immediately snapped out of it and shouted at the river god, Take the staff away from my hand. Oh. The river god nodded and took the staff from his assistant. Sasuke kept himself from taking the staff, and even so, it took the river god some effort to take the staff from Sasuke's hands. Wow, that's some strength. The river god exclaimed. Athena looked at Sasuke's ferocious expression and asked worriedly, "Hey, are you alright? Does this staff have such serious side effects?" Little King Kong originally wanted to keep the staff for himself, but after seeing Sasuke's appearance, he decided to observe it further. "I have something to say." Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, "This staff seems to have modified me a bit too much. I feel like there's an extra seed inside my body." Seed. Athena looked at Sasuke with a puzzled expression, not knowing what he meant. At this moment, in Sasuke's mental world, a Q-shaped Ten-Tails is looking at Sasuke with a blank expression. As expected of the Staff of Creation, the way it gave me immortality was by directly gifting me a Ten-Tails. Sasuke said with a wry smile, "But how am I supposed to raise this guy?" Wah! The Ten-Tails tilted its head, looking at Sasuke with a puzzled expression. "What's that sound? Could it be from that staff?" Sasuke complained. The Ten-Tails' cry was something Kagaya would laugh at if word got out. However, right after Sasuke finished complaining, some golden energy appeared in the void and was absorbed into the Ten-Tails' body. Huh, what is this? Sasuke was completely bewildered. He really didn't know what kind of energy this was, his Rinnegan had never seen anything like it before. Could it be the natural energy of this world? Sasuke wondered. After calming down for a while, Sasuke finally came out of his greed and opened his eyes. He was handcuffed and being held in a small, dark room. Question mark question mark question mark. Sasuke looked at the three people and the dog beside him with a puzzled expression and asked, "How did you guys get captured?" "Don't even mention it. If it weren't for you, we definitely could have escaped." Athena exclaimed, looking utterly devastated. "Don't panic, I have experience with this." Little King Kong said calmly. "Don't say anything for a moment, leave everything to me." Just then, a commotion came from outside. After a brief explanation, a birdman walked in. It really was a birdman, with a chicken's head and a human body, and large wings on its back. It was dressed in the clothes of a pharaoh and looked at the group of people in front of it with a headache on its face. Just as Lo was about to speak, Little King Kong sprang to his feet and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Athena and the other gods. I confess. The car was hers. They took the staff, and the dog beat him. Sir. It really has nothing to do with me. The series of actions left Athena and the single guy dumbfounded. The river god remained expressionless, and Sasuke ignored Little King Kong. Lo looked at the group and recognized their origins. He sighed inwardly and said, "You, come with me." Everyone looked puzzled, but in order not to become prisoners here, they followed Lo out. Back then, when I took the staff, I forgot to prevent the prophecy from coming true and causing widespread suffering, which is why I hid here. I never expected that you would still find me, Ra explained. So you stole the staff of gods, causing the three supreme gods to worry for 1,000 years, prepare for war for 1,000 years, and causing the world to suffer. Little Vajra's face was gloomy, and he was very dissatisfied with La's irresponsible behavior. What? They've been preparing for war all this time? Ra exclaimed in disbelief. He took the staff to bring peace to the universe, but instead of peace, the universe has suffered. This is completely contrary to his original intention. Lo was filled with remorse. He had thought he would bring true peace to the world, but instead he had done more harm than good, causing great suffering to the world. So, don't always think you can shoulder everything. In reality, you're just causing trouble for others. Sasuke said disdainfully. Also, Titan's prophecy was true. After you obtained the Staff of Creation, you turned the entire multiverse into a mess. If it weren't for Little King Kong, the multiverse would have been finished. Huh, is this written in the script? La asked, looking puzzled. I wrote it down. If you don't believe me, ask Little King Kong, Sasuke said calmly. Little King Kong looked completely bewildered. Forget it, now is not the time to discuss these things. Athena picked up her staff and said, let's take the staff back now, stop the three gods from preparing for war, and let the universe return to peace. Alright, then let's give the staff to the river god. Sasuke said. Huh, why should we give it to this guy? Athena said reluctantly, what if he does something strange with the staff? Snapped. Sasuke snatched the staff from the river god and quickly handed it to him before slowly saying, the river god is the only one here who doesn't have any great desires, so it's most appropriate to give the staff to him. Who said that? I don't have any desires. Little King Kong immediately retorted, he also wanted the staff, but he never had a suitable reason. Besides, the staff was always held by the gods, and he, a mortal, was the one who was most uneasy. Enough talk, wait until you can beat me before you consider taking the staff. After saying that, Sasuke looked at Ra and asked, "Are you coming back with me?" "Well, since you're all going to take the staff anyway, I'll go back with you and explain things to them," Ra sighed. Afterwards, La took them on a tour of the warehouse containing various inventions, constantly emphasizing that the items inside were extremely dangerous and had severe side effects. After they left, Sasuke sent a shadow clone to take all the less dangerous inventions from the storeroom. "Keep the Fulua gloves for little King Kong. Oh, there really is a particle emitter. It's safer to keep such a dangerous thing with me." Over the next few minutes, Ra led everyone to tour the new inventions, while Sasuke rummaged through the warehouse, packing almost every invention he could find into his Kamui dimension, instantly multiplying his wealth a billionfold. This is no exaggeration. The things that La has come up with are truly terrifying. Basically, anything you can imagine, La has made. After all, with 1,000 years of imagination, even a pig can imagine itself as a planet-devouring pig that can devour planets. After putting the items away, Zuo Shu held the Fulua power gloves in his hand, intending to give them to Xiao Jinggong when the opportunity arose. In the fleet's main control room, Sasuke was also greatly shocked after receiving the memories of the shadow clone. "This guy's inventory is almost as big as that of a certain blue fat cat, isn't it?" Sasuke thought to himself. Soon, the fleet passed through the wormhole and returned to the main universe. As soon as Ra's fleet appeared, the three gods received the news and led their armies to attack. In the main control room, the communications of the four supreme gods have been established. "La, you've finally appeared. What do you plan to do to our people?" Nua and Hong Chigung immediately launched into a barrage of questions. Athena stepped forward and explained, "Everyone, we've all misunderstood. His intention in taking the staff wasn't for war, but for peace." Peace. If he hadn't taken the magic staff, the universe wouldn't have been in chaos for 1,000 years. Nua mocked. Nua is right. No matter what his purpose was, it is an undeniable fact that he took away the magic staff and plunged the universe into panic. Hong Chigung also agreed with Nua's statement. Zeus, the leader of the Western gods, remained silent, clearly brewing something. To avoid being overwhelmed by something disgusting, Sasuke decided to go and retrieve Athena's chariot first. That thing is an incredibly powerful spaceship. Judging from its hardness alone, the hardness of that vehicle exceeds that of 90% of the known matter in the universe. After going downstairs, Sasuke used Kamui to reach the spaceship, took the golden spaceship away, and then a streak of light flashed across the sky. It was Ra. He flew swiftly towards Zeus. Sasuke was too lazy to complain about this anymore. Zeus's side was already in chaos, and now it was also involved with Ra, the goddess of the south. It would only get more interesting in the future. Speaking of which, the river god and Athena seemed to be siblings. Just as Sasuke was complaining, another shooting star streaked across the sky. It was little King Kong flying away with his staff. Yes, the plot is back on track. Meanwhile, people in the group also saw that Sasuke had taken Athena's spaceship, and they all strongly condemned Sasuke's behavior. "Gabriel, is that spaceship for sale? I'm willing to pay points to buy it." Zhang Sanfeng. Although taking other people's things is wrong, Athena's spaceship is really of very good quality. If I had that ability, I'm afraid I would also be tempted. Jojo. Sasuke-kun. I'm asking to be your personal driver. Sasuke. Get out of here, you vehicle killer. Chao. No. You can't do this to me. Lily Ling. Stealing is never right. Sasuke. Did I steal it? I took it openly and honestly, okay. Didn't you see I was streaming? Lily Ling. You people. Sasuke. Alright, that's enough. I'm taking them to defeat Little Kong. In the distance, Athena was cursing little King Kong. Thor had already swung his hammer and flown away, and the river god remained calm, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Sasuke instantly appeared behind the river god and said, "Let's go, Little Kong is about to cause a huge disaster." By the way, where did you just run off to? Athena looked at Sasuke scrutinizingly. Everyone has to go to the bathroom sometimes, Sasuke replied, using his Susanoo to grab one of them with each hand, and the three of them left Ra's territory. Hey, what's this? Athena fidgeted restlessly, filled with curiosity about the energy arm gripping her. Don't move, or you'll fall, and don't blame me for not warning you. Sasuke warned, and Athena obediently stopped moving. When the three of them arrived in the universe, the armies of the three gods had already begun to clash with each other, fueled by little King Kong. The planets below also suffered undeserved disasters, with countless shells falling on them and taking away many lives. The appearance of the three changed nothing, the universe was still filled with gunfire. Athena cried out anxiously, Sasuke. Take me to my father. I'll find a way to make them stop. Understood. Sasuke changed direction and flew towards Zeus's Saint Seiya flagship. Meanwhile, on the ground, little King Kong watched the gods in the sky fighting each other, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. Ha ha ha. Let's fight. You gods should all die in this battle. That way, we mortals will have a better life. Little King Kong's hatred for the gods was etched into his bones. In his short 20 years of life, all the misery was caused by the war between the gods. You can tell from the environment of the planet where little King Kong lives in the grassland orphanage that the entire planet's surface is covered by yellow sand, and the people living there all live a meager existence. Moreover, they form all sorts of gangs and cliques, and they can point a gun at you in the street at any time. It can be said that there is no law at all. It's no wonder that a little King Kong raised in this environment would have a good impression of the gods. The fact that little King Kong went mad didn't attract much attention from the gods. They were so busy beating their dogs that they didn't have time to care about a mere mortal. Sasuke brought Athena and the river god to Zeus. There was a small red dot on Ra's body, a sign that she was being targeted by a sniper rifle. After another series of unbearable dramas, Ra was shot down by a sniper and lay in Zeus's arms. No. Pull. Ahem. Zeus, do you remember how we used to run around in the sunset when we were kids? Lo was lost in his memories, but everyone could see them. Who are those three people in your memory? The gods voiced their complaints. Next, La rambled on with a bunch of pointless nonsense. Just as he was about to get to the point, his eyes rolled back and he showed no signs of life. Hey, La, say something. Tell me what's wrong with the staff. Don't just tell me halfway. Zeus and the others were still worried about the secret of the staff. Sasuke stood aside watching these guys' performance, his mind racing with complaints. I know you two are all lovey-dovey. But could you please not do it now? Those guys outside are about to beat us to a pulp. When Sasuke was making sarcastic remarks, the 10 tails inside him was also devouring the energy from the sarcastic remarks, which was the best nourishment for him. Zeus held the already dead Ra, his heart filled with indescribable pain. This was once his closest friend, with whom he shared a relationship that went beyond friendship, but now, he died before his eyes while trying to save him. For the living, this is more than just torture. And the fact that La only managed to finish his sentence makes it even more heartbreaking. Boom boom boom. Outside, the air was filled with the sounds of gunfire. Because of Ra's death, his southern god also joined the battle to avenge Ra. In an instant, battles raged on all sides, and the entire starry sky was in chaos. Seeing the carnage outside, Athena cried out anxiously, Stop! Stop! Stop fighting! Exactly. You can't kill anyone like that, Sasuke muttered under his breath. Fortunately, the battlefield was in such a chaotic state that no one noticed him. Only the group members in the live stream expressed strong condemnation after hearing Sasuke's words. Chow, although it does seem like there were no casualties, something still feels off. Kimmy's Thor, be confident, Sasuke has become a comedic character. Gabriel, I feel like Sasuke is different than before. Is he affected by the strange rules of that world? Ishida Ryu, it seems so. And have you guys noticed? The people in the river god's world seem a bit strange. Lily Ling, they always manage to make a very important decision in a joking atmosphere, just like this war, which could have been avoided if everyone had just explained it clearly. Sasuke, no, this war is unavoidable. Those gods have prepared for this day for 1,000 years. Are they going to give up just because Ra said he meant no harm? What was the point of their 1,000 years of vigilance and preparation? What about the suffering humanity has endured over the past 1,000 years? Even if it was just for show, they would have started fighting today anyway, and all they needed was a trigger to stop them instantly. Sasuke's words left Yuri completely bewildered, she genuinely didn't understand at all. Toru from the Kobayashi family, that's right. Even if it's just for show, they won't tell the world that this 1,000 years of suffering is a process of digestion. That's what gods are. Besides, those who will sacrifice themselves in this war are just mortals who are accidentally injured on Earth. Gods don't care about them at all. Thor deeply understood the indifference of the gods towards mortals. Lily Ling, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Sasuke, you'll soon understand, that stupid angel is probably coming to kill you soon too. Lily Ling, huh, why did the angel kill me? Chow, don't forget you're now a witch who has summoned demons, and you're even keeping them at home. To an angel of justice, this is nothing short of a blatant provocation. Sasuke, that's right, Joseph Joestar is right. Zhang Sanfeng, isn't Baiheling in great danger now? Sasuke, no, Yuri Rin is the absolute pinnacle of their world, and Jashin is also a very powerful demon. Dealing with an archangel is a piece of cake for them. Chow, What? Lily Ling, is that amazing? Sasuke. Yeah, didn't I say that before? Yuri Rin could defeat the master of their world with one punch, and the little evil god could slaughter any angel with an angelic halo. Lily Ling. Huh. Sasuke. Okay, that's enough. Athena, that crazy woman, is about to make her move. I need to go help little Kong save his life. After Zeus was persuaded by Athena, he handed over his power to her. From that moment on, Athena was the supreme leader of the Western gods. To stop the war now, we'd need 3 times the number of troops. Athena said anxiously, turning to Sasuke and asking, do you have a plan? Sasuke was taken aback, not expecting Athena to ask him. However, this was the river god's chance to shine, and he didn't want to steal the spotlight from the river god. So he turned back and said to the river god, I'll leave the army's problems to you. I'm going to snatch the staff from little King Kong. The river god nodded, opening his eyes, which had been narrowed for the first time. His blue-green, gem-like eyes held an indescribable meaning. While Athena was still puzzled, the river god spoke, the Milky Way is also a river. Then came the river god's moment of glory. Sasuke turned the live stream camera to the river god and then used Kamui to arrive at the surface of the planet, not far from little King Kong. As soon as he appeared, little King Kong spotted him and asked warily, are you here to stop me too? Stop. That's not the right word. Sasuke said with a faint smile, do you remember what I looked like after I used the staff? You look exactly like me back then. Little King Kong was taken aback, the image of Sasuke's pained expression flashing through his mind, but he quickly suppressed it, instead saying smugly, that's because the staff doesn't belong to you, but I'm different. The staff belongs entirely to me. So it won't have any backlash against me. Really? Why don't you try thinking about putting the staff down? Lay down. Yes, put it down. Little King Kong looked at the staff in his hand, and for some reason, he felt a desire to try what Sasuke had said. He began to try to let go of the staff. It was just putting down the staff, it shouldn't be difficult, right? Little King Kong thought to himself. But when he actually tried to do it, he realized that he couldn't do it at all. How is this possible? Why can't I control my hands at all? Little King Kong shouted in disbelief. It's simple, because this staff has side effects. Sasuke had appeared in front of little King Kong without anyone noticing and said to him, once you start using the staff, it will amplify the desires in your heart infinitely, and eventually completely devour you as its host, turning you into the staff's puppet. As they were talking, Sasuke snatched the staff from little King Kong's hand to prevent him from doing anything foolish again. Little King Kong panicked and tried to snatch back the divine staff, but he was powerless against divine might. Don't even think about this staff. In the entire universe, only 2 people can use it. One is the river god, who truly has no desires, and the other is you in the future. The future me. Little King Kong didn't understand what Sasuke was talking about. What did he mean by, the future me? Was there a big difference between my present and future self? Little King Kong felt that Sasuke was lying to him, and he even had evidence. Oh right, here you go. Sasuke took out the Fulua power glove from Kamui and tossed it to little King Kong, who took it with a blank look on his face, not knowing what Sasuke was doing. Why are you giving me this? I remember this was one of Law's experimental subjects, right? Little King Kong asked. By the way, all his experimental subjects had side effects. What are the side effects of this thing? You'll know once you use it, Sasuke chuckled. The side effect of this glove is that it changes the user's hair color, making them look like a Super Saiyan. Xiao Jinggong hesitated for a moment, but still didn't use it. What if there were any unacceptable side effects? As a man, he was still very cautious. As the two were speaking, a sudden burst of bright light appeared in the universe. In the boundless Milky Way, the infinitely large figure of the river god burst out of the water, and said with a smile, Young Athena Tilda, did you drop this group of gold saints, or this group of silver saints, or this group of bronze saints? Upon seeing this, the goddess Nuwa from the east completely froze. River god, can be used like this. Forgive her for underestimating the river god before. Holy crap. Is this your man? He's got some nerve. Even Hong Chigung couldn't hold back. Whose river god is this powerful? So powerful, and you're the river god. Are you kidding me? On the Saint Seiya flagship, Athena, holding the staff symbolizing the power of the Western gods, shouted to the 3 gods, let us end this war. With Athena's forces joining the war 3 times stronger, the battle was brought under control almost instantly, resulting in a stalemate with the 3 gods, and all 4 sides ceased fighting. On the ground, Sasuke said to little Kong, do you still hate the gods? Ah. Little King Kong answered without hesitation. So, do you choose to kill the god now, or do you choose to go on an adventure with your girlfriend? Girlfriend. Xiao Jinggong looked behind him, and Xiao Qing, who had been looking worried, blushed as she looked at him. By the way, the power that glove gave you can also kill a god, Sasuke reminded him again. What? This glove has power surpassing that of the gods. Little King Kong exclaimed in disbelief. That's right, the choice is now in your hands. What will you choose? Little King Kong looked at the gloves on his hands and activated them without hesitation. Boom! A golden aura appeared around Little King Kong's body, and his hair also turned golden and grew much longer. This feeling, Little King Kong was shocked. He never expected that the gloves would give him such great power. Sasuke remained silent, waiting for Little King Kong's decision. Little King Kong hesitated for a moment, glanced at the gods in the sky, then at Little Green behind him, and finally sighed, I've lost to you. That's great. Zhao King happily jumped onto Xiaojinggong, laughing and crying at the same time. I was worried that you would cause trouble for the gods. Little King Kong laughed and said, we won't bother them anymore. From now on, we'll go on an adventure in space together and I'll buy you lots of designer brands. With the crisis on the ground resolved and the battle in the sky over, Sasuke looked at the staff in his hand and considered whether to ask the river god to use the staff to strengthen Little King Kong, otherwise it wouldn't be a good solution for Little King Kong to keep using that glove. Little King Kong, come with me for a moment. Huh, oh. With Little King Kong in tow, the two approached the river god. Sasuke handed the staff to the river god and said, use the power of the staff to help Little King Kong fully fuse with this glove. Me? The river god asked, pointing cutely at himself. Yes, only you can resist the temptation of the staff. Sasuke was absolutely certain of this. Okay then. The river god took the staff and, amidst the worried gazes of the crowd, cast a spell on Little King Kong. The blue divine power fell upon Little King Kong, perfectly fusing the glove with him. That's it. Little King Kong looked at the river god in disbelief. The river god's expression remained unchanged, completely different from their reactions after using the divine staff. Huh, why are you looking at me? The river god was still confused. Alright, I now believe you are the most suitable user of the staff. Athena was completely convinced of her defeat. Not only them, but the other three gods also saw the river god using the staff. Although they didn't want to admit it, they couldn't be as detached from desires as the river god. Didn't this kid want to take a vacation before? How come he suddenly became so indifferent? Nuwa asked, puzzled. If Sasuke heard this, he would definitely complain that she was exploiting her employees without any limits and not giving them holidays. Otherwise, the river god wouldn't have thought about taking a vacation. Sasuke had already gotten what he wanted, and what happened next was no longer his concern. He told the river god and then prepared to leave. To be honest, Sasuke's gains from this trip to the 10 Cold World far exceeded his expectations. At first, he just wanted to achieve immortality, but he didn't expect the staff to give him the 10 tails. I thought I had already made a killing, but I never expected that I would also take all of Law's inventions. This is no longer something that can be explained simply by making money. With Ra's inventions, Sasuke could even assemble a warship and leave the ninja world to actively seek out and be devoured by the Otsutsuki. Luckily, I'm a peace-loving person and I don't go looking for trouble, otherwise the whole universe would be thrown into chaos. Sasuke mentally gave himself a thumbs up for his good character. I'm leaving. After exchanging greetings, Sasuke transformed into a white light and returned to his own world. Huh, how did he leave? Little King Kong looked puzzled. He felt like he was omnipotent, yet he couldn't figure out how Sasuke left. Ah, it has turned into light, the river god said calmly. Meanwhile, in the long river of time, the future guardian of time and space, Little King Kong, also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process was a bit tortuous, the ending was still the same. All we had to do next was hand over Ra's reincarnation to the dean. When Sasuke returned home and saw Kagaya bound like a dumpling, he showed no surprise whatsoever. Don't let Kagaya's usual clever demeanor fool you, she actually has a sharp tongue. When she's not home, she'll definitely provoke Karen, and that's how this happens. Sasuke-kun. Karen threw herself onto Sasuke, sobbing, that Kagaya. She can not only see, she can also read lips. This morning she kept mocking me. Sasuke gently stroked Karen's red hair to soothe her emotions, then asked Kagaya, when did you learn to read lips? HMPH. I always have. Kagaya said proudly. What are you so proud of? Besides, is this what you're supposed to do with the Byakugan? Sasuke complained as he moved closer to Kagaya, hooking her chin and saying with ill intent, you're not thinking about it, are you? Or do you want to watch us every night? Teasing Sasuke, Kagaya's fair cheeks flushed pink, and she said with a dazed look, how could that be? I have been abstaining from romance thousands of years. Oh, never mind then. Sasuke released Kagaya and turned to play his game. Using the Rinnegan in games, you'll know how amazing it is once you try it. Kagaya stared wide-eyed at Sasuke in disbelief. After all this, you just turned around and went to play video games. If she weren't lacking in strength, Kagaya would have shown Sasuke what a queen she truly is today. Sasuke ignored Kagaya's gaze. He had only dared to tease Kagaya a little and had no intention of developing a relationship with her. Love is something that should be taken slowly. Moreover, the charm tactic has already worked, so Sasuke doesn't mind waiting a little longer. As a skilled hunter, he is very patient. What? A jerk. Nonsense. It's the irresponsible ones who are scumbags. Sasuke is a responsible man, he's the kind who answers the phone at night. Sasuke opened the game and skillfully began grinding monsters, but he didn't notice that Karen's gaze towards Kagaya was full of provocation. You little brat. You'll remember this. Kagaya gritted her teeth as she glared at Karen, her pure white eyes seeming to spit fire. Previously, when Sasuke had just left, only Karen and Kagaya were left at home. We're all women, so I'll be frank. Kagaya looked directly at Karen and said, Sasuke, I like him too. Let's be together. Quote. Karen looked puzzled, even startled by Kagaya's sudden bluntness. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. The arrogant Kagaya actually wanted to be with her. What? Do you find it unbelievable? Kagaya smiled for the first time and said, the lifespan of us Otsutsuki clan members is almost infinite, so our views on a partner are different from yours. As long as we are sure we like the other person, we won't be coy. But, why do you like Sasuke-kun? You've only met a few times, haven't you? Karen asked, waving her hand. Don't worry about that. It's hard to explain that feeling in words. Just know that I'm sincere, Kagaya said earnestly, looking at Karen. Why did she like Sasuke? Because Sasuke was handsome. And when she obtained Sasuke's chakra before, Kagaya sensed that Sasuke's chakra contained an energy far exceeding her own. Therefore, in order to find out what that thing was, Kagaya decided to get Sasuke. It's definitely not because the other person is handsome. While good looks are important, what interests Kagaya more is Sasuke's mystery. After all, no one would believe that Sasuke reached the same level as her without eating the chakra fruit. Karen was startled by Kagaya's words, but she still didn't believe Kagaya, so she used the adamantine lock to tie Kagaya up. Then, the two began a bickering session that lasted for an hour. Karen, who is not good with words, was almost brought to tears by Kagaya's words. That's why she ran over to Sasuke for comfort when he returned, looking very aggrieved. Seeing Sasuke tease Kagaya and then go play games makes me really happy. While playing the game, Sasuke was also chatting in the group chat. At this moment, the group members were quite frightened by the river god's previous behavior. Gabriel. I was so ignorant, I actually thought the river god was just a useless river god. I'm so sorry. Lily Ling. Hey. What did you accidentally say that was rude? Zhang Sanfeng. Is this a river god? Even the river god isn't this powerful. Sasuke. You can't say that. After all, none of us have ever seen the river god, so how do we know he's inferior to the river god? Toru from Kobayashi's family. That's true, but the river god is way too outrageous. He's much more powerful than the gods in our world. Zoro. I don't understand it, but I'm deeply moved. River god. Everyone. I've been promoted. Now I can go to whichever river I want, instead of staying in one place to stand guard. And Goddess Nua even gave me a vacation, 6 days on, 1 day off. Now I'll have time to do my own things. Yay. Sasuke. That heartless boss. Ishida Ryu. Their world is, after all, a semi-mythical era. It's already difficult enough for them to make changes like taking a vacation, don't expect too much from them. Chao. Sigh, being a boss is tough these days. Guilds are everywhere, and life is getting harder and harder. Sasuke. Hey, I'm just saying hey. River God. By the way, Goddess Nua entrusted me with the magic staff for safekeeping. Should I put it in the cabinet, under the bed, or in the drawer? It's such a difficult choice. Please help me decide. Gabriel. I suggest you put it here. Josephine. Wake up, you fallen angel. Entrusting something so dangerous to you would probably destroy the world in a heartbeat. Sasuke. If you're going to hide something, how about putting it in your sock? Kimi's Toru. Sasuke is getting weirder and weirder. Zhang Sanfeng. Bu Jingyan just logged on again. Unfortunately, he logged off in a second. Zoro. Zhang Junren is really boring. It wasn't until dinner time that Karen unlocked Kagaya's chains. Kagaya went back to her room on the second floor looking unhappy and didn't even eat dinner. Although eating is no longer important for people of their level, Kagaya had been coming to the table to eat on time for the past few days. That girl doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Sasuke asked. What's wrong with her today? I guess she's unhappy because she didn't get to eat meat, who knows? Karen said mischievously. Night. Sasuke, unusually, did not spar with Karen, but instead studied his 10 tails in the spiritual world. The chibi version of the 10 tails looked at Sasuke with curiosity. Clearly, this 10 tails had its own consciousness. Can it talk? Sasuke asked. Hey Tilda. Looks like we can't communicate anymore. In his mental world, Sasuke felt a bit overwhelmed. Kagaya's 10 tails is one with Kagaya. Normally, the 10 tails is just a mindless incarnation of Kagaya, which is why it was divided into 10 parts by yin-yang release. Ishiki's 10 tails also seems to lack self-awareness, acting more out of instinct and completely obeying Ishiki's commands. Unlike Sasuke's 10 tails, which can actually interact with him. If you can't speak, then write. Sasuke imagined a piece of paper and had the 10 tails write on it. He quickly wrote down the 10-tailed symbol on the paper. Master. I'm hungry. Hungry. Sasuke thought of the 10 tails food and suddenly felt a headache coming on. The 10 tails feeds on the planet's energy. If we release it, wouldn't it wreak havoc on the planet again? Finding a habitable planet in the universe is no easy feat. Seeing Sasuke's confusion, the 10 tails began writing on the paper again. Eat, and complain about the energy. Ah, I see. Sasuke suddenly felt that everything had become boring. I'll make some arrangements for you tomorrow, and try to extend your tentacles to every corner of this planet. The 10 tails happily wagged its tail. On the second floor, Kagaya was sitting by the window, looking at the ceiling with a curious expression. Why is there no movement? I'm curious Tilda. Some habits, once formed, are hard to break. On the third floor, Karen poked Sasuke's chest with her finger and muttered, I think Kagaya has ulterior motives towards you. Really? That's great. I'm also after her. Sasuke chuckled, playing with Karen's hair. What's wrong? Are you jealous? No way. Karen pouted. I'm just reminding you not to go too far. You can't let something that's offered to you get away. Although I always knew that Karen wanted to find herself a concubine, I never expected that she would set her sights on Kagaya. By the way, I noticed some women from Konoha seem interested in you. Should we knock them out and bring them back? The one from Sunagakure is quite pretty too. Sasuke's eyes twitched involuntarily as he listened to Karen's voice. When did you start paying attention to these things? Hee. I accidentally saw it when we met before. Careless. Sasuke wouldn't believe her nonsense. By the way, Karen, aren't you jealous? Jealous? Why? Karen looked at Sasuke in confusion. In her opinion, it was normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. Forget it, don't worry about it. I'll find you a bunch of girlfriends in a couple of days. Hee, as long as you can handle it yourself. Oh, are you provoking me? I didn't. Little girl. Mouth and teeth Tilda. On the second floor, Kagaya quietly activated her Byakugan. The next morning, Sasuke woke up early, covered Karen with a blanket, went to the kitchen to make some food, and brought it to Kagaya's door. Since it's already clear that both parties are interested, there's no need to hesitate, just go for it. Bang bang bang. Are you up? Upon hearing the noise, Kagaya immediately sat up in bed, looking somewhat flustered. Why did he come to see me? And with food in his hands, is he trying to show concern for me? Despite her chaotic thoughts, Kagaya still opened the door for Sasuke. Outside the door, Sasuke stood there, Kagaya standing in front of him, her face slightly flushed. Let's go downstairs to eat, Kagaya said. The two went downstairs together and sat at the dining table on the first floor, eating their breakfast in small bites. Hey Kagaya, wanna go build a snowman later? Sasuke tried to invite Kagaya to build a relationship. Seeing his cautious demeanor, Kagaya was reminded of Sasuke's previous arrogant attitude and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sasuke looked at the beauty in front of him, his usually aloof face filled with a smile, as beautiful as flowers blooming in April. Alright, no need for building up feelings. I'll just say it straight. I like you, and I can tell you like me too. Kagaya said, her smile fading as she turned up at the corners of her mouth. Huh. Sasuke didn't expect Kagaya to be so direct, it was completely different from his plan. What? You don't want to? Kagaya raised an eyebrow, teasing, you only get one chance Tilda. Snapped. Faced with Kagaya like this, Sasuke decisively slammed his hand on the table, stood up, went to Kagaya, lifted her smooth chin, and looked her in the eye, saying, how could I not want to? I won't let such an interesting woman like you go. Hee, then what are we waiting for? While the two were exchanging verbal sparring, Karen on the third floor opened her eyes, looked at the empty space around her, and released her senses. Huh. Sasuke-kun has already taken him down. Karen's eyes gleamed with intelligence. Then, can we use the adamantine ceiling chains on Kagaya tonight? Karen hastily threw on her clothes and tiptoed downstairs, where she saw the two figures already embracing on the first floor. Tisk tisk tisk, I knew Kagaya was an Araman woman. She just confessed and they're already getting intimate. If she waits a few more days, won't she be a master of all 18 positions? Karen chuckled to herself. At noon, while Sasuke and the two girls were playing video games at home, Kagaya suddenly stood up, went to the window, and said with a serious expression, "They're here." Huh, who is it? Karen looked out the window, completely bewildered. There was nothing there. Are those Otsutsuki you've always been worried about? Sasuke whispered in Kagaya's ear, his arm around her waist. Kagaya nestled softly in his arms and said slowly, our Otsutsuki clan basically always acts in pairs. When I was just born, I was forcibly taken in as a subordinate by a shiki. That idiot always thought he would become the king of Otsutsuki, but in reality he was just a piece of trash and has already been fed to the divine tree by me. This was the first time Kagaya had spoken to Sasuke about her past, and Sasuke listened quietly. And what we're about to face is an extremely powerful Otsutsuki. Thousands of years ago, he already had 3 followers. With such resources, I can't believe how far he's developed over the years. Perhaps, this planet that I've hidden is the only one in this entire starry sky that hasn't been invaded by him yet. Kagaya's delicate body trembled slightly, her heart filled with fear of Momoshiki. This puzzled Sasuke greatly. Judging from the power of Kagaya's current clone, if Momoshiki didn't devour Kinshiki, he would probably be overwhelmed by Kagaya. Even if he did devour Kinshiki, he would at most be able to fight Kagaya to a draw. Not to mention Kagaya herself, a single divine vacuum strike would probably be enough to kill Momoshiki. Although Momoshiki can absorb all chakra, the divine vacuum strike is not a ninjutsu, it is a taijutsu. It's an incredibly powerful air cannon created by blasting the surrounding air with chakra. Momoshiki could never absorb that. Sasuke voiced his regret, but Kagaya looked at him as if he were an idiot. Please, I only ate 1 devil fruit and I've already reached this level. Just think about how many devil fruits Momoshiki has eaten over the past few thousand years. How could I possibly be his match? Kagaya said matter-of-factly. Seeing this, Sasuke finally understood Kagaya's experiences and thoughts. Because she was forcibly abducted by Momoshiki right after birth, she had no concept of devil fruits. She thought that she had only eaten a basic one, and that other Otsutsuki had eaten the same level, and some had even eaten better ones and several of them. That's why she was so cautious and full of fear of the Momoshiki she had never seen before. If Kagaya knew that Momoshiki was just a weakling, not much stronger than Obito in 6 paths, she would probably take the initiative to capture Momoshiki and feed him to the god tree. All I can say is that Kagaya was taken advantage of due to an information gap. Of course, the same applies to Peach style. If he had known Kagaya was this strong, he probably would never have come here to cause trouble for her. Alright, I'll back you up in a bit and feed that Momoshiki to your Geto Mazo. Sasuke laughed. Kagaya shook her head and said, there's no need to feed it to the Geto Mazo. If it eats the entire Otsutsuki, the Geto Mazo will turn back into the 10 tails. It hasn't even reclaimed the chakra of those tailed beasts yet. It's not worth turning it back into the 10 tails. Sasuke was defeated by Kagaya's greed. This woman is so greedy every day, always trying to maximize her gains, and in the end she loses everything. After getting dressed, the 3 of them flew to the surface of the planet under Kagaya's guidance and saw Momoshiki and Kinshiki descending from the sky. Momoshiki sat on Kinshiki's shoulders, looking down at Sasuke and the other 2 like a noble princess. Traitor! How dare you appear before me? Momoshiki said calmly, hand over the divine tree fruit, and I might consider making you my follower. Kagaya looked at Momoshiki, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. This Momo style seems a bit weak. No. It must be my imagination. How could someone who has eaten several fruits be weak? Kagaya shook her head repeatedly. Seeing her like this, Sasuke knew that this clever girl was definitely imagining something again. So he stood in front of Kagaya, facing Momoshiki directly, and said, you're that Otsutsuki Momoshiki. I'll give you a chance, turn into a devil fruit and let me eat you, or I'll kill you right now. At that moment, the whole world fell silent. Momoshiki never expected anyone to dare speak to her like that. After a brief moment of shock, she was overwhelmed with boundless rage. You deserve to die. Boom. When his master was humiliated, Jin Shi, the servant, was naturally the first to rush out. A red light flashed in his hand, and a scythe instantly attacked Sasuke. King Kong blockade. Wow. Golden chains stretched as far as the eye could see, binding Jinshi tightly. What? Kinshiki was shocked and struggled frantically, trying to break free from Karen's seal. However, this was a time manipulation technique that even Kagaya could seal. Even if it was just a clone of Kagaya, it was not something a cricket like Kinshiki could easily mess with. No matter how much Jin struggled, he couldn't budge the Vajra lock. Momoshiki frowned upon seeing this, cursed him as a piece of trash, and then used the Rinnegan in his palm to absorb the golden chains. That's right. No matter how powerful the adamantine sealing chains are, they are still an energy body composed of chakra. Momoshiki's ability can easily absorb the adamantine sealing chains and return it to Momoshiki tenfold. What? The adamantine locket has been absorbed. Karen exclaimed in surprise. This was the first time she had ever encountered the adamantine locket being absorbed, and she was at a loss for what to do. Here you go. Momoshiki stretched out her other hand, and the red chains instantly enveloped the entire world. Karen's adamantine lock is already a troublesome technique among the six paths level, not to mention the adamantine lock that has been strengthened by Momoshiki. Its color has changed from gold to red, and the power emanating from it is more than twice as strong. Kagaya and Karen were instantly terrified. Without thinking, they hid behind Sasuke. I told you they were strong. Now you believe me. Kagaya muttered to herself. Don't panic, it's nothing special. Sasuke said with a calm smile, perhaps I should make you reassess your own strength. Under Kagaya's questioning gaze, Sasuke, holding the hands of the two, ignored Kinshiki and flew directly to Momoshiki. As for the Vajra blockade along the way, it all passed through Sasuke's body, as if the two were not in the same space and could not affect each other. This is Kamui. Kagaya suddenly remembered that she also knew this technique. She had completely forgotten about it because she was so worried. That's right, Obito's Kamui is a very troublesome technique even among six paths level cultivators, otherwise I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to get my hands on it. Sasuke explained, looking at Momoshiki in front of him with a smirk, why didn't you activate your Byakugan? Are you that confident in yourself? That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.